Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Mental Health Matters Symposium. We are so very excited to have you all here with us this morning. We have an amazing panelist that is standing by to continue the conversation from day 1. Yesterday, we had an amazing experience. So many gems were dropped. So much information was provided for people to navigate their path in mental health. So we are just so excited to have you all here. Our hosts and visionaries, Dr. Heather Henley and Dr. Sharmee Pratt, are here this morning, and I am going to bring them on to greet you all as we get prepared to start the panel. So again, share this live stream on your social media pages. Get your friends in, get your family here so that they can tap in and tune in. We have an amazing lineup of speakers and clinicians that are ready to pour in on today. Good morning, doctors. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Well, I am well. I am well. How are y'all doing this morning? Day 2.
Come on, day 2. I am amazing, awesome and
Wonderful,
amazing, as
wonderful.
Prophet Jonathan would say. Jonathan Smiles. I'm
Yeah,
awesome and amazing. Come
amazing. I
on here.
love it. I love it. It's beautiful. It's so good to see you all. I am going to hop off the stage and turn it over to you, ladies.
Thank you. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Hi. Hello, everybody. As we get this thing all set up again, and get it together, we are excited. As she said, this is day 2 for us with the Mental Health Symposium. Listen, if you are in the Dallas, Texas area, we will love for you to join us on site in person. We have none other than Dr. Caroline Leaf, who will be with us on tomorrow with some more amazing individuals. We have Elizabeth Curl, who is she's the CEO and operator of what is it called, Marriage Boot Camp, and
We
so
we
WeTV.
TV Marriage Boot Camp.
Yeah, so Dr. Heather will be able to tell you a little bit more about her. And so we're just excited. We're definitely excited about what the Lord is doing and how he is moving with us. Y'all see us trying to prepare ourselves and get together and get ready or whatever, but it's all good. Listen, we're family here, right? We are Mental Health Matters, and we are super excited today just to come to you about the fact that your mental health really does matters. That is the message that we want to convey to everybody around the world. And we're just super excited right now for individuals to know that regardless to where you are in life, regardless to what you're going through, your mental health really does matter. One of the things we want you to do is take time right now and share the broadcast, share this experience. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal lineup. I'm talking about, oh my God, we had the panel, and that was just really amazing. Then we had Jason Goldberg to just, my God, he came in and he began to give us the analogy of Batman, right? And that was just super amazing to me how he broke that thing down. And so today we have an even greater lineup for you today. We're going to start off as Aaron, our facilitator, Aaron said, we're going to start off with the panel, and then we're going to kick it off with our speakers. Oh my goodness, y'all are in for a treat. Then we have none other than Tim Story that will be joining us today, right, Dr. Heather? And so
Yes,
we are
I am excited
super
about it.
excited, like we really are. This is Dr. Heather and our first Mental Health Matters event. You heard me say first because it definitely will not be the last event that we're doing. We're taking this all across the world because everybody mental health matter. And that's what our message is. We want everybody to know. And so listen, we are coming to a destination near you. Really, we are. And so we just want you to get ready to share this broadcast broadcast, as we're doing these virtuals, everybody needs to know your mental health matters. And so, Dr. Heather, I'm going to give it over to you.
Yes, again, we are so excited about it. We will be coming to a city near you. Listen, if you would love to have us come out, email me. Email me. I am Dr. Heather Henley at gmail.com. Email me so that we can find out when we can come to your city, just so that we can bring amazing speakers and just advocate on mental health. You know, that is what we do. We want to be able to advocate on mental health. So if you would like to have the Mental Health Matters to come to your city, please email me. Email me, email me. Again, that is Dr. Heather Henley, Dr. Heather Henley at gmail.com, so that we can see when we can come to your city. This is day 2. We are so elated about everything that took place yesterday. I got so many text messages and calls just about an outstanding job. And so we are just hoping that individuals had an opportunity to go back and watch the replay, or even if you felt that you were having some issues, some struggles, we were hoping that you utilize those telephone numbers. We had NAMI, we had the SAMHSA, which is the National Helpline for Mental Health. Thank you, Aaron. We had SAMHSA, who's the National Helpline. We had the human trafficking. We had suicide prevention. So we had NAMI. So we definitely want you to utilize these services. Also, we're going to be sending you out an ebook next week, which will give you details and strategies and tips of individuals that will that presented over these last couple of days, but they are also accepting clients. So we definitely want you to be able to utilize the services. So we want you to be able to come in, and because you were a part of this program, you'll be able to see them at a discounted rate for your first session, and then whatever their fees are moving forward. So again, we are so excited about day 2. We're excited about this second day panel. We have a group of panelists that are going to be talking mental health. And listen, yesterday we had the women flooding the stage. So today we wanted to bring some men. It is difficult for men at times to even share that they are struggling, or share that they're dealing with some type of emotional dysfunction. And so we got some men therapists. We got some men that are working in the community who specialize in working with young adults as well as men. They work in the field working with men, working with our boys, working with our young men, just trying to pour into them. So not only do we have some women today, but we got men that is about to hit this platform. And so I am super excited that they are about to pour, because we need the men to know that it is okay to not to be okay sometimes. Yeah. I know that you were taught that you're not supposed to cry, that you were taught that you're supposed to hide your feelings. But listen, what makes a man courageous is when he can identify and he can communicate that today is a bad day, that he can communicate that I am feeling stressed out today, and that I think that I need to talk to someone. A lot of times they don't want to share the things that are going on with them, but it is important, because the men are the ones that lead the country. The men are the ones that are the head of the households. The men are the ones that are the protectors. So when their brains or their minds are under attack, it filters down to the family, which means that we as women are left uncovered, which means that our children are left uncovered. So I am so excited about this panel on today. Dr. Sharmee and I, as the visionaries, we thought about everything concerning you. See, when we're talking about mental health, we are talking about all things that concern you. So we wanted to make sure that we would tap into just a little bit of everything. So we're just excited about today's panel. What do you think about that, Dr. Sharmee?
Listen, I am super excited that we have some men. I had someone text me last night, hey, that was really good. Where your men at? I'm like, all right, but even on yesterday, because that's one of the things that we were just talking about amongst ourselves was the fact that, like Dr. Henley said, men, my goodness, today they deal with mental health as well. We didn't want to just make this be about, a gender thing and it's only women. No, there is a lot of men. And even like Dr. Henley was saying, it's even more prevalent for them because of the fact that they have been told you don't supposed to cry. You don't supposed to share this. They've been told to just, suppress a whole lot, and they have to carry everything on the inside. And so I'm excited. Listen, I want to get out the way because I'm ready to hear these men. I'm ready to hear what people have to say. Bring this panel on. Come on up here, Aaron. Bring this panel on so we can just dialogue. Oh my, see, here go a man right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look
Hey,
at
David. Hey, David, how you doing?
Hello.
Wow. Dr. Henley, you are on mute. Wow. And so I'm super excited with the fact, David, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Being a part of this mental health symposium. We are excited that we have some men in the house on today to really talk about mental health and wellness. And so we're going to take a moment, allow you to introduce yourself, tell the people what it is that you do, and then we'll move on to Felicia. But I'm excited. I just want you to greet the people, tell them who you are, tell them what you do, and then we'll just move on from there. David, the floor is yours.
Okay, my name is David Brown, and I have a bachelor's of science in social work from Texas Southern University, and then I also have a master's of science in a master's of art from Martin University in Indianapolis, the master's in community psychology, and I have a master's of arts in urban ministry with the concentration of marriage and family therapy. I am the current CEO and owner of New Birth Behavior Services since 2000. I am the immediate past president of the Central Indiana Association of Black Social Workers for 17 years. I am the past national member at large of the National Board of Black Social Workers. And
okay,
I am also...
First.
Huh?
I said we couldn't hear you at first. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I said I have a bachelor's of social work from Texas Southern University. And I have a master's of science in community psychology and a master's of arts with the concentration of marriage and family therapy from Martin University. I am also
David, you why don't you do us a favor?
Yes.
I think you need to go out and come back in because we got a lot of interference. And so what Erin would do is bring you out and she'll let you know what you need to do. Well, hey, everybody, we're going, as you can see, his credentials speak for themselves. You see that he has some credentials here to be able to just help us even further when it comes to our mental health. And so we're going to move on. And right now, as they're taking care of all that technical stuff, and come on, you guys, you already know the virtual thing is all communication in the world unknown, if you will. And so we got technical difficulties, but that's not going to stop the show. David will be back. But we're going to move on to Felicia. Felicia, won't you take a moment? How are you this morning, ma'am? Take a moment, greet the people, tell them who you are, what you do, and we'll just turn the floor over to you at this time.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on this morning. I am Felicia Townsend. I have a organization called Lupus Inc. I am the CEO and founder of it. It has been in existence for over 10 years now. And what we do is we help people that are dealing with lupus. We give them resources. We are starting, support groups for them, because what I found out was there's no support groups for people that's dealing with lupus. And it is really a silent killer in our community. And so because we have lack of knowledge of it, we die. And so I'm here to bring resources and knowledge and wisdom to what it is, what we can do about it, and how we can help each other deal with it. Also, I am an author of a book, and it's called Against All Odds. I also just started a company, a security company, so that, I can help people get jobs. So that's me.
Wow. Look at you, ma'am. Look at you with all those credentials. But I want to go back to, what is your book called again?
My book is called Against All Odds.
I mean, you guys heard that, right? That name within itself is powerful. Against all odds, and even when we're talking about the concept of mental health, many people feel like they are against odds, like nobody is for them and different things. So listen, Felicia got a lot that she has to say, right? She has a whole lot. And so that it can give and she can say, because she understands some dynamics when it comes to your mental health being assaulted, when it looks like you are against all odds, when it seems like you're closed in, when it seems as if you cannot make it. And so we cannot wait, Felicia, to hear the strategies and some tools, even that you will be speaking. And listen, the other thing, let me just say this, Felicia is one of our guests even tomorrow on site. And so you do not want to miss the on site as well. Listen, all you have to do is go to mentalhealth-matters.org to register, sign up, because we want to see you in the house. We will be live. Listen, you guys have to know this. Tomorrow it's not live stream. I'm sorry. Dr. Heather already gotten on me about that. All right. So listen, for those that will be in the room, for those that will be in the house, my Lord, we are going to do some amazing things. So yes, I am super excited. We got some more panelists that are coming on, some more men and different things like that. I'm turning this over to Aaron.
Awesome. Ladies, I think that we are just in the flow already, and I want to go ahead and kick this panel off. We have a number of other people that are preparing to join us, and I'm just excited. But let's go ahead and get the conversation started. We have some people backstage. They're getting their connectivity set up and whatnot. But let's just go ahead and dive right into the dialogue that you all have prepared today. Yesterday, we talked about what is mental health, and we also talked about why does mental health matter to you. For the panelists that are on today, we're going to continue to have this conversation about mental health. And I believe that we can start off with, what are your thoughts on the causes of mental health problems? What causes those mental health problems? Let's talk about it. Welcome back, David.
Thank you.
Over to you all. All right. So yeah, let's talk about it. What are some problems with mental health? If the doctors want to kick it off, and then we have the panelists weigh in, we'll do this popcorn style.
You know what? We're gonna let our panelists speak. We want to hear from you guys. So, panel, David, let's start with you.
You said what does um, mental health, your state of being? Um,
So, but
I think. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe we as it's the taboo, especially with uh, well, I am a deacon in my church, the Pentecostal church, but I'm also a therapist, and so one of the things that is recognizing behaviors, recognizing people, meeting people where they're at, and see the mental health of the mental status of them believing what they've been taught. Um, I think with the pandemic, one of the things with churches having to go virtual, and with the pandemic, the mental status of that with the virtual learning and was that people
We, this is
we
so
were always
good, but
taught.
we can't.
Hey,
You're
David.
yeah.
Yes,
This is so amazing, but we can't hear you. It's going in and out. Oh, it's busy in the airways today because we
it
got the
is.
men
I'm
coming
so
in. It's busy because the men are coming in. It is super busy. I'm not feeling that the airways is on a journey for us today.
it's a
Now
taboo
that's
for
much
us.
better.
No.
Yeah, it's like every time it gets into the flow, it goes warbled. So let's welcome Juan. Hello, Juan.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining the panel. We appreciate you. Please take a moment, introduce yourself. The question that we are discussing right now: what causes mental health problems? We'd love to hear from you. Share with the audience your thoughts on the causes of mental health problems. We're
Hello,
ready.
everybody. Thank you for bringing me on. Um, I'm Juan Butler, originally from DC. I'm living currently in Chicago. But what causes mental health? I believe there's a few different variances that you can cause mental health, things that you keep laying dormant, like anger or some traumatic issues that might have happened that you might have been divorce. You might have had a tragedy happen that your house caught on fire. You might have lost your mother or your father or your very own child. So I think a lot of these type of issues can happen when we don't allow ourselves to speak about it or find the help or the support group that we need to make sure that our mental health stays in the low. And sometimes I think the biggest piece is making some time for yourself. Some of us overwork ourselves, so we don't have time that we take for our own mental self. So self-care is another big piece. Going to the gym, some of us feel like different about how we look, our appearances, or how our energy levels are, or we're getting some type of diagnosis. So self-care is good to also to release those places of mental health. So hope that was something I can offer.
Absolutely. You know what? So one of the big things, I'm glad you guys brought that up, and so I definitely want. I'm hoping David's connection is better. But one of the things that is an issue, even with this mental health and understanding, and maybe what caused it, is it is difficult for men to sometimes share or even deal with the fact that they may be struggling with some type of mental health. So, and I'm glad that Felicia is on the line. Why? Because she has all male seeds, all male seeds. She only has boys, grown men. And so she, deals a lot with grown men. I believe she has 5 men. 5 or is it 6? Felicia. Yes, 5. So we got 5 grown men. So I am excited about this conversation today because it is a struggle. Because I too am I was a single mother raising a male seed by myself. who has dealt with some mental health issues. And so I just want to definitely keep our conversation going just about how do we handle that, and what does it look like for men, with mental health. And while I know that you work with boys and young men, in terms of treatment and just those kind of things, as well as David and Prophet Everett. So please come on, you guys, chime in. David, is your phone working? David, how about we go David, Felicia, and then Prophet Everett. David?
Yes. Um,
Good. That is a
can
good
you
flow.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And so I agree that a lot of times those things were not addressed and so learned behaviors of how we deal with different things. We were always taught what happens in my house stays in my house. And
Mm-hmm.
so if you don't share it, or that's just the way Uncle Charlie is, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and so is that acceptable? Because, you know, and so when there's some mental illness, and there's some things that we carry over in our relationships with, if we've been abandoned as a child, why do we continue to draw people to us that, that have those issues? Why do we need justification as an individual for somebody to make us, So the learned behaviors, watching relationships, however we were brought up, a lot of that uh, was, are different. I'm a product of 12 children. And so my mother treated each and every one of us as individuals and not just she, as the same. Um, and so it makes a difference in our mental status of how we deal with it. And I agree, self-care is the number one thing on how do you care for yourself? What do you do? How do you take time to appreciate yourself instead of looking for validation for somebody to appreciate me?
Right. That's
Thank you.
good.
I love it. I love it. Felicia, I know you got 5 boys, amazing young men that you have raised, even with a husband and then by yourself. So let's talk about those issues and those things.
So I actually have 6 boys, not 5. Um,
Sorry,
but
6.
but what I would say is, for me personally, it all stemmed from, my bringing up. I was the only girl that my mom had, and so I had 3 brothers, and so I was definitely treated different from the males. I was, basically, you got to be strong. You got to be the strong one. They was able to do things and get away with things because they were males. And so I always said I would not raise my boys like that, but end up raising my boys like that because of what I was brought into and what I grew up with. And so with my boys, each one of them had a different personality, and I had to um, reevaluate and treat them based off of each individual. I could not say, well, because your brother did this, I'm going to treat you like this. I had to allow them to, number one, make their own decisions off of certain things. I could not push them because I wanted it. It had to be what they wanted. Um, and even with being married at the time, it still was difficult because my ex-husband, had his own issues. And so him having his own issues, and like they say, what goes on in this house stays in this house. You're not supposed to cry. You're a man up. Like I told my boys, cry if you need to, run around the block, whatever you need to do to release, do that. Because when it stores up and you explode, then you do something that you cannot take back. And so I always tell my boys, cry. If you need to talk to me, conversate with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about how you perceive things. And so, my boys come to me now and talk about anything, and they feel comfortable. But if I continue to go the route that I was raised in, where You're a man. You're not supposed to have feelings. Something happens, suck it up. You fall, you get back up. You don't have time to wallow. Why not? Why can't I take that time to say, I'm hurt? Why can't I take that time and say, you hurt me? I didn't understand why you said that. What is the big issue with us allowing our men to show their feelings, but then also affirm them? Okay, you had a bad day today. It's okay. You're still strong. You're still powerful. You are my king. Why not say that to them? We don't do that. And because we don't do that, when things happen, now we're like, oh, did you see John John? I know his mama didn't raise him right. Why? How you know that? Were you in the household? And so I think there's a lot of just negativity around our men. I just feel like we need to do a better job at helping our men, with their feelings. And it's okay. It's okay because you're still a man at the end of the day,
Right.
And so that's how I look at it.
I'm glad that you said that. And so I find it ironic because even as women, we be like, oh my God, we need a strong man. I don't want a man that cry. I want a man that's strong. But then when he doesn't communicate, right? When he self-isolates and when he shuts down and he doesn't share with you because you want him to be a strong man, you don't want him to cry, then we're having an issue because they're not communicating properly. And so I'm glad that you said that you wanted to make sure that they understood and recognized, just their feelings. And so even for me, if I was to just talk about my son, I was in a domestic violent relationship, right? I was in that relationship for 10 years with my son. And so, my son used to get, spankings, beatings, I don't know, whatever you want to call them. And I just remember because I was a single mother, I had my son at 20, not knowing, he would be like, he's not supposed to cry. So if he cried, he'd hit him or, just these things. And so because of those behaviors, my son, he's 28 and he struggles now. He struggles with conflict. He struggles with communication. He struggles at times because he wants to be this man or they're not supposed to have an issue or, not supposed to do certain things. And so we had a situation that happened and my son, he wanted to kill himself. He had thought about it a few times. You know what I'm saying? And so we had to deal with his emotions, his mental health, in order to get him to a place where he was okay with who he was. So I think it's important that we definitely talk about this and we address the needs of men and even have some support groups where they feel safe. Because a lot of times men don't feel safe to speak about issues that that's concerning them, assaults, sexual assaults against men, the fact that they have been neglected, mistreated, abandoned, rejected, just all of these things that have plagued our men that they try to hide. And so what they do is they respond by having sex, multiple sex. Multiple children, they respond by sometimes even same sex because they don't even know what a real healthy relationship possibly could look like because of what they have been taught or what they have been dealt. So I'm so excited that we're having this conversation because it is extremely needed. And I see that Juan and Prophet Dendrick has gotten back. I'm going to jump on here to Juan. Do you want to add any thing to this? I know you jumped off, and then we're going to go to Prophet Dendrick. Juan, I don't know if you're having difficulties. We'll go to Prophet Dendrick until I don't know if you're having difficulties, Juan.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I was having some connection issues with where I was driving through because I'm traveling. But I love everything that I heard this this morning, and I totally agree with it. And one of the things that I want to add to that is when you are, and I'm speaking from experience, right, is that when you're looking at mental health or health period, a lot of the times we overlook, we say these words and we put them together, but we overlook the basis of the meaning, right? So when you look at the word health, the prefix to health is heal, right? So a part of understanding the male child and the male progression and to adolescence and into adulthood is that there is a continual cycle of healing, right? But one of the things that I love about it is that the word health itself means to be in a state of freedom from illness or sickness, right? And the point that I want to bring to that, and as we are talking about the man or the male child, speaking from experience, the best man that you can ever raise or develop or be with or build a family with is a man that is free to be him, whatever that entails. Because health dictates that we have to be free and free from something, right? So the process of growing up, the greatest man that you could ever become is a man that's free to be him, right? And a man that, because a lot of the issues that we face when it comes down to men and the male, and the alpha that is in the male is because he is constantly trying to be approved. He is constantly trying to protect something. He's constantly trying to make or develop something that he can stand on. But a man that is effective in the lives of anybody, in the life, is a man that understands the alpha that he is. Now watch this. I'm gonna go church really quickly because that's just what I do. A man, the greatest man and the strongest man, is a man that understands that he is the alpha that God says alpha and omega. That's the greatest man, who understands that the power of the alpha means that God said, I start with you and I end with you. And so when you're raising your sons or you're raising your nephews or whomever, the male child in your life or your husband, or the first thing that you must do from a baby is remind them that it begins with them and it ends with them. Whatever I was ended with you, but something new begins with you. Whoever I was ended with you. Whatever I dealt with in my childhood, whatever I dealt with in my last marriage, whatever I dealt with your grandmother or your in my jobs, all of that ended when I had you. Now what happens is a cycle begins with you.
Oh wow. Oh wow. It just okay. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
You know
that
what?
that
You know what?
Reflection
see,
of a
that's
remnant
and,
that was
He
and
coming
promised
see,
to
back.
be given.
see.
All
Oh, the
right, I'm gonna
men
cut off
are
right there
going to
because
get
y'all know
free.
I
I'm
can keep
sorry.
going.
They're
No,
going to
no,
get free.
we can't even see you right now because well, he didn't dropped off again. But you know
Come
what?
on, Juan. Juan,
I,
pick up,
I'm
Juan.
excited. Juan, what you saying? Juan, you saying
Now,
something?
I didn't say
what you
anything
say,
right
Juan?
now, but that was a lot of good
Juan,
stuff you
talk to us
said for
about the
sure.
men. Talk to us about the men. We need the mental health. We need the mental health corrected with the men. Talk to us, sir.
I think when he went to right talking about the identity piece, I think that's the most important. Us black men and men, period, we don't really sit and to realize who we are because we're always moving, working, or doing. And so we don't, like you said, expressing your emotions and your feelings.
Okay. Juan, we can't hear
Yeah.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. I had a phone call come through. Sorry. Just those issues alone, men are always told to suppress, be the man, man up, rather than having a moment and saying, "Hey, let's talk about how you're feeling. Let's talk about where you at. Let's talk about your friend circle." I feel like a lot of us are lost communication of knowing how to be compassionate to one another, especially to our own kids. And also, I think taking down generational curses that we like to carry over, so we don't talk about things in the household of what mom and dad might have been going through, and it actually made a really bad impression on the children. And so growing up now, they have this whole ideal of what a relationship looks like, what does a marriage look like, what does an unstable home look like. And so I continue that same cycle on and on and on. Even like poverty, we think about you can pass down apartments, And so your children doesn't see anything more than just the place that they are in, rather than having a future into knowing that I have something to invest in myself because my self-value is up. So I think that's the biggest problem we have with self-men is our self-value is not there enough to say, hey, I can do better. I want to be better. I don't want to carry the same baggage. I don't want to be the same father my father was when he left me. I don't want to be that same representation of what my grandfather did once before. So positive male influences also help as well. I know for myself what helped me at a younger age is putting men around me to be mentors. Eventually, that I also considered being godfathers to me. So someone that I had that's in the legal field, someone I have in the health field, someone I had in the teaching field. So it gave me all of these support groups of different eras or different areas that can pour into me to give me that space of being myself, stepping outside of the home of being the older brother, having to take care of everything like this. So I think it's another big issue too, what we have with our young men. They have to grow up too fast now to be the male of the house, or the oldest son has to take care of everything or have to find another job to make sure the bills get paid. So there's a pressure, there's a place in that you're depressing is their lifestyle to live as a child. And when you do that, it also brings up some trauma and mental health. So we have to be careful with that and how we deal with our young men. So I believe there's so many different things that we can talk about, from leadership down to mentorship, down to engagement in your community, because you need men support, you need men's presence. And I believe that's something that we're missing the most, is that we're not able to make that connection with young men to get to a place of saying, hey, I can give you my emotions and where I'm at, because we have to have that wall up naturally because we don't want nobody to get into. So if we have more men presence that can actually say, hey, I've been down this road, or I see where you're going, let me invest in you, rather than just saying, hey, I'm going to just take your armor, but let me invest in you. It's a different wording that you understand that with young men, or just men periods. I want to invest in you personally. And so how can I do that to help you get to where you need to be, rather than us kind of forcing ourselves in? So we need men's support to say, how can I invest in your value because you're valued?
Wow, that was good. That was really good. That was really, really good. Oh my goodness.
You, you know,
Go ahead, David.
my one thing my dad told me, he used to tell me, protect my name. And so I didn't understand that I'm a junior. My dad. And so, but as I got to be an adult, I realized that women take on the last name of the male. And so, but just as Jesus says to us, we have to protect the name of Jesus. Then, as me and we got to protect the name that we give to the wife that the Lord has allowed us to
David,
cover them with. Yeah.
David, we can for some reason we can't hear you. Your it's keep going in and out, like in and out. I don't try
Oh,
talk again. Let me see.
for hello, hello,
Yeah,
hello.
we can hear you, but start talking.
Yeah. So I was just talking about protecting the name, the last name, as the men are given the last name that we have to protect. And so psychologically, I've acquired that whatever I put my name to, that I've got to protect the people that the people that I have that are entrusted to me.
Right. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, for
And
sure.
so I wanted to add two things. One of the things that I wanted to add is, as that's exactly what the young man was saying, was that that's something that I was taught too. That all you have is your name, right? The very foundation of who you are is based in the name that you will carry on, right? And so that, and I believe in that, and because one thing I used to teach my kids whenever they departed from me, right? I used to tell them when I drop them off to their friend's house, when I drop them off to family's house, when they go out, when they go out anywhere, I used to, before they get out the car, I would always say to them, remember who house you come out of. I don't got to say nothing else. I don't have to tell you what to do, how to do it. The one thing I need you to do is remember whose house you come out of. Because once you remember whose name you are attached to, then you'll understand the authority by which you walk in, just because of your association with my name, right? In lieu of that, one of the things that I thought of while he was talking was that we tend to develop our children, especially our male children, backwards. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. When a man grows up and he's looking for a wife, because he was raised in a single mother's home, he majority of the time, especially with our African American men, because he was raised in a house where he had a bunch of sisters and a mom. When he looks for a female companion or a wife, he's looking for that female companion or wife to replicate the strength that his mother had, or the love for him that his sisters had, right? Because I don't know about any of you, but my sister was one of those on-site sisters by her brother. You gonna get it on site if ever my brother have to call me, right? That's what you're looking for. And what I've come to understand and learn is that is the improper way to teach our sons. Why is that? Because we're supposed to be teaching them that you ought to look for the example, not the replication. Because what happens is when they find a woman that treats them like their mother did, or their mother did their father, then they become their father. And we trying to figure out why they are replicating the behaviors that their father gave. It is because they're looking for a woman to deal with them as their mother did their father. But the problem is we're not teaching them to look for the example of love. Look for the example of support. And I'll go a little deeper, and I'm going to mute myself. Here is why. Because when they are sons, we're teaching them to be men. Uh-oh. When they become men, we're teaching them to be fathers. When they become fathers, then we want to treat them like their sons. And so we're developing them backwards. And the stages of their life has to be taught properly, because when they are sons, they ought to be taught the stage of service. Because a son serves. Sonship is servanthood, right? When they become a man, we have to teach them responsibility. As a son, they shouldn't have a responsibility as of yet. Why? And somebody gonna say, well, Prophet, we raising boys. That sound crazy. No, because what happened is when you give them responsibility too quick, then they begin to be adults too quick. Then when they have the same responsibilities as you, then they want to overpower you. So when they become men is when young men is when you teach them the responsibility. Watch this. When they become a husband, a husband, then you teach them that they are a provider, a protector. When they become a father, you teach them that they are a provider. And when they encompass all of these things is where you teach them that the power of the male child is the leadership and authority to cover. Because you cannot teach them to cover when they have nothing to cover. They can't even cover themselves. So I'm gonna mute. I just wanted to add that.
So you just muted out. So you just say mute right there. Just right there. We just muted,
no,
right?
Dr. Pratt, y'all know I can talk and talk
right,
and talk.
Right. But I'm just saying, like you go in the air and then you just land the plane real quick and say, I'm done. Like, like Prophet, come on, even in the air, the plane got to slowly come down, Prophet, now.
Right. But I can talk and I can talk and I can talk and I can talk. But that's an example that I give, because that's why women feel like they're raising their husband, because now the husband wants to be a son.
Yes.
Because now he no one's telling him. And let me say this. By the time he gets to her, he should already be in a state of mental health. No matter what trauma he's dealt with, by the time he gets to her, he should be already ready to put it in her womb so she can carry it away. Because that's the power. That is the power of the woman with the man. Because her job, before she carries his seed of children, she has to carry his seed of destiny. His frustration is that he cannot give birth because he have not found the womb to place himself in. Understand this. When you get married, the first 5 years.
Hold on.
See, now y'all want to set me up.
Yeah,
I
man.
told you.
Time out.
I can't even breathe. Wait.
Time out.
Wait a minute, sir. Sir. Okay. Wait.
No.
Okay.
Prophet.
Can I
Prophet.
say something really quickly to what he said? I that just messed me up. But I truly understand that with having 6 boys. I really do, because I never wanted my kids to be like their father, but they end up being like their father. And so what you just said is so concrete. As far as when they are boys, we have to allow them to be sons and not put on them the pressure of being, you're the oldest boy, so you have to look after your brothers. You're the oldest, so you have to cook. You're the oldest, so you got to make sure they get in the house. So, because of that, they have already grown up as being a provider, as being a protector, as being a covering, and they shouldn't be that way.
They
But we
shouldn't.
do that to them. We don't allow them to grow up and be a child when they're growing up. And then when they do something wrong, we taught you better than that. No, we didn't. And I
We
can truly say, I did that to my oldest son. You're the oldest, so you're going to cook. When I don't feel good, you're going to get in there and clean up. You're going to make sure your brothers have their clothes together. And because of that, he did grow up sooner than he had to. But it all stems back from me. I had my first son at 16, so I had to grow up, and so because of that, it was like I had to do it, you're going to do it. And it's a cycle that goes on and on. So I agree with everything that you said. That is powerful.
so in addition to that, watch this. So God gave me something a couple of years ago, and it said, and he taught me about the cycle of generational, not curses, but generational genocide, right?
Mhm.
And so he says we focus a lot on young men, and we focus, and I'm only saying this because this is what the Lord gave me. We focus a lot on young men when it comes to violence, when it comes to killing, when it comes to all of this stuff. We put our focus and our resources in the male, right? Right? We try to get them because we talk about incarceration and we only talk about it with the male. We talk about children out of wedlock and we only talk about it with the male. We talk about all of the dangers and the things that are happening in society and we focus it on the male. But here is the issue that I have that the Lord showed me. He says you will never save a generation by healing the man. You will never. The only thing you will do in that instance is make stronger issues. You will build stronger issues in community. He says if you heal the womb, then the male child will be born in a state of power. Watch this. If you heal the womb, now I'm going back to the women now because we don't like to give the acknowledgement that women really do have the power, and I might lose my player's card for this, but that's all right because I'm already married. So so the woman is the power vessel. Why do you say that, prophet? Because the Bible even tells us that when God saw, and this is the thing that a lot of men are not taught, and I teach my sons this, you don't have to go looking for no woman. Because when God see that it's not good for you to be by yourself, he gonna take you out of the equation anyway before he even make her. Because if he leave you awoke, then you gonna try to tell him what you want, what you don't want, what you're gonna deal with, what you're not gonna deal with. So he got to put you to sleep in order to make what you need, because you don't know what you need. Now here is the thing. The issue is if a man is in a state with you right now, that you're having issues and problems and situations and he just can't get it right, don't check that man, check your womb. Because you have to be mindful of what you're giving birth to. And another second thing, if he a mama's boy, oh God, help me, I feel the Holy Ghost right now. If he is a mama's boy, I need you to check your wound again, because why haven't he pulled his destiny out of his mama's womb and put it in yours? Oh God, help me, somebody, I feel it right there. If a man is hoeing around and he's going around everywhere. Check your wound. Why isn't your wound in a position to receive what he's trying to give? God, I feel you right there. Now, I'm not
Okay.
excusing the behavior of
Prophet.
men. I'm not excusing the behavior of men, but I'm talking from a farmer's perspective, because if the ground is not good, I'm not putting a seed in it because it ain't going to give me a harvest. Somebody help me
We
right
gonna
here.
help you. You
All right. See, now
Well,
I'm going to go on mute for real
so
because y'all done got me excited.
look, go on mute. Listen, this is the mental health dash matters. Come on, y'all. This is the mental health symposium. I'm feeling a type of way right now. Oh my God. I just want to say, as Aaron comes on the facilitator, which means that our time is up. I am so excited for the men that came on here and just blessed me completely. Thank you, Prophet Denrick. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, David. I know all of these men. I work with them. And so I'm just so excited that they came on to bless us today, because we really did need a man's perspective on mental health. And it not only helped the men, but it also helped the women, because there are a lot of single women out there, and they don't know how to help their sons. And even when their sons are struggling with mental health, or just struggling with the fact that they didn't have a father, and the mothers are trying to maneuver and be a mother and a father, which is a whole nother thing, because it's a split, it's a dissociative. You can't be a man and a woman all at the same time, but we don't have time for that today. To talk about that identity sensitivity. Hey, it's clinical, y'all. It's clinical. But at any rate, I'm gonna turn this over to Aaron. But I just wanted to say thank you, men, for coming on here and helping us today. I'm gonna turn it over to Aaron.
Wow, wow, wow. I just want to echo what Dr. Henley has said, and I know that these are Dr. Pratt's sentiments as well. You all set this event off on on fire this morning. You all just really, really, really touched the core and some of the roots of the causes of mental health and the behaviors of mental health and what we see within our homes. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that you all helped some people today. As we prepare to shift, I just want to give you all one moment to just state your name and let people know how they can connect with you. And we are going to bring our next speaker on, who is in the backstage and ready to come on. So, Miss Felicia, Prophet, Juan, and Mr. David, if you all can just state your name and let people know how they can connect with you, we'd appreciate it. And again, we look forward to bringing you all back to Mental Health Matters Symposium.
Well, I am Felicia Townsend. You
D-
can reach me at LLUPUS11.com, and that is my organization for lupus. So you can reach me that way.
Thank you, Miss Felicia. David.
David Brown, and that's David with a Y at hotmail.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having. We appreciate you for being here.
Juan Butler, and you can find me on Instagram as The Real Juan Butler.
Awesome. We appreciate you. Thanks, Juan.
Hello, yes, my name is Prophet Denrich Everett. You can reach me either via Facebook at Denrich Mr. Global Everett Stampede or Stampede International, or Stampede International 16 at gmail.com.
Awesome. Awesome. We appreciate your pour on today. Thank you so much again. All right, everybody. We have our next speaker here. We have the amazing Miss Brianne Ellison. She She has signed up to speak and to pour, and I'm just really excited about what she is going to bring to the stage on today for My Mental Health Matters. We want to make sure that you all are communicating in the comments and also sharing this feed. We want to engage with you all in the audience and let your family and friends know about this event, about this occasion, so that they can come in and receive what it is that they need to ensure that their mental health is well and in a good state. Welcome, 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 Miss Brienne. Thank you so much for being here. We are just excited to have you this morning as our first speaker of the day. And your topic is She Who Beholds Her Own Beauty, Beholds Her Own Truth. I would love for you to introduce yourself and take it away. Thank you again.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Bree, and I am a holistic, intuitive love coach. The reason why I'm excited about today is because I have the privilege to work with these amazing speakers. Obviously, you saw the panel and what a whirlwind they brought to the table. I hope that you had your pen and paper handy. I hope that you were ready to listen, that your listening ears were on, that your heart was ready to receive, and you were ready to hear everything that they were going to say to you today. I am such a big baby when it comes to the fact that I love being able to touch and see people's faces. And because I can't see you, I'm going to make one request. That little chat that you have down there, I am going to just ask stop every now and then and see if you guys are engaged, if you're here with me, if you're receiving what I'm having to say, and just give me that interaction back and forth, because I need that, and not in the sense of anything major, but I want to know that I'm touching your heart and you're touching my heart, that the things that I'm saying is resonating with you, and that I want to be a part of your team and I want you to be a part of my team. But the other thing is that part of mental health is that with mental health, usually people move in silence. I'm going to say that one more time. People move in silence and suffer in silence. And the reason why I want you to collaborate with me right now is to change the trajectory of the way that we think in reference to mental health, and that we can work together and be together so that we all can win. So we all can win. So in the little chat, as we go on and I share my journey with you, I would love for you to be interactive, just to show that we do not move in silence in the mental health matter symposium, that we know that we can all come together and be together so that we can stop the suffering and move and impact the way that we should. So I digress. That's not my message, but I just want you to know that that's a huge hindrance for us, is the fact that we move and suffer in silence and nobody knows that we're suffering. So let's go ahead and hit those buttons. I just want you to know also that I am excited in the fact that we are integrating the topic of love into mental health. Now, don't check out on me. I'm not talking about a partner today. I'm not talking about an intimate partner. I know that probably me saying love stirred up something on the inside of you that was like, oh, I don't have anybody. Let me click this off. But that is not what I am here to talk about today. The title of my message is She, and I'll put the slash, he who beholds their own beauty or handsomeness beholds their own truth. She slash he who beholds their own beauty or handsomeness beholds their own truth. Now, the backdrop of this is self-love. The backdrop of this is self-love. So I want that to be in the forefront of your mind, that when you hear me tell my story, that I'm talking about self-love. I'm not talking about the love of another person. I am talking about how I referenced myself. See, there's two pivotal moments in my life that I remember. One is in my adolescence, where I was free. And when I say free, I ran and I jumped and I played and I didn't have a care about what I looked like, what I sounded like, what my confidence level was. I just moved freely. I had a belly button the size of a quarter that popped out like the Pillsbury Doughboy. And my mom put me in half tops and shorts, and I did the dang thing like nothing. I had this air about me, this confidence about me. I remember it like it was yesterday. Nobody could tell me anything about me. And then as I shifted into my teenage years, something interesting happened. My friends and my peers started to project their opinions about my beauty, my personality, or lack thereof on me. They started to say, Brianne, you're too skinny. Brianne, look at those cotton ball bangs. Bree, your braces. Bree, X, Y, and Z. Things that I didn't even pay attention to until somebody brought it to my recollection about me. I didn't look in the mirror until that time of somebody trying to bring it to my awareness that my braces were a thing, that my hair was a thing, that I was too skinny. I still had that confidence walking into my teenage years. But what happened? What happened to the teenager that was told that their hair was too puffy, that their teeth, the braces were a thing, that they looked like Kermit the Frog? What happened to that girl? That confident girl. The girl that couldn't tell her anything with the belly button the size of the Pillsbury Doughboy. If you pushed it just like that, I promise you I would giggle. And what happened to her? What happened to her? Everybody in the chat put self-love right now. Type in self-love. What happened to her self-love? Because it wasn't anything that was taught to her. She just moved. I just moved freely. Nobody told me anything about confidence. Nobody told me I was so confident that my parents were fearful of the way that I moved because I unapologetically would talk to people and be audacious in my speech and say whatever I wanted with no filter and just moved accordingly, which embarrassed them to an extent. Embarrassed them because I would just say what's on my mind, say what I felt, and didn't care about what people thought about me. I didn't care. But then as I shifted into that teenage years, as I shifted into that place of teenage years and people projected their opinions on me, something happened to me. A shift happened in me. And while their perception was their reality that they projected on me as their truth about me, something happened to me. Something happened to me. What happened to me is I accepted what their perception was as truth. I accepted what their reality of me was as truth. I accepted that I had cotton ball bangs. I accepted that I had braces. I accepted that I was too skinny. I accepted all of these things as truth. Well, if they're saying it, then it must be true. If they're saying this about me and I obviously didn't see it, it must be true. They're my friends. If they're saying it about me because they're my friends and they're my peer group, it must be true. I'm in the popular group, so what they're saying to me is true. I'm in the popular group, but you're telling me that I'm too skinny, I look like Kermit the Frog, my bangs are whatever, but I'm popular? That doesn't even make any sense. But you know what happened to me in that moment of accepting their truth is I shrank back. No longer was I that confident, audacious young girl that could care less about what people thought about me, care less about what came out of my mouth and whether you liked me or you didn't like me. You could take me as I am, and I could care less about what you thought. That girl, she disappeared. Can you remember a time in your life where somebody spoke something over you in reference to your beauty, your personality, and it shifted something inside of you? First of all, you felt it in your body as an alarm clock of panic, like something is wrong with me, right? You feel it in your physical body as like something is wrong with me, and then you accept it as truth, and then you respond accordingly, and the response is usually shrinking back. That very thing that pronounced you out to the world to stand out is the very thing that starts to become dim. My voice is the thing that I use today. My voice was the thing that I used when I was little. When they spoke those things over me and I started to shrink back, my voice went away. My gifts went away. See, deception is a whisperer. I want you to type that in the chat. Deception is a whisperer. It goes unnoticed because it's through places and people that whisper things about you that you accept as your truth, and you don't even cross-reference it to see if it's fake. Deception is a whisperer because all of the sudden now you're responding to this thing that somebody spoke about you, a scenario that happened to you, and you are responding to it as truth, and you didn't cross-reference it as factual. You didn't cross-reference it as factual. Is the fact that my braces, my puffy hair, my skinniness have anything to do with the fact that I am gifted in speaking, in the fact that I am gifted in being able to dialogue with anybody and everybody? Did that take away from the uniqueness of who I am and how I am fearfully and wonderfully made because of my exterior was not appeasing to somebody? Y'all, I need you to get this. Because my exterior was not appeasing to somebody, because I was not appeasing to I was not somebody's cup of tea, that made me shrink back and question my abilities, question my worth, question my truth. See, it's crazy because it went all the way into adulthood. That I allowed people to speak things over me and I took it as truth and never cross-referenced a thing with myself. I never checked in with myself to say, is this true about you? I took it on as truth and became a victim. I took it on as truth and blamed others for my misery. I took it on as truth and did not live the life I was meant to live because I did not see me as that confident, audacious adolescent with the big belly button. See, people would say and do a remix version and say, those kids stole it from you, Bree. They stole it from you. You had it, they took it, they stole it from you. And that mindset right there is a victim mindset because guess what? At any time I had a choice to say, no, this is not who I am. No, I can continue to be that audacious, outspoken girl. No, they can't have any of my power, any of my beauty, because I behold my own beauty, which is my own truth. And so every time somebody says something negative about me or says something that I don't necessarily agree with, I check in with myself. How many times have you checked in with yourself? How many times in a breakup, a friendship, a family situation, have you checked in with yourself when something negative has been spoken to you or spoken about you or a negative scenario has happened to you? How many times have you checked in with yourself and said, hey, this is who I am? Usually we don't, because deception is a whisperer and we acknowledge it and take it as truth and then actively respond accordingly. See, I'm here today to expose something. That deception is a whisperer, but I'm also here to expose the fact that you have a choice. You have the choice to choose what your truth is and who determines your truth. You have a choice to choose how confident you are and the way that you maneuver. No longer can you blame others for stealing who you are because It is innate in you and it never left. No longer can you say, I can't do this thing. I can't go this place. I'm not capable. I'm not qualified, when everything in you says that you are. Go back to the place where you remember, just like me. Go back to the place that you remember being audacious, being confident, not caring about what people think, the day that you loved yourself. Because that's really what it was. I loved myself so much in my adolescence that I did not care about what anybody else saw. I had tunnel vision. I did not care about what you thought about me. I did not care what you thought about what I looked like from the exterior. I did not care. I loved me. I loved me. And so it wasn't until adulthood that I discovered that as I behold my beauty, or as a gentleman, your handsomeness, that I own my own truth. And beauty is relative. I'm not just talking about physical beauty. I am talking about the thing that encompasses you as a person, that you give the gifts to the world and that you exemplify greatness through you. I'm not talking about exterior beauty. That's society's view, right? I'm talking about what makes you beautiful on the inside, the impact and imprint you're supposed to make on the world, the change you're supposed to create on the world. And you know what deception does? Deception halts dreams. Deception halts purpose. Deception halts the love that you're intended for. Deception halts truth. So if you don't get anything out of what I'm sharing with you right now, get the fact that when those people spoke those things over me and I took them in as truth, I never told anybody. I never told anybody how it made me feel. And so I just want you to know, as I land this plane, like I said at the beginning of this, that you're not meant to suffer in silence. If there's ever anything that you question about yourself and the way that you feel about you, you should always, always tap in with somebody that can hold you accountable to what is true. Loving yourself is the greatest gift because love is the greatest currency. And I am done speaking. I'm landing this plane. Remember, deception is a whisperer and self-love is truth. Always cross-reference the two, and we'll find that truth and love wins every time. And I'm Bree, and I'm done speaking.
Wow, Bree, this was so very powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for starting this conversation off with self love and helping people to hear and see and understand that we have a choice to choose what our truth is, and that is loving ourselves. That was truly, truly powerful. I appreciate the value that you added this morning. Please share with the people how they can connect with you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. You can reach out to me via email at bree@lovelab.com. You can also find me on Instagram, the Love Lab. So it's the_love_lab. And you can check me out there. I am so excited. I'm going to be at the brick and mortar, meaning the Cedar Hill event. So you need to come and check us out there. Well, I'll be talking about love and more love. So that is how you can catch me. That is how you can reach me. I loved this event and I love being a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We are so grateful to have you. See you next time. All right, everybody. Listen, we are going to keep this train rolling forward. We have Apostle Keisha in the backstage. Welcome, welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to turn the stage over to you. Please introduce yourself, and we are looking forward to hearing overcoming spiritual trauma. The stage.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be on this platform where we're discussing mental health. And let me just say this: my name is Apostle Keisha Bradley, and a lot of times, let me say that as I'm a believer, and so I am in ministry, and what I find is in ministry we don't really correlate how mental health affects people, how mental health affects people deeper than just the surface, but it affects them on their inner being. It affects the inside of us. And so what I wanted to deal with today is spiritual trauma. And you probably can't find that definition, what exactly spiritual trauma is, but I'm going to define it for you this morning, because as I want you guys to understand that trauma in itself goes deeper, as I just said, than just the surface. First, you got to understand what trauma is. Trauma literally is an emotional shock. It's an emotional shock, and it's followed by following a stressful event or a physical injury of some sort. And so when you're thinking about trauma, a lot of times we want to correlate to that. Well, anybody that's been in an abusive relationship, then they've dealt with some form of trauma. Anybody that as a child has been touched inappropriately, that's a form of trauma. When you've gone through a natural disaster, that is a form of trauma. It's something that has emotionally shocked you. It's something that has affected your cognitive thinking. It's affected how you process things. And so let me give you also the definition of cognitive thinking. Cognitive thinking is the mental action. It's the mind. It's dealing with the mind. The mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through your thought processes. It's the train of thought. It's how you process a thing. It's how you perceive a thing. Come on, our perception is literally structured around our cognitive thinking. What do we need to do when a situation happens? How we process through that situation on our perception. And if you've dealt with a traumatic experience, if you dealt with any type of trauma, then your processing or your cognitive thinking, is influenced by the emotional shock that you went through during that point of trauma. Okay. And so, that is based on our cognitive thought process. And so all of this correlates to our mind. How do we think? How do our mental capacity or our mental ability in order to work through a situation, in order to work through life itself? You process your mental capacity, your cognitive thinking is what helps you to process through life in itself. You have to understand your mind is the place where you make decisions. Your mind is the place of your memory. Your mind is the place where you base your thoughts, your perception. All of that process comes through how you think in your mind. So I want to give you the definition even of the mind. It's the part of the person that thinks, reasons, feels, understands, remembers, perceives. It is the processor. It's what makes decisions and what holds memories. So when we're talking about cognitive thinking, we're talking about the mind. And let me help you out, because everybody knows mind is scientifically, we define the mind. I just gave you a definition of it, but let me help you. The mind is not an organ. It's not a physical. We talk about it so much that we feel like that's like just another organ. That's just like, our heart or our brain. No, the mind is not a physical organ. It is actually the inner part of the brain. The inner part of the brain, which houses the mind, the organ of the mind. And so if you think about it that way, you think about the mind being the inner processor of the brain. We know the brain, without our brain functioning, then the body would literally shut down. You can be put on a heart, something that helps you maintain the beat of your heart and still live. But when you have lost life in your brain, when there's no signal going through your brain, when your brain is not functioning, literally everything else in your body shuts down. The brain is what tells your body what to feel, what to smell. The brain that's functioning. And so when we think about that, the brain is literally the organ of the mind. That means the mind is the inner part of the brain. Now, as I told you, I do ministry stuff. So I want to take it a little bit deeper in the way that I process what the mind is. So when I think of the mind, I think of the mind I reference it as the soul. And when you look at any definition, for those that are Christians, you look at a definition, the soul literally is the mind. And so when we're talking about the mind, we're talking about the inner part of the mind, the inner part of the brain, the part of the brain that's not visible, that's not physical, that's not visible, yet we know it's there. And can I help you? Trauma affects the inner part of your brain, of your cognitive thinking, of your processing. It affects the inner part. The emotion affects the part that you really can't see, yet you know is there. The trauma affects the inside of you more so than it affects the outside of you. People have experienced physical trauma. So yes, physically you will be healed, and look, you'll have the outside looking like you're healed, but on the inside, that inner part of you will still be shattered, will still be broken, will still be dealing with some form of emotional shock. So this is where I define spiritual trauma. It's the trauma on the inside that we've not learned how to deal with. Childhood. It's the trauma from that whatever that traumatic experience, from that natural disaster, from being in an abusive relationship, being violated, maybe even as a child, for being abandoned, from being rejected. All of that can be traumatic to the process of your thinking, to the way that your cognitive thinking operates. But all of that is happening on the inside of you. So you may literally be okay on the outside. You look like you're doing fine. You're functioning on a daily basis. You're holding a job, you're holding down a family, but inside of you, you're literally broken, trying to figure out how to process. Your perception is off. Something would happen and it will trigger you and take you back to that place of trauma because you've not dealt with or learned how to process through in your inner part, in your mind. You've not learned how to process through the traumatic experience that has happened to you. And so what I want to try to do is give us some tools on how to process through. And there is a scientific term, they call it cognitive reframing. I love the doctors on here because they start some scientific real terminologies that I'm like, oh, cognitive reframing. It made me go back and do some study on myself. And so I found that it's really called reference in the medical society is referenced as cognitive reframing, because it's the cognitive part of you, it's the processing part of you, it's the mental processing part of you that is affected more so than the physical. And so you have to learn how to restructure or reframe your thinking so that your thinking can come back in right alignment, so that you can come back, or at least, listen, it may not come back to total right alignment, but it will give you some tools on how to process rightly. I guess I can term that, or to process better, how to not always go back to that point of when you're in a relationship and it takes you back to that point when something happens of what happened when you was a child because they touched you inappropriately. So cognitive reframing helps you to be able to work through that point of trauma. Okay, and so I want everybody to understand that when we're looking at traumatic experiences or trauma or spiritual trauma of any part, then we're really looking at the effects that the trauma has had on the inside of us. And so cognitive framing it's a technique used to shift or transform your mind. It's used to transform your mind. It gives you the tools that you need in order for your mind to not think necessarily on the things so much that happen that affect you, or at least not to think on it in such a negative that it takes you back to that place. It shuts you down. And listen, it gives you the emotional shutdown, or makes you feel traumatized all over again. Gives you a repeat cycle of what you've experienced for things that have happened that aren't even currently happening, but it takes you back to that place and makes you feel like that very thing that happened in your past is still the very thing that's happening right now. Cognitive reframing will help you obtain tools so that you can transform that event. You can transform that trauma and something that you can still function through. Okay. So when you look at a situation, a personal relationship, the cognitive reframing will help you to slightly look at it, and it will give you a different perspective. And your perspective is what you really make your decisions based off of. If my perspective is skewed, then my decisions are going to be affected by that perception, the thing that I perceive, to where I'm going to begin to move or live according. So my cognitive reframing is going to help me get past that. And so I wrote a quote that I found. It says the essential idea behind cognitive reframing is the frame through which a person views a situation determines their perspective or their point of view. When that frame is shifted, the meaning changes and the thinking and behavior changes along with. So the idea of cognitive reframing is to change the initial process or their initial perception, or how that person is, the train of thought, or how that person is perceiving the situation, to now give them a point of reframe, point of transforming, where it can behave, it can alter positively a person's behavioral pattern and a person's thinking process. So here are the three things that I came up with that that I feel even helped me when I was dealing, because I can go all the way. Some people the other day that literally I didn't even realize that I had been violated as a child, that I had been molested as a child until recently. And so what I realized, though, through this process of years of dealing with this thing internally in my inner part, then I had actually processed through these three things that I'm going to share with you. The first one is meditation. Now, as I said, because I'm a Christian, a lot of what I consider meditation is not necessarily what anybody else would consider meditation, but I found my peaceful place in meditation and in my relationship with God. That was my peaceful place. I recognize God as being my source. And so I found myself going to God as my source to then and meditate on his word, meditate on the positive things that he would say about me, because the traumatic experiences make you feel like you're unworthy. You can definitely feel that you're broken, that you're not good enough, that nobody loves you, that you're not accepted. It will bring on all these emotions that have been affected because of something that sometimes wasn't even your fault. Most times wasn't your fault, but because you've taken that thing on and it's affected you on inside, then the only way to get past that is to give in a positive affirmation. Amen. Positive affirmations. And so for me, my positive affirmation was the word of God. It was what God has said about me. I recognize him as being my source and the one that created me. So who better to know what I needed than the source? Okay, so for me, and your meditation right now is seen in many different ways. Where's your peaceful place? The place that the meditation takes you to, that place that's your peaceful. Listen, you gotta make peace with the situation, because it's not a situation when you've dealt with any type of inner trauma, spiritual trauma, any type of trauma at all. In order for you to overcome it, and so that thing doesn't torment you or keep, haunting you, the way to overcome it is you first got to make peace with it. You can't go back and change your past, but you can move over into your present and go further into your future. So, but as long as you let that thing torment you, and as long as you let that thing keep you where it's got you in the past, you'll never be able to grow or move forward. So you got to make peace with the situation. not that it was acceptable, not that it was right, but that it was something that happened, and it's still part of who I am because it's part of my thinking, it's part of my process. And so I got to make peace with the fact that it happened so that I can move on. So that was number one: meditation, finding your inner peace, finding peace within you, whatever your source is. Amen. Oh, and so what I found, listen, y'all forgive me. What I found was number two: in order for me to overcome the spiritual trauma or the inner trauma that I was experiencing, I had to be willing to confront it. I reference number two as confronting your giants. What is that thing that stands before you and that is literally you, that is literally threatening you? You got to be willing to stand there and confront it. It was the most traumatic experience of your life. It took a piece of you. It took a part of you. It took something away from you that you haven't been able to figure out how to get back. You have to be willing to confront the situation. I found myself, and some of you may even want to do this. You may want to write some letters to the offender or write some letters to the situation. Doesn't mean that you got to send them. You don't have to mail it out. Confrontation of your giants doesn't always mean a face-to-face conversation. Sometimes you got to just confront it within yourself. You just write it out, lay it out, look at it, look how it's affecting you, and just face it. It's something that happened, and I'm gonna face you, because no more you're gonna threaten me, no more are you gonna shut me down, no more are you gonna stop me or hinder me from moving forward. I've accepted this is something that has happened, and now I'm going to figure out, how do I get the lesson, or what is the positive part that I could even take from a traumatic experience? From that, come on, cognitive reframing. That's what it is, looking for a positivity to take from something that is definitely negative. What I take from this so that I can defeat the giant that's before me, so that I can defeat the situation that happened to me in my past. I got to confront the situation. I can't just let that situation continue to taunt me, continue to shut me down, continue to pull me emotionally down, put me into an emotional distraught situation. I got to be willing to confront it. And so confrontation is big. Talking about it is a big thing, which leads me to number three. I truly believe that the more that we talk about it, the more that we release it, the more that we're confronting it, the more that we're dealing with it. And the best way, I believe, and as I said, I am a believer, I'm a Christian, and I believe that one of the things that we miss in the Christian community is the balance between professional counseling and things we consider. And so number three for me is, I believe that we should all have a balance. Yes, you got to deal with spiritual things in the inside. You got to deal with them. Maybe for me, it was through prayer, through meditation, those things. But you got to have a balance. You got to be able to talk to somebody. You got to be able to speak to professionals, the people that are this is what they've been taught. This is what they've learned. They got degrees. They know how to deal with that creative part of you, that processing part of you, and how to reframe that thinking, give you the tools and equip you with techniques so that you can move past the past that's been holding you. You got to be willing to seek counsel. That's number three. Seek counsel. Don't be afraid, as some people would say, don't be afraid to lay on somebody's couch. Don't be afraid to set up an appointment. Say, hey, I just need to take an hour for the next few months. I just need you to where I'm at, what I went through, how that thing made me feel. You may have to relive it. You may have to relive it for a moment, but you're already reliving it because every day you're being traumatized by it. Every day, listen, when something happens, it's triggering you back to that same place. So you've already been living with it, but you've been with it in a negative aspect. Seek some counseling that will give you the tools and the techniques to be able to not just live with it, overcome it. Overcoming is the most powerful thing that you can ever do, because listen, it brings you to your place of victory. It brings you to the place where I believe we've all been created to live, in the place of victory. As long as I am still holding on to that traumatic event, listen, I'm not able to live to the fullness and able to live in complete victory. And I believe that's what we've all been sent here to do. We've been sent here to live our best life, the best way we know. And I truly believe that even the traumatic things are part of the person that we needed to be in order to do the very thing we've been sent here to do. Every bad thing has a lesson. You can learn a valuable lesson from some very bad things that may have happened. So what do I do with the bad things? What do I do with those hard lessons? I learn how to take like they say, turn lemons to lemonade. Come on. You got to learn how to take the lemons of your life and make it into lemonade. Learn how to take the traumatic experiences and make them work for your good so that you can use exactly the very thing that was trying to take you out. You can use it to help build somebody else and to not just help build somebody else, but to strengthen you and to be a testimony or to be, I want to say a light, to just be the example. That's a good word, to be an example for somebody else that may have the same traumatic experience that you did, that's dealing with the same spiritual trauma on the inside that you dealt with. But because you were able to find your peace through whatever form of meditation you're led to, confront your giants. And then number 3, seek counsel. With those, you're overcoming the trauma and you're actually able to live through it, but also used for a benefit, not just for you, but for somebody else. And so, yeah, I hope that is something that would encourage you. It's unfortunate that it happened, but it's not necessarily totally a bad thing. It's the one thing, if you let it, can really strengthen you, can really become part of you, that can be an example or a testimony for somebody else. So that's really my message for today. Once again, I'm just so thankful for allowing the time and an opportunity to be able to come and to share. I think it's very important we marry the two, that we marry our inner wholeness and we marry that professional site. Okay. And so let me just say, you can find me before the moderator comes back on. You can find me on social media, Keisha Bradley, Keischa. I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. I'm also on Instagram at I Keep Pushing. That's IKEEP PUSHN. You can also go to my website, which is www.keeppushin.net. That's www.keeppushin.net. And I hope this has been very informative. I hope this has helped you in some way, shape, or form. Don't be afraid to confront your giants and understand that trauma is more inner than it is physical. It is really dealing with the mind, which is the invisible part that we can't see, but it's the part that affects us the most. God bless you all. I am done. Thank you so much for having me on mental health, on this mental health symposium. It's been wonderful, and I'm out.
Thank you so much, Apostle. This has been great information. I appreciate how you talked about spiritual trauma and just really help people to understand how to decipher those personal encounters. I just really appreciate you provided some really, really good information. And everybody was just engaged in the comments. So thank you again. I appreciate you providing how people can connect with you. And we certainly look forward to continuing this conversation, knowing and understanding that mental health matters.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you again. God bless you guys.
Hey, Apostle Keisha, God bless you, woman of God. Thank you so much. That was powerful. It was powerful. My goodness, very powerful. Dr. Heather was
Awesome.
raving about that cognitive reframing, girl. Come on,
You better
Apostle
about
Keisha.
it.
I got that from her last night.
Yes,
She said
listen.
cognitive reframing. I was like, oh, wait a minute, let me Google that and research. I got that from her last night. I was
That's what
excited.
I'm
Yes.
talking about, woman of God. That is what I'm talking about. When you're trying to reach a specific group of people, we have to change our language, right? And I recognize that you have the language for the priests, but I need you to have the language for kings, right? Because we're in a marketplace setting.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Cognitive reframing is it's real and it's important,
It is.
that we
It is.
understand that. You better talk about it.
Yes, yes. I was thankful, Dr. Heather. I was really thankful that you put that out there. I was like, okay, cognitive reframing, because he gave me cognitive thinking, but we don't understand that we have to reframe our thinking. We have to be able to
Absolutely.
have the tools and the techniques to think differently. So that cognitive, listen, I'm doing a whole study on that right there. That was powerful. And I so appreciate you. I appreciate y'all for even having me on this platform. Thank you again so much. God bless you all.
God bless you. Thank you. Hey, and so this has been, my goodness. I mean, the panel just kicked it off. And so listen, for you guys who was like, what happened? Where those men go? Listen, Dr. H is back there working in the background. They are going to be having listen, men, they are going to be having a men's conference just concerning the dynamics of what men go through. So be on the lookout for that in September. Listen, it's right around the corner. It's going to be in September. And so we are super excited that her and listen, Prophet Denrick, who was on here, right? They are coming together to have a men's virtual. I don't know if it's going to be in person too. That's yet to be told, but just be on the lookout for that to help men. And as Dr. Heather has already put out there with that cognitive reframing, we're going to take a moment until our other guests get here to kind of just discuss the concepts of that cognitive reframing. Dr. H, come on now. You can't just drop that cognitive reframing and not speak on it. Talk about it.
I am so excited. Look, y'all was blowing up my phone, all that good stuff. And so we definitely are going to be doing some stuff for the men. It's going to be more spiritual based. So we gonna transition just a tad bit because he was diving into some other things. So we gonna definitely have it where we can do some pour, some deliverance. Look, y'all don't know who the real Dr. Sharmee is. See, she reserved on today. I told her she got to be reserved on today. Today is not the day for her to come for your demons. But listen, she coming for them on a whole nother day. So we gonna have Dr. Sharmee there too. Y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all really not ready for it. But yeah, we are definitely gonna do something for the men. We gonna pour into the men. We gonna prophesy. See, look, now that's a whole nother something else. We gonna do a whole lot of other things, and that's gonna be a little bit more spiritual. We separate the two. That's gonna be a little bit more spiritual. But yes, I'm just excited about it. Hey, Aaron, are we ready?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think that you all do so well with separating the two, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming event. I think that you all do a good job with preparing the audience as well. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. We do have Miss Chandra who has arrived and is here and ready to speak, ready to come on stage. I'm going to go ahead and bring her on as we get prepared. Hello, Miss Gore. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Mental Health Matters Symposium. We are just excited to have you here to talk about illuminating darkness. Illuminating darkness. Look, we are not going to get in your way. We are just going to let you go ahead and take the floor. Please introduce yourself and go ahead and give it to us. Illuminating darkness.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you happen to be at in the world on today. My name is Chandra Nicole Gore, and I am a lens of faith. I want to say thank you first and foremost to Dr. Heather Henley and Dr. Sharmee Pratt for hosting such an amazing platform that speaks to mental health awareness. Listen, I have been through the fire. Do y'all hear me? I have not only been through the fire, but I have had so many instances with mental health. And not just that, I now speak about mental health awareness. I want to give you just a little bit of background of what I've learned through my own journey of walking through mental health awareness. I learned first and foremost that everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light. I want you to understand that, because I discovered that I was being plagued by my past. Do you have a past? Listen, if your answer is no, I don't think so. We all, listen to me, we all have a past. And our past has a tendency to creep up in our minds, to show us where we're ashamed, if we have regrets, being fearful of what people think, what they saying about you. And guess what else? Raging with hate. That 4-letter word right there, HATE. You hate your mama, you hate your daddy, you hate your brothers, you hate your sisters, you hate the world at large. This fuels the words of hate that come out of our mouths when we speak to other people. Guess what else? Guess what all of this hate does? It plants seeds inside of our limbic system in our brain, allowing your behavior to become the action that halts your success. That's right. Seeds planted in the brain, inside the limbic system, causes you to have an action, a behavior that you exhibit that ultimately causes your mental health to be in jeopardy. The root of all of that I talked about momentarily a moment ago is pain. Another 4-letter word, PAIN. Just in case you didn't know, abuse equals pain. Domestic violence equals pain. Sexual assault and harassment equals pain. Mistakes that we make equals pain. Lies, betrayal, the loss of a loved one, the dark things in your past, they all equal pain. Let me tell you, I actually experienced all of those painful situations I just talked about. I tried to commit suicide in 2007 while I was in the United States Army. I lost my first set of twins, and I thought that I should just wipe myself off the map. I didn't have good fitting, I believed, because God took my babies away. Why did they die abruptly? I'm talking about I was 2 weeks away from delivery, and all of a sudden, my placenta erupted and my babies drowned in their own blood, sending me into a mental health crisis. Yes, me. Many people who know me today, like, what? Are you kidding me? Yes, me. I was labeled as a strong friend. I was fighting the physical battles for my country, but I tried to take my own life. That's right. I suffered sexual abuse from the hands of a family member, and it sent me into a mental health crisis. Not at age 6, 7, 8, or 9 when it was happening to me, but I sent myself into a mental health crisis as a young adult. as a young mother, and while I was serving my country, had no idea that the sexual abuse that I suffered would have an impact on my relationships with men throughout my life, would have an impact on my marriage, would have an impact on how I mother my children. That's right. I was labeled a strong friend. I was a soldier in the United States Army. I was a mother. I am a mother to 4 amazing children. But yet, I walked through pain. I had hate in my heart. I made mistakes, some of the most horrible mistakes a person could make. I was furious at my own self, being mad at myself. I walked through a tumultuous marriage, 12 years of marriage, a 15-year relationship that ended in divorce, coupled with accusations, misrepresentation, cheating, mental and emotional abuse, a health crisis, and abandonment that caused my mental health to diminish. Do you know what it feels like to have someone you love plague your friends and family with lies about you so that they could look good? This stuff was planting seeds in my brain, in my limbic system, trying to get me off course of where the God I serve placed me to be. I lost a 20-year career, used all my savings. It appeared that I was about to take my own life again. I'm talking about 2019. But this time was different than 2007. This time, I had different weapons, y'all. And I want you to pay close attention to these new weapons. My arsenal became great and amazing. These new weapons I was armed with to fight the good fight and keep the faith. I had weapons to keep my mind focused on the God that I believe in. I had weapons called a therapist. That's right. Somebody other than me that I could talk to, download my problems to, and ask questions to get back my mental stability so that I can move forward, because I illuminated the darkness of my past. I illuminated the darkness of those things that plagued my limbic system, which caused me to change my mindset, ultimately developing different neural pathways of my brain. That's right, talking about the neuroplasticity. I became a new person by adjusting the way that I looked at things, the way that I thought about things, the way that I allowed things to enter into my limbic system by seeking a therapist. I had a therapist, I had a psychologist, I had a psychiatrist. That's right, me, the person that was labeled the strong friend, the person that fought the physical battles for my country. Yes, the strong person that many of you know as Chandra Nicole Gore. I was weak. It was a momentary light affliction, but I had new weapons, y'all. That therapist, that psychiatrist, that psychologist, and I had more. Let me tell you about these other weapons that I had. A veterans women's group. That's right. Because I'm a veteran, I'm a disabled Army veteran, I got the opportunity to go to the Veterans Hospital and sit in a group of amazing women that suffered PTSD like me, that went through painful experiences like me, that suffered trauma like me. I got to sit at the table with them and openly share what was on my mind. I wasn't trauma dumping, but guess what? I got to share my experiences and I wasn't being judged. I had weapons, y'all, called men and women of God that were assigned to Chandra Nicole Gore. That's right. They were assigned to me to pray for me in my faith. That's right. I had to overcome the pain of my past in a healthy manner because mental health matters. I want you to type that in the comments. Mental health matters. If my mental health is out of whack, I can't serve no one. And I'm a servant leader at heart. I care about the hearts and minds of the people, but I can't serve anyone if my mental health is out of whack. So mental health matters. How did I overcome the pain of my past? This is how. I want to share 3 things with you all today, and I'm going to get out of your way. I promise you. I walked forward through the windshield called life. That's right. Look at your windshield in your car. It's big, right? It's bigger than that little bitty rear view mirror. If you look in your rear view mirror and try to drive your car, you're going to crash. You're going to crash. So we have to walk through the windshield of life and stop turning around, looking and staring in that rearview mirror called your past, so that you can increase your mental health awareness and thrive in the life that I believe that God gave me. See, what we learn from our past is what matters. It does not matter how you start. It matters how you finish. We get finishing grace. We don't need starting grace, but we need finishing grace. Which takes me to the 3 points I want to share with you today. This is what I learned to do in order to illuminate the darkness. I want you to write these 3 things down. First, I want you to close your eyes. You can't see, right? It's dark. It's dark looking at your eyelids. Open your eyes. You just took the first step to illuminating the darkness, opening your eyes to see. Now walk. Walk using the faith of a mustard seed. Walk trusting and believing that you're going to make it through to the other side of whatever is plaguing you. Number 2, face it. Acknowledge your past. Don't stay in your past, but acknowledge it. Call a thing a thing. I was molested. I went through bouts of domestic violence. I went through a tumultuous marriage. I went through it. That's a key word. Acknowledge whatever it is and move on. I want you to say this with me and type this in the comments. If it's in my life, I can handle it. If it's in my life, I can handle it. If it's in my life, I can handle it. I want you to know, if you get that on the inside of your limbic system, train your brain to think, if it's in my life, I can handle it. I can get through it. I will go through it because my mental health matters. That's right. If I can say it, you can say it. Your mental health matters. And lastly, number 3, forgive. This is huge. They talked about this yesterday. The speakers that came on this platform yesterday talked about forgiveness. This is critical. Forgive you. That's right. Forgive you for every mistake you ever made. Every ugly relationship that you had, every ugly decision that you made, forgive you. Then you can forgive all of those people that hurt you. It may take years. It took me 21 of them. But guess what? I did it. Don't let nobody tell you it take 2 years. It take a minute. It may take years. But you have to get to a level of understanding so you can forgive you first and foremost. I forgive me. And I thank God that I forgive me. You know what? Because I need it the God that I serve. I needed the therapist. I needed the mental health counselors. I needed the psychologists. I needed the psychiatrists. I needed those people to help with the neuroplasticity of my mind, to change my mindset and build new neural pathways of my brain. See, once you've done something the same way, you may drive to work the same way every day. That sets a neural pathway in your brain because you've done it over and over and over again. Any behavior you do repetitively creates a neural pathway in your brain. So guess what? It takes time to change to a new way of thinking. It's okay. As long as you commit to doing it over and over again, seeking the therapist over and over again. I couldn't do it by myself. Me, the strong friend. Oh yeah, the person that served their country, fought physical battles for the United States of America. Yeah, the strong person. I needed those therapists. I needed the help. And when you surrender and say, I need help, because your mental health matters. I want to challenge each of you today to say, my mental health matters. You're important to this world. You have purpose in this world. You are here not by chance, but by purpose. So your mental health matters so that you can live out the true purpose of your life. Eradicate the shame. Illuminate the darkness of your past, because can't nobody tell your story better than you. You illuminate the shame. You illuminate the bitterness. You illuminate the hurt so you can walk through it. I'm telling you, this walk is better than any walk you will ever have, because your story is going to bless somebody. Somebody needs to know that you needed a therapist. Somebody needs to know that you spent time in a mental health group. Somebody needs to know that you walked through whatever the doctors diagnosed you through, and now you're here to talk about it. Somebody needs to know that your mental health mattered, so you changed your mindset. You illuminated the darkness of your past and no longer allowed it to set seeds of doubt, fear, and resentment and bitterness in your mind. But you rose up and stood in who you were created to be and walked out your purpose. Because once again, I'm going to keep selling it to you. Your mental health matters. This is why you can't be asleep. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in today and listening to Illuminating Darkness. Once again, my name is Chandra Nicole Gore, and I am the Lens of Faith.
Oh my gosh, Chandra, tell them where they can find you.
I want all social media platforms, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, as Lens of Faith Speaks. Lens of Faith Speaks is how you can find me on all social media platforms. I also have a website, www.lensoffaith.org.
Yes, I love it. Listen, I hope y'all was listening. I had to jump on here. She gave you some actionable steps because we are action oriented. And so listen, this is what Chandra said. She did a call to action. I don't know if you were paying attention, but there was a call to action here. She said, I need you to do 3 things. She said, I need you to first open your eyes so that you can walk through it. The second thing she said that if it's in my life, I can handle it. So she said, what you need to do is to face it. That was the second thing. So the first thing she said was to open your eyes, because you can do it. You can walk through it. But then she says, the second thing is that you have to face it. And she said, if it's in your life, you can handle it. And then the third actionable step that she said that you have to do is that you got to forgive you. Oh my God, that was amazing. Not to mention that she made my whole baby leap, because she was all in my lane. My God, today. Chandra, come
Yes, ma'am.
on. I got some veterans for you. I'm going to have to
Amen.
talk to you offline. I got
Yes,
some
ma'am.
entrance for you. That would be
Okay.
great. Listen, I need you guys to reach out to Chandra. Look, groups. I'm excited about the veteran groups. Oh my God, Dr. Sharmee.
Oh, wow. Wow and wow. This has been so real. Listen, I'm over here like, oh my goodness. Look, she dealt with the Olympic system. She dealt, listen, the
We talked about brain
neuroplasticity.
neuroplasticity, honey.
Yes, that's
That's
what
a
I'm
come
saying.
on,
Like,
Chandra.
she dealt with some things. And listen, everybody, we are here, the Mental Health Matters Symposium. Dr. Heather and I are here. We're doing our on-site tomorrow in the Dallas area. We will be in Cedar Hill, Texas on tomorrow, and we are looking forward to seeing so many of you there. Listen, even if you haven't gotten your ticket yet, you are able to register at the door. And listen, she talked about the neuroplasticity, the limbic system. These particular things, changing your narrative, reframing, you know what I'm saying? That whole mindset. And we're going to have Dr. Caroline Leaf tomorrow. We're going to have Elizabeth Carroll tomorrow. We're going to have some amazing speakers in our lineup on tomorrow. Trust me, you want to be in the house. You know what I'm saying? As we said, right here, we all are believers. So I do have to say that, because some of you will jump on and be like, wait, if this mental health, yeah, we are mental health people and we are believers, and we're not trying to throw our faith off on anybody. What we're here to do is talk about the concept of how your mind needs to be transformed, and that comes by doing what? Adjusting some things in your psyche, right? And so we're here to help you to understand that we want to help you however we can. We have information. If you are in need of any type of mental health, we're asking you to come on, jump out there, turn on that switch and do the first step and call in and get the help that's needed. Dr. Heather even said on yesterday, if you need to email us, if you want to do any of those things here, we're here for you. We're here to help you to walk through your process, right? And so Chandra, oh my goodness, and let me say, we have had a phenomenal first start of these sessions. We have some great speakers lined up for you even now. And so we just want to keep going in the vein of our speakers. Our next speaker, that's coming up, I promise you, is going to just speak life to you. Seriously. This is what we're in the business of doing, speaking life, right? So we have some people that are therapists, that are licensed, that are psychologists, all of these things. Now we have different individuals that are here to help to navigate you through those places and those spaces. And so we're here for it. We're here to help you. And so just to adjust, to readjust, some of us just need to be readjusted. Some of us need to understand, you're hearing things like the neuroplasticity. You're hearing things like the limbic system. You're hearing things like the hippocampus. You're hearing things, about the prefrontal cortex. You're hearing things and you're like, what in the world are they talking about? Well, what we're doing is like helping you to understand the dynamics that's inside of the brain and how the brain works. That's what we're trying to do. And so in order to do that, we have to put language with what is really happening and what's going on the inside of you that you don't see yourself. And so we have individuals that are coming alongside to help say, hey, it's possible, right? It's possible to reframe that cognitive behavior that was taught. It's possible for you to grow back that gray matter that has been depleted in the brain. It's possible for you to begin to do these particular things. And guess what? We're giving valuable information right now to help you to be able to navigate through those places of darkness, just like Chandra said, illuminating the darkness. And you like, hey, how did I get in this dark place? How did I get here? And so earlier, we were kind of touching on some things, and I want Dr. Heather to come on in here and really talk about the whole concept of reframing that cognitive. What does it mean to reframe the cognitive behavior in the individual? What does that really mean? Because we're talking to people, and people like, I never heard those particular things said before in life. What are you guys talking about? And that's why we're here, not only to give you the information you need, but to also say, guess what? It's okay to reach out. It's okay. Somebody said it yesterday. I think that was Nikki. She said, it's okay not to be okay. It's really okay not to be okay. And we want you to understand it's okay for you not to be okay, but you need to seek out the help when you know that you're not okay. And so this is why we're saying your mental health really does matter. And we want to be a part of your process to just help push you in the right direction and where you need to be pushed. So Dr. Heather, while we're waiting on our next speaker to arrive, kind of touch a little bit on that.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so we're talking about cognitive reframing. And so the reason why this reframing is really important is because a lot of the behaviors, a lot of the responses that we are currently doing are based on environments. It's based on things that we've been taught. And so the purpose or the technique of reframing is just to shift your mindset. See, what Dr. Sharmee does, she teaches the mind management, right? She gives you the tools to change your perspectives or your thought. But the technique of reframing, now that you've gotten those tools, it shifts. So now what happens is you look at the situation that you're dealing with just from a different perspective. You change it. You know, we talk about, so if I ask a question, do you look at a glass of water as half empty or half full? Based on how you look at it is going to be your perspective. So if I look at the glass of water as half empty, what I'm saying is that I am about to run out because I'm looking at the glass half empty. So that means that I've already drank some of the water and now the water is going to run out. But if I look at the glass of water as half full, what I'm saying in that perspective is that although I've drunk some, it's still more than enough because I'm full. So now I'm looking at the water as though the water will never run out. It's in a place where it's going to always be flowing. So when we cognitively reframe something, we're changing the negative perspectives. We're changing your negative thoughts. We're changing the negative things that you may be feeling about yourself, feeling about a situation, and now we're replacing it with something positive. And so I'm that person that can find a positive situation even out of a negative circumstance. And so when you reframe a situation, that's when you are essentially reframing the thought. You're reframing the thought that the person is have to a situation where they're looking at a different viewpoint. We no longer want you to look at it from that negative space. And so what we've been talking about with the cognitive reframing is just changing the behavior of it. A lot of times, you become triggered. I talk about this all the time, and it's a tater. It's a TATER, tater. It's your trigger, the automatic thought, your emotion, and a response. So I'm gonna help you guys really quickly. So what happens is in life, because of the amygdala, that's where the imprinting happens when different situations arise in your life. So when you're triggered, because we about to run a tater, when you're triggered, your automatic thought brings you back to a reflection. It takes you back to the time when you experienced the trauma. So I was molested at 7. So I'm going to walk you through this. Every now and then, an individual will touch me, right? And although I've been healed from that, I've been through therapy, been on medication, all kind of things. But every now and then, I have a reflection of it, which is because it's in the amygdala. It's an imprinting. So every now and then, I have a reflection. Somebody touches me, I'm triggered. My automatic thought is when I was shaking when the man was touching me at 7. So I have an automatic thought. My emotion is fear. My emotion is I freeze up almost like a board. My emotion is that I'm like, don't touch me. And my emotion is, my palms get sweaty because, see, I'm starting to feel some things. My emotion is that it takes me back to that place when I was vulnerable. But my response is that I have already dealt with that situation. And so I now know that no one can hurt me in that area. My response is that this person was not trying to touch me in a negative manner. My response is that I am going to self-talk. I am going to affirm myself that this situation is not going to bring me back into a place of isolation where I'm feeling now vulnerable. So I have to then reframe cognitively the emotion that I had so that my response is differently. And so then if we even jump a little further with the neuroplasticity, the purpose of that, this is why the brain is so amazing. The brain can regenerate itself. How do you regenerate yourself? Well, what the brain does with the neuroplasticity is it takes the old stuff and then it reorganizes or it restructures itself so that it can see it from a different space. That's where the synapses comes in. But y'all, hey, look, my baby is jumping. I'm getting excited about it. And so I love the brain because when the brain is sick, right? When the brain is sick, there are things that we can do that can heal the brain. It's the organ that runs the rest of the body. It's the organ that allows you to move, speak, and breathe. And it is the organ that when you reorganize the synapses, when you change things around, when you switch out environments, when you teach some things, then things can change, for the rest of your life. So I just get excited about it. So yeah, Aaron is on, which means our speaker is back. I'm sorry.
Listen, wait a minute. Yeah, so her baby is sleeping, and Aaron, I do apologize, but you know what? We are in a mode where we are, we have a speaker that's coming actually at 11:30, and so we're just going to flow until she gets here at 11:30. Just follow me with this until she gets here at 11:30, and then Dr. Heather. So that gives you about 9 more minutes to go ahead and just flow with that thing right now, okay?
Yes. So listen, it is so good, y'all. And here's the thing. It is important for us to have language. This is why we're saying your mental health matters. You have to give language to it. If you are even struggling with a level of anxiety, let me tell you what's happening. So what happens is you get overwhelmed with a spirit of fear all of a sudden. What are you being afraid of? You're being afraid of everything that's going on in your mind. So when you begin to have an anxiety attack, what happens is there's an overload in the amygdala. Why am I saying that? Say that. Why are you saying that, Dr. H? Well, the overload is with the amygdala area. That is where the imprinting is. We've already talked about the limbic system. We've already talked about a stressor. And so when you have an anxiety attack, it is just an overload of stress. What is stress? Let me give you a definition. Stress is a perceived threat. So the question would be, what is consuming you right now? What is your biggest threat? What is your perceived threat? What is your stressor? So when anxiety comes, it is an overload of a perceived threat. So all of a sudden, you begin to start thinking about the fact that I don't have enough money. I wasn't at the right place. I don't have the right job. Oh my God, I remember when I was raped. I remember when I was molested. Oh God, I had an abortion. I remember that Johnny did this. I remember when they jumped me. I remember when they told me that I wasn't nothing. I remember when nobody was there for me. I remember in the time when I was homeless. And so what happens is all of those stressors, those perceived threats, it sends you in a place of fight or flight. And all of a sudden, at one time, your body is reacting and you don't know what to do, which is why your palms get sweaty, which is why sometimes you break out in a sweat, which is why your heart begins to beat just a little bit faster. Because at one time, you have all of these emotions being dumped in one place. I've already stated earlier on that the amygdala is the emotional center. That is the limbic center. That is the area where all of the emotions begin to dump in on one. Then you can't breathe. You begin to lose your breath. And so what happens is, because the fear sets in, you then begin to hyperventilate. And so now your body all at one time is trying to stabilize, but it's difficult because you don't know, should you fight? Should you flight? Now your breathing is impaired and you're beginning to take extremely quick breaths instead of deep breaths. And so what happens is your mind for a moment becomes confused, which is why when we are trying to de-escalate, when we are trying to calm an individual down that's in a panic attack, we say, I need you to stop. I need you to make eye contact. I need you to look at me. And I need you to follow the same things that I'm doing. So I may say, I need you to breathe. I need you to take one breath, but I need you to hold it. And then I need you to release it, because the purpose is to calm down or to almost redirect your thought process so that your focus is on one thing, which is why we say, I need you to go to a happy place, because the goal is to interrupt what is going on in your mind all at one time so that we can now bring control back to your thinking. Because as we've stated so many times, what you think you become. So if you're thinking that, oh my God, I can't breathe, you're thinking it. So guess what? You can't breathe, you can't breathe. So what happens is your mind is telling you that you can't breathe. So now you begin to breathe even more. You breathe harder, because your mind is telling your body that you can't breathe. And so this is why we talk about, you have to be able to cognitively reframe your thought processes, reframe some of those negative thoughts to more positive thoughts. Dr. Sharmee says this all the time. She says you have to be intentional. You have to be strategic about your thinking. She always challenges individuals. She says, I want you to think about what you are thinking about. Let me say that again. She says that I want you to cognitively change your thought process. She wants you to now think about those things that are wonderful. She wants you to think about those things that are lovely. She wants you to think about the things that are great. Cognitively, I want to change how you are looking at a situation, and I want you to be able to find anything positive out of that situation. And so then that will, at that moment, cause you to calm down. And so these are the things that we have been talking about. These are the things that we want individuals to know and to understand as it pertains to your mental health. In order for us to find healing in these dark situations, even as Chandra said, illuminating from a dark place, in order for the light to come on. One of our speakers, I think it was Nikki, talked about turning on the light when you're feeling as though you're in a dark place. How we turn the light on is when we can give language to what we have going on in our lives. A lot of times, because we've been put in situations where we have to repress everything. We can't talk about it. We have to keep it a secret. What happens is it begins to become compartmentalized. Let me talk about that a little bit. It becomes compartmentalized in our brain. So what am I saying about a compartment? A lot of times, if I was to go into everyone's houses that's even listening right now, if I went in their houses, I'm quite sure I would find a room that you have thrown just a bunch of stuff in and it doesn't mean anything. It's just a bunch of stuff. It's stuff that you had from 1984, something that you got from 1992, something that you got from 2002, and you just threw it in the closet and you're not dealing with it. Well, what happens in your mind is when you regress or when you regress situations and you don't deal with them, you compartmentalize them. You just throw them in a room in your mind. And so you said, I'm going to deal with it later. But when you go into a fight or flight, everything that is in the door automatically swings open and everything comes out and it tumbles in over on you. And so then at that moment, you're struggling. All right, Aaron, I see you there. I see you there. Hey, Aaron.
Hey. Oh my gosh. This has been so amazing. I mean, transformative. I actually just see the things that you are saying within my body, within my mind. And it just makes so much sense. You articulate it so well where we can actually digest and be able to identify, wow, this is how I function. This is how I can heal. So it's just so powerful, so powerful. All right. So, yes, we do have our next speaker. Dr. Sewer is here and she is ready to come on to the platform. And we are just ready to bring her on and have her to speak about, do you have an outlet? Oh my gosh. I can just imagine what's about to happen here. So, Dr. Stewart, so great to have you here. Welcome to the platform. Please unmute your mic. We want to hear from you. Please introduce yourself and prepare to go right into the conversation that you've prepared for us today.
Hello, Aaron. I hope you can hear me okay.
Hi, yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hi, it's so good to be here.
Dr. Sewer, you're frozen.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. But it's truly an honor to be here. My name is Dr. Sue Ayangaka, and I am a PhD trained behavioral scientist in public health and behavioral sciences. I'm also a chemist by training, but I have spent about a decade of my life in public health research. I also am an independent consultant, health and wellness consultant, and I am a global prayer strategist. I love to pray. I've written a book about prayer. And I just love to help people cope with all manner of stressors. Mental health is my baby because I believe that my mandate truly, or my life's calling or purpose, is to help individuals to take a very integrative approach to wellness, to wholeness, where I combine spiritual, mental, or if you would, cognitive and behavioral approaches to well-being to help individuals, communities, and nations really to bring, to come to a place of completeness in the mind, which is your soul. The soul is your mind, your intellect, your will, your emotions. And so in the soul, in the spirit, and in the body, because I believe that we're three parts. And so that's a little bit about me. And I'm really excited about my topic for today. Speaking about, if you have an outlet or not. And so let's dive into it. Okay, so I just want to go down memory lane for 1 second. Bear with me. Have you ever felt so alone that nothing else makes sense? Have you ever experienced a situation in your life where you felt like nobody can hear you, nobody can see you, nobody knows what is going on, they don't care, and you're just all alone? You've taken in so much so that you do not even feel like showing up anymore. Well, that's exactly how I felt 3 years ago when I experienced, I should say, an unfortunate life situation, like a tragic life event. I'm not going to go into the details of what happened, but I felt like nobody cared. I felt like I was in a pixie glass, if you will, and everybody else, I could see and hear everybody else, but nobody could see me. So much had been going on in my life that I to a point where I felt like I was about to burst. It was so much so that I had to come to a realization one day that if I did not do something about what was happening, I was going to either lose my life, lose my mind, or something worse was going to happen. And so what did I do? I realized at that point that I needed an outlet. I turned to an outlet, and I'll go into more details later. So at this point, I want to ask you this question. Do you have an outlet? Do you even know what that means? So what is an outlet? And so while I was preparing for this and I thought about sharing or speaking with you all about an outlet, I decided to look up the definition because I'm a researcher, right? By training, but I'm also a teacher by training. And so I looked up the definition of an outlet. And so, and it was an online dictionary, and it said it's a place or an opening, something to let out, a place or a means through which to let something out. It could be like an exit or a vent. And then a second definition talked about a release or a means of release or satisfaction of an emotion or an impulse. So it's basically a medium of expression or a publication. So basically, why do you need an outlet? Who needs an outlet? What needs an outlet? And I like to think of it this way. If you think about to have an outlet, you ought to have been an inlet, right? An inlet is something that takes in. And I believe that as humans, I like to consider us as inlets. We're constantly taking things in. We have ears, right? We have our sensory and our motor systems, right? Because we have the central nervous system and then we have the peripheral nervous system. And so these systems have sensors, right? And, some of our organs also, like the skin, for instance, has all these pores, right? Where we're constantly taking things in. So you're taking in stimuli, and we're talking about the brain here today, right? Mental health, and that's our brain. So we know for sure that our brain is an inlet because we're constantly taking in stimuli from the outside, from television to the words and the things that people are constantly depositing inside of us. And so we know for a fact that we are inlets, right? And so also, if you take a lake, for instance, a lake or a river, these are inlets, right? They take in water from the environment, right? It rains and then water comes in. Every inlet needs to have a certain outlet. But let me tell you something, not every inlet has an outlet. But an inlet that does not have an outlet risks an outburst. Let me say that again. An inlet that does not have an outlet risks an outburst. So if you keep taking in everything, for some of us, we have been through so much. People have said all kinds of things to us, and you've experienced trauma, abuse, sexual violence. I mean, you name it. And so you just kept taking it in, verbal abuse, emotional abuse, even physical abuse. And so as an inlet, you keep taking all of that in, and some of it is toxic, right? So if you do not have an outlet, you risk an outburst. And I also looked up a lake that does not have an inlet, and I believe it's called a rhetoric lake, something like that. But basically it takes in, but it doesn't let out. So all the toxins are in there, all the solutes are in there, everything is in there. So I want you to imagine for a second, just look around you. Maybe you live by a lake, or you live by some place that has, a depression where when it rains, all the trash and everything basically dumps into that place, and there's no outlet. What do you feel? What do you think that thing looks like? Filthy, right? Brackish water, dirty, smelly, disgusting, And I feel like for those of us who have been taking in so much all these years and have not identified an outlet. That's how we feel or we are on the inside. That's how I was a few years ago when I experienced an unfortunate life situation and I did not have an outlet. I had nobody to talk to. I was too ashamed to own up to what was going on, to open up to somebody. I was too prideful. I also felt like nobody cared. And so I kept everything inside. I mean, it got so bad that I began to become depressed and anxious. And at some point, I realized, my goodness, I needed to do something about this. So how do you know that you need an outlet? When you begin to experience certain symptoms of mental stress, mental overload. I believe you've heard quite a bit about stress here already. Dr. Henley, Dr. Pratt, our incredible hosts of this symposium have been going on and on explaining what the brain is and what stress can do to a person. So I know you've heard quite a bit, and I would reiterate a little bit about that. So when you keep keeping things inside as an out that lacks an out, things begin to build up and it becomes toxic. And stress can cause you to have a mental breakdown. It not only will stress cause you to have a mental breakdown, it can also cause your physical body to fall apart and your spirit to break. You know, when you experience something like a broken heart, for instance, you all of a sudden don't feel like doing anything. Maybe if you used to be an outgoing person, somebody who loved people and who cared, because you suffer from high stress levels from the trauma that you experienced through that life event, your spirit becomes broken. All of a sudden, you're no longer endearing to people. All of a sudden, you're no longer altruistic. So you become numb and you begin to feel certain symptoms or signs of mental exhaustion. And I'll go through some of these. Maybe you have like upset stomach that is chronic. Maybe you have headaches that are chronic, like nothing that you do helps to alleviate those headaches. Or you have things like insomnia. All of a sudden you can't sleep. You're too anxious. You're touchy. You have like irritability, and you just don't feel like, either being touched or certain sounds just trigger you. You're at the verge of a breaking point. You're on the verge of your breaking point. That's how you know that you need an outlet. And so earlier I talked about what an outlet was. And so let me go back to my story a little bit, and then I would share with you as I prepare to round up my talk this afternoon or this morning, wherever you are, that in my situation when things got that bad and I began to experience some of these symptoms that I just shared with you, I began to have those chronic headaches. I was in and out of the neurologist. They could not find anything. My nerves were being shocked. I mean, I had all kinds of procedures done and they couldn't find anything, but I was experiencing high stress levels. See, I was keeping everything inside. I was not transparent enough to share the things that were happening to me or what I was experiencing. So I was dying inside. Okay, this is what happens when you take in everything and you don't let out. Okay, and so these things began to happen to me, and so I realized that I needed to do something about this, and that was when I began to research. And then I realized that, oh my God, there were things that I could do that, come to find out, were emotional outlets that I could subscribe to, or that I could basically take on in my life to help me to deal with the stressors that I was experiencing. So for me, I turned to, but I personally turned to prayer because I knew, and research shows, I'm a researcher, right? Remember, I'm a public health researcher, and don't, you should take my word for it, but don't go ahead and do your own research. But research shows that prayer is actually therapeutic. Prayer is a great stress reliever. So I that. And I've written a book on prayer, so I'm not just saying, oh, it's just a religious activity where you just blah 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 say everything. That's good too, but there's a two-way street to that. And so for me, I knew that when I prayed, I was expecting to hear something from the other side, right? From my higher being, the one that I subscribe to, the one that I believe in. And so as I began, and I teach on techniques of prayer. And so for me, what I did, because I was too full, I was too bitter, I was too emotional, too pained, if you will, to articulate the things that I was feeling, I began to journal. So I picked up a journal and I began to journal my prayers. So it was almost like writing the love letter, right, to your higher being, right? I began to journal. And so as I would write things down, the healing began to happen for me, because now I had an outlet, which brings me to a list of other outlets. And with journaling, again, research shows that if you're experiencing things like high stress levels and depression, anxiety, then when you journal, it can help your body to heal. And actually, the University of Rochester Medical Center actually wrote an article that talked about the mental, if you will, benefits of journaling. So these are, I'm a scientist, so I often love to provide scientific evidence. So evidence has shown that prayer works, that journaling works. So I prayed, I journaled, but I also did other things. I talked to people. And so you need to understand which outlet is appropriate for you. So that brings me to my other question. Do you know what outlet is appropriate for you? You need to know which outlet is appropriate for you. And I'll go down a list of a few. So I talked about prayer, I talked about journaling. You can also try counseling and you can try therapy, because let me tell you something. When you're experiencing high stress levels, sometimes it gets to a point where your anxiety becomes chronic or clinical. It reaches clinical levels. And so you need to see somebody. And it's not a bad thing to go and see somebody. You need to talk to somebody. For you listening to me today, go for it. And it doesn't hurt to ask. For somebody else listening to me, you need to pick up that phone and you need to call that mental health hotline today. You need to call that crisis center. You need to call, and I see it going on the screen right now. And you need to pick up that call. For you, that may be the outlet. Do not be ashamed to pick up the phone and call somebody to inquire of which outlet is right for you. For some of you today, you may need a therapist, okay? Because perhaps what you're experiencing has reached those clinical levels that you need to see a clinical crisis therapist, somebody like Dr. Henley, and in your locale, to help you to get to that point where you can detox. Why is it important to do this? It is important because you have a life to live. You have a purpose to fulfill. You have a calling. Why are you here on earth? You're here for a reason. You're here for a purpose, and you matter. And because you matter, you need an outlet. Otherwise, you stand the risk of an outburst, and that could be mental breakdown, or it could be something worse, okay? And so you need to love you enough to find out what that outlet is that is appropriate for you. And so that is my charge for you today. A, do you have an outlet? B, do you know which outlet is appropriate for you? And do you understand, number 3, the importance of having that outlet? And so in order for you to understand that, and in summary of everything that I had spoken about, you need to look for those signs, okay? To know when you're full. When you get to a point where you start experiencing these symptoms, maybe you've reached a point where you're numb, maybe you're irritable, or you're gaining too much weight or losing too much weight all of a sudden, or you're having insomnia or difficulty sleeping, I mean, there's so many symptoms to look for: mental exhaustion or emotional exhaustion. That is a sign that you need an outlet. And so for me, going back a few years ago, when I did these things, because, and let me tell you something, it really felt like the world was crashing down on me. It felt like I was losing my mind. But the moment I began to identify what the outlets were that worked for me, my life turned around. I was able to overcome this life event that happened to me that felt like the world was coming to an end. And it felt like all of a sudden, pretty much was hanging in the balance. But because I found this outlet and I was able to talk to other people about my situation, I was able to find healing. So lastly, I encourage you, make sure you find out what outlet is appropriate for you so that you can heal and let out all the venom and the toxins that you have experienced all these years. Thank you so much for listening, Lady Erin.
Dr. Sur, oh my gosh. When I tell you that was just so powerful and so practical, listen, do you have an outlet? I believe you help people look at outlet from a totally different angle. And that was just so powerful. Please tell the people how they can connect with you on social media or online. Please let them know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on several social media outlets. I was going to say, so you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm on there as Dr. Sue Ayangiaka. I'm also on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I am on Clubhouse as Dr. Sue Ayangiaka or Dr. Sue. And you can also find me on my website, www.drsue.org. So that'll be www.drs as in Susan, uur.org. So that's where you can connect with me. Thank you.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. I thank you so much for this because while you were talking about outlet, you helped us to look within, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just so dynamic the way you broke that down. So
Thank
thank you again so much for your contribution to the Mental Health Matters Symposium. Dr.
you.
Pratt, you're on mute.
Listen, everybody. Wow. That right there, Dr. Sewer, was amazing. And so
Thank you.
I personally just want to thank you. I'm over here like, OMG. The outlet. It was simply amazing to hear how you broke that down concerning the outlet.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody needs that outlet. And when I hear about an outlet, I'm thinking about what are you plugging into?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, seriously, what is your plug? What did you put? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what is your brain like literally plugging into? Is it plugging into the cares of life? Is it plugging into depression? Is it plugging into anxiety and panic? Is it plugging into anxiousness? Is it plugging into eating disorders? What have you trained your brain to plug into? And so that was so phenomenal to me, Dr. Sewell, when you began to just talk about the outlets, having that outlet. We all need an outlet. You know what I'm saying? And for some people, they allow whatever outlet to be, which creates addictions, right? They allow those outlets to be drugs or drinking or sex or food. All these different outlets, because people don't know how to manage what is going on the inside of them, they need an outlet. Anything that goes in you, you have to release it. Come on. And when there is a release, it's either going to be a good release or it's going to be a bad release. The thing is, you have to be plugged into the right outlet. And this is what we're doing at the Mental Health Symposium.
Yes.
We want people to be plugged into the right outlet. That is exactly what we're doing. So we thank you so much. We thank you for helping us to understand and the strategies, the tools, that you gave, the instructions, that you gave to everybody. Listen, I'm going to give you this, but I also want to give you these instructions that's going to help. And I loved how you told the people, I'm just giving you what worked for me. This is what worked for me. I had to connect to a higher source, which is God. I had to make sure that Jesus was my portion. You're not throwing that on anybody else. You're just telling them what worked for you. And that right there makes all the difference. The fact that this worked for me and I can give you the tools to use that worked for me because I understand and I know that tools really do work. And so I thank you. I thank you for everything that you brought today. It was phenomenal. And so yes, thank you for that.
You're welcome. It was truly a pleasure just to be here and to be able to add value. Because I know there were other people added value to my life, yourself included, and Dr. Henley. So thank you. This is really my way to say thank you and to give back. So the honor and the pleasure is all mine.
Thank you, Dr. Soar. We appreciate you. Be blessed. All right, Dr. Pratt. We have the amazing Apostle Barbara McLean here with us.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. This is your showtime. We are so happy to have you here with us on today.
So sorry.
Hey, that's okay. You're getting it in order. All right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Look. Listen, we are excited to hear about I Give My Mind Permission. I mean, that speaks volume. Thank you so much for being here today. We are going to hand the stage over to you. If you'd like to introduce yourself and go ahead and give it to us. Thank you for adding to the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Barbara McLean, and I want to talk to you about making a conscious decision to manage your mind, about giving our minds permission to be managed. It's a decision that we have to make. I give my mind permission. I make a conscious decision to allow my mind to be managed healthy. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, act. It also helps determine how we handle stress, how we relate to other individuals, and how we make choices. Mental health is important at every stage of our life. So it doesn't just typically start in our adulthood, but it actually, if we trace back and do a rewind of our time, then we'll see that there was some indications, some things that happened maybe in our childhood, and it bled over into adolescence and through our adulthood. Mental health is not a separate part of our life. It is woven throughout our lives. It intertwines with every situation, every circumstance, every instance sometimes. It seems like sometimes maybe one incident will trigger another, or another incident will trigger another. Our mind might go back to certain places that we were. My mind might go back to different incidents that happened. Some memories are good and some memories are triggers. So we're talking about giving our mind permission to be healthy. Giving our mind permission to be healthy. Mental health is also impacted by our biology, by our life experiences, by our family history. Now, not in all situations it's not necessarily true that because there is a thread of unhealthy mind management in a family that you may not be affected because of our everyday lives and the things that we interact with, our work, our jobs, our careers, business, whatever the case may be. And so there is a thin thread, a thin line that intertwines with all of our everyday activities that can trigger something in our mind to allow us to be healthy or to be unhealthy. My family background, I remember in my family background the fact that there is a thread of mental illness on my side of the family. I had a cousin who was challenged mentally. I have a sister that's challenged mentally. And I was aware of those situations, and it became I want to say it became a mission for me, or a goal for me, to guard my mind, to guard every aspect of my mind. My second marriage, there was levels and challenges of mental illness on my second husband's side of the family. So even when I went into the marriage, I went in knowing that there was a possibility that some of those things would come up. There may be triggers. There may be things that I really needed to pay attention to. And so I had to become intentional regarding managing my mind. There are times that we can get in certain situations where we can become paralyzed with stress. We can become paralyzed with stress. We can become paralyzed with just the everyday aspect and the essence of living. And especially coming through this pandemic. This pandemic squeezed some of us, the life out of us. It really put our lives in a perspective to maybe to help us to reassess exactly where we were mentally. Everybody, and I'll include myself when I say everybody, but that's not all inclusive. It was okay when the pandemic hit and we were optimistic in regards to the fact, well, it won't last long. It will maybe a month or two, etc. But then as things begin to escalate, it began to change our perspective. And in changing our perspective, we have to begin to reevaluate priorities in our life. I had to reevaluate what was a priority. Because if you think about it, the whole world was in a pandemic. It wasn't just a few people. It wasn't just sprinkled here and there. We as a nation, even overseas, internationally, was walking through a pandemic. And when you're walking through something that is unfamiliar to you, it's one thing to walk through something by yourself, or maybe you have a few friends next to you to kind of pull you along. But when you are collectively walking through a pandemic, which no one has ever walked through before, and then you look at different individuals, you look at relationships, you look at interactions, even at the grocery stores, even when you I remember, excuse me, I remember the fact of churches having to shut down when some of your support systems are yanked. It seems like yanked away from you. You began to reassess and reevaluate and begin to realize what were priorities in your life that helped you to have a healthy mindset. I was thinking about the other day regarding the pandemic, and I want to just kind of focus on that just for a little bit. The fact that they're saying that there's another wave that is coming. And I believe that this past season, gave us a heads up for preparation regarding our mind, regarding how we interact with individuals, regarding our priorities. I was really amazed how when the pandemic began to infiltrate the country and the nation, and how it affected not only individuals' mind, but one of my daughters, Nico, was saying that it also affects our physical health because you're sequestered. You're in a place. They tell you you can't go to the grocery store. They tell you to stay in. The things that we are so used to being able and having access to is now put on hold. And so we begin to navigate in and out of a season that we've never experienced before. And so I found myself being intentional regarding how I wanted to manage my mind. I didn't really know what it looked like. I had to pray and ask the Lord, God, what does this look like for me? I don't know about anyone else, but what does this look like for me? Because this is personal now. I'm finding myself being a little more irritable. I'm finding myself being a little more stressful. I'm finding myself being my attitude not really where I desire for it to be because my resources have been kicked from under me. The things that I am so readily used to, the fact of being able to hugging is very important to me when it deals with managing my mind. I am a people person, and so I love to hug. And so when you begin to take away the aspect of touch, the aspect of being around individuals just for support, it begins to, for me, it began to weigh on my mind that, wow, I'm not going to be able to hug anybody. And so, and we're talking about giving our minds permission to be healthy, to manage our mind. So those of us that are used to a daily, regular routine, when our routine becomes interrupted, then we have to find other avenues and other outlets in order to cope. I began to be intentional regarding managing my mind. And somebody say, well, Apostle Barbara, how were you intentional? How did you do that? I had to learn to actually put into practice things that would benefit me and my mind. I had to, number one, in my intentionalism, if that's a word, somebody can look it up to see if that's a word. In my being intentional, I made a decision that there were days that I would go on a telephone fast. I would go on an iPhone fast. Now, for those of you that are still in Android land, that would mean an Android fast, putting my phone on mute, disconnecting it. There, I had to turn it off. It took me a minute to embrace that because I'm a people person. And so it became very challenging to me because I was so used to, if individuals call, responding in a certain amount of time or letting them know I'll get back with them. But as I began the path that was set out for me regarding my mental health, thank you, Camelia, my mental health. And I'm talking about the path and the strategy that the Lord gave me. Some of you may have a different path, but this is the strategy that I was giving. Turn off that telephone. Get away from all of the social media. I went on a Facebook fast. Some of us may know, and I know for me it's very obvious that you can lose your mind on Facebook. Just looking at some of the language that goes across Facebook. So I really want to encourage some of you to be intentional in regards to shutting down. It's okay to shut down without apology. Turn off your phone. I've come to realize that individuals' lack of planning will try to suck you into their emergency. Let me tell you, let me say that again. Somebody's lack of planning, when individuals are trying to blow up your phone 2 and 3 times, that's because they have failed to plan, and they want to suck you into their emergency, where your lack of planning is not my emergency at that time. I gave myself the gift of no. No, I began to embrace that word, and it's feeling mighty good. The gift of no. No, I'm sorry, I won't be able to do that. No, maybe another time. No, so sorry, my plate is full. Thank you for asking. I would always say thank you for asking, but no, I won't be able to do it. Some of you right now, I want you just to begin, just look at my mouth. No. Just tell somebody and tell yourself, I give you permission to say no. I give you permission to say no. I had individuals that I was accountable to. We have to have individuals and relationships that we are accountable to, not shallow individuals that feel some kind of way if you can't get back with them within 24 hours or something of that nature. Thank you, Camelia. Give yourself the gift of no. And so when you surround yourself, I was intentional about allowing those that were in my life that I could be transparent with, that I wouldn't shrink back, but I would actually run to them. One of the things that happens when our minds begin to be challenged is that we want to run away and hide. And that's exactly where it escalates. That's when things escalate in our mind. And so we can't run away from situations. We have to look for those individuals that we are accountable to. I clear my mind. I'm intentional about clearing my mind before I go to bed. I'm not trying to spend tomorrow's time before it's in the bank. Let me say that again. I'm not trying to spend tomorrow's time before it's in the bank. I'm not trying to focus on what I need to get done tomorrow, but I look at what I have accomplished today, because I'm a list person. I'm always making a list of things that I need to do. And so I've learned in my being intentional was not to look at what I didn't get to, but look at what I did accomplish. Some of the benefits of consistent mind management is that I find that I'm a better person. My attitude is better. My speech is better. My tone is better. My mind. I'm able to make intelligent decisions. And I'm gonna park right there, because when our mind is not carefully managed, we can make decisions that would be detrimental to our future in a moment's notice without even giving it a thought. And so when our minds are balanced, when we give our minds permission to be healthy, we can make intelligent decisions that won't impact us in the negative down the road. I learned one of the other benefits, this is number 2, the benefits of consistent mind management, is that I'm able to hit the pause button and respond. I can hit the pause button. I can process what's being asked of me without giving an answer on a whim. I've learned to hit the pause button before I respond. Point number 3, moving forward with the healthy mind management has allowed me to revisit some things that I didn't have time for before. I'm more strategic in executing projects that have been in a holding pattern. For instance, it's been said to me on numerous occasions that I have books on the inside of me. So I'm able to focus on those books, getting those books out. I'm able to focus on, I'm in the middle of establishing a food pantry. I'm able to give my attention to that food pantry. Because one of the things that I love to do is to feed people. That's one of my ways of enjoying myself, thinking of ways how I can feed people or be hospitable. I know that I have the gift of hospitality, so I love entertaining individuals. I've revisited the fact that I can go skydiving. Now somebody said, Apostle, really? Yeah, because I want to do some things that I desire to do in my life at least one time. I do have a bucket list. I want to encourage you to get a bucket list. Everybody needs a bucket list. Skydiving, zip lining. I might even pick up tap dancing again. I know somebody's laughing. I know somebody's laughing right now, but I do have a pair of tap shoes, and I have taken tap lessons before, for real. The benefits of having a healthy mind is that I'm able to embrace relationships that's being put before me, that I'm able to navigate in and out of healthy relationships. I've taken a self-evaluation and assessment of the relationships that were around me. And I've taken an assessment and I've said to myself, do these relationships benefit me in regards to where I'm going? Or do I need to maybe back up a little bit, just a little bit? I'm excited about the fact that I have the authority. I have the ability to give my mind permission. The power is in my hands. I make a conscious decision that I'm not going to be stressed out, that I'm not going to allow things to overwhelm me, because I have made a decision to give my mind permission to be healthy. Thank you so very much, Miss Erin. I'm done.
Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I'm going to bring the doctors on so that they can greet you, Apostle.
Give my mind permission. I give my mind permission.
Yes,
Powerful. Powerful. I'm giving my mind permission today to believe great things.
yes,
I'm speaking to my mind and I'm telling my mind to come in alignment with what I want to see.
yes.
So therefore, I'm believing to see what my mind is speaking. Go ahead, Dr. Heather.
I love it. You know, I'm all about these call to actions. Apostle Barbara McLean, yes. I love that you gave the individuals a call to action. You told them that you have to be able to give your mind permission. And so we've been talking about this all day today, that the mind has the ability to regenerate itself, right? And how it does that is just through reorganizing or restructuring or just telling it something different. That's the healing process of the mind. And so I love that you've talked about the assessments. You know, I like assessments. It's important to take assessments, because when you take an assessment, you find out what those strengths are and what the weaknesses are. And then you can then play in on what the weaknesses are, so that you can then turn those from weaknesses and make them a strength. So I'm just excited. It was amazing. I got to
Thank you so much.
That's my mama. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had to slap.
Oh,
See, y'all, Dr. Heather ain't right. See, her spiritual mom and spiritual dad didn't hit the platform. That ain't even right. That ain't even right on the same day. That ain't right.
On the same day.
That's love. That's love.
So, Apostle, where can they find you at? Where can they find you at? Are you doing any mentoring? Do you have any groups? Where can they find you at?
Absolutely. You can contact me on Facebook, Barbara J. McLean, parenthesis, Dr. Barbara McLean. I am on Instagram under Prophet Barbara. Haven't made it to Twitter. I need a couple of my daughters to teach me about Twitter. I'm not, they taking me too fast, y'all, taking me too fast. My website is barbaramcleanministries.org. And you can just contact me, hit me up. I'd be more than welcome to chat with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve today.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. And we are going to now transition to our next speaker. We have Miss Tisha. Miss Tisha Latham is here with us.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. And
hi, Dr. Heather.
Speaker.
It is good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we are going to turn the floor over to you. We're going to ask that you go ahead and introduce yourself and take it away.
Okay, my name is Tisha Latham. I'm going to be talking about the aftermath of domestic violence on today. I know yesterday we heard different people speaking on why abused victims stay with their abusers. Today, I want to focus on the other side of it, when the abused person leave their abuser, or we can call them perpetrator or whatever you want to call them. So before I do that, I just want to give like a brief background of my story to get to where we're going today. I was in an abusive relationship for almost 11 years. I met my now ex-husband at church. I met him at church. We eloped and got married, started having kids right away. I had a wonderful sister who is a social worker who really worked with me and would drop nuggets from time to time. And eventually I left him. But I didn't leave him the first time. I left him 3 times. The third time I did not come back. When you talk about domestic violence, you have to think about what it is. It's an intimate thing. Violence occurs by your partner, the person that you're connected to, you're bonded to, whether you're married or if you're cohabiting together. So it's a very impactful thing, because that's the person who's supposed to love you and cover you and cherish you. But this is the person who is actually hurting you. So domestic violence is, it's a very important subject, but it's very impactful to your mind, to your mental state. So after I left him, I did not know that I was going to be going through the stages of grief. And that's what I want to focus on. I left my ex-husband, did not realize that I had symptoms of battered woman syndrome. And I just want to share what that is. Battered woman syndrome is a pattern of signs and symptoms displayed by women who have suffered persistent, intimate partner violence. Now, I was in that relationship for close to 11 years. The violence first started off physical. The very first experience was it was extreme. It was really extreme. So it started off physical, then it went to verbal. And it stayed on the verbal end because I think some people don't understand that verbal abuse is more deadly than physical abuse because the words that you speak have power. Those words are in your subconscious mind. They stay back there. And there's certain things that can trigger you that can bring those words. Oh, he said I would never be nothing, or she said in some cases, the female can be the abuser, I would never be nothing. So it went from physical to emotional abuse. So here I am. I made a tremendous step of leaving him, but I did not know that I had battered woman syndrome. So now I'm leaving from this toxic relationship with battered woman syndrome, and I'm dealing with the stages of grief. And I know most of the times when we think about the stages of grief, we think about when we have lost a loved one, when a loved one has died. But grief is actually the response or the reaction to a loss. So that loss can be a loss of a friendship. It can be a loss of a relationship. In my case, the loss of my marriage. So I started dealing with the stages of grief. And I just want to read the definition of grief and what it is. Grief is the response or reaction to loss. Although conventionally focused on the emotional response to loss, grief also has physical, cognitive, behavioral, social, cultural, spiritual, and philosophical dimensions. So I was, like I said, I was dealing with the stages of grief, and I just want to go through what I experienced when I left because it's so important. We could tell people to leave their abusers, but they also need to have a realistic expectation of what's waiting on them when they leave. One of the first things that I dealt with was denial. I was shocked, I was stunned, and I was confused because, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, I had battered women syndrome. And one of the symptoms of battered women syndrome is you're numb, you're confused, you are in a state of denial. I lived that way for a long time. I couldn't believe I got here. I moved to the next stage of grief of anger. I was angry. I was angry at myself. I was angry that my kids saw and heard the abuse. I was angry at what I was hearing on the outside. I told you so. Told you it wasn't going to last from different people. And then I moved to depression. I had, it was hard for me to make a simple decision. When I ordered a pizza for the very first time, it took me about 20 minutes to decide what pizza I wanted to eat because that's how much control I did not have in that relationship. And I know that may sound silly. It may sound like a simple thing, but that's the state of mind that I was in. I was depressed. I began to think, because at this time when I left my ex-husband, we were not officially divorced. I was willing to go to counseling sessions with him because I was thinking, well, maybe if he changes, I can get back with him. I don't want to be a single parent. I know how hard it is. I did not come from a single parent home. I came from a 2-parent household. I don't want to do that to my children. So within myself, I began bargaining and almost in a sense begging. I went to seven different people with him, even though I know that it was an abusive relationship and he did not change. Is where my mind was at. Eventually, I got to the place of acceptance that the relationship was over. Yes, I had a failed marriage, and yes, I was going to be a single mom, but it was going to be okay. I had, like I said, I had a wonderful sister who surrounded me with support. The funny thing is that she was, I think at that time, my sister Janelle was going to school for her MSW. So she was aware, which is very helpful. She was aware of what was going on with me mentally, and she was gracious towards me. She was patient with me. So I feel like I'm talking fast. I want to move to the next step, the action steps. I want to pull that in now. After you allow yourself to feel the stages of grief, that's the first one. You have to allow yourself to feel, allow yourself to get angry. And then the second one is to be gracious with yourself. You made the biggest step in the world. Be gracious and be patient with yourself. That's the second step. These are your action steps after you leave. The first one is to allow yourself to feel. For me, that took 7 years. And I know that's a long time, but I was with my ex for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years. For me, I allowed myself to feel, to express all the emotions that I had bottled up inside for 7 years. And then towards the end of it, I learned how to be gracious with myself. I was very gracious with myself. The third thing you want to do as an action step is to journal. I know Dr. Sewer, she did an excellent job talking about journaling. Now, journaling may not be for everybody. You can do a video diary. The reason why we're talking about journaling are video diaries, because if you have been in an abusive situation for so long, you have held those emotions in for so long. For so long, you didn't have the permission to say you are not okay. Now you're free. And I had to learn that. I left my toxic environment, but my toxic environment was still on the inside of me. I had to learn to release that, to let it out, to journal. How are you feeling? And to know that it is okay to be angry. It is okay to express that. It's okay. And while I was going through this, you guys, I just want to back up and say this. I was raising my children. So under that battered women syndrome, I was raising them. The instruction and the teaching that I was giving them was coming from a tainted system because I was sick. I had those symptoms and I didn't know it. I did not know it. And at that time, mental health and mental illness, when it comes for battered women, that wasn't an outlet. I didn't hear about that. I heard some through my sister, but not like what we're talking about on this level today. So I think it's awesome what we're doing today. The fourth thing, which leads me to the fourth thing, connect with a counselor. I know that when a woman has been abused for so long, you're afraid, you're scared, you don't know who you can trust, but you need to connect to a counselor. Have somebody. Make yourself accountable to one person. Allow somebody to come in and connect with them. You're going to need a counselor. You're going to need a therapist. You're going to need a life coach, because I thought leaving, once I left, everything was going to be okay. I mean, I even went through the process of trying to relive my life and go back to normal, because for the longest time, I was not connected to my family. And I couldn't figure out why. Now that I'm away from him, I'm still mentally and socially distant. It's because of the symptoms that I was going through. And had I went to a life coach or had I went to a therapist, they could have helped me out a long time ago. So I was going through that. As a result, my kids were going through that because everything they were receiving was funneling out of me. And my system at that time was tainted. So allow yourself, that's the fourth action step, connect with a counselor, call the hotline. If you don't feel comfortable connecting with somebody in your family, call the hotline. And I meant to say this earlier, let me back up. If you did leave your abuser and you're not on your own or with a loved one and you're at a woman's shelter, take advantage of the counselors there. I stayed at a woman's shelter the second time I left them, and they do have counselors there. Let your guard down. Trust somebody and connect with a counselor there. And then when you begin to feel more comfortable, connect with a support group. Your support group there at the woman's shelter, a group of women that you can connect with and you all can build each other up. That's so important. And the fifth action step to remember once you leave, when you leave your abuser, it's going to take one day at a time. Allow the process and enjoy the process. Celebrate each and every day, each and every win. Today's day number 1, I left them. Today's day number 2, I left them. Me and my kids are safe. Take it one day at a time. It's going to take a process. Like I said, for me, it took 7 years. 7 years for me to get all the anger, all the rage, all the hate out. When I tried to go back to life as normal and it wouldn't look the way I wanted it to look, or I heard certain comments of, that's not the Tish I remember. No, I'm not. I've been through something. I'm different now and I need some help, but I didn't know how to express it. I had my uncle, the second person that really worked with me too. He told me it's a process. Each time I would grow frustrated with myself because I wanted to go back to what my old normal was, he would tell me it's a process. So I had to learn to take it one day at a time and one step at a time and be patient with myself. And then lastly, the last thing that I did was I created small goals for myself. Look, just small goals, something where I can see that, I accomplished. I did this for me and for my family. To make me feel good, to build up my self-esteem. The last action steps I want to talk about, I'm looking at my time, and I think I'm good on time, is for your family members. So we're talking about action steps for the person who's been abused, but the supporters, you also need an action step too. The first thing you need to do is be present. Be present. By being present, I mean actually see the individual. See them for where they are now, not through how you knew them back in the past. Be present. Then the second thing is listen. Sit there and listen to them. And that's going to require the third thing. The third thing is you're going to have to stay committed. You're going to have to be willing to, whenever they call, to be available for them when you can. You have to be willing to be committed, willing to make yourself available, even when it feels like this time for you is unavailable, because that person is going to need that support so they don't go back to their abuser. Because everybody who goes back, they're not blessed and fortunate like I was to be able to get out of that alive. I had many close calls, you guys. And then on the other end, I had close calls where I could have been in jail, because I contemplated killing him. So, I mean, you think about it, and I know I'm kind of veering off a little bit, but I think about the women in jail, because that's my passion in my heart. I can relate to that because that was almost me. There's so many women in jail right now because they did not get, they didn't know how to get out in time. And that was their outlet at that time in their mind because of what they were going through, not making justifications for murder or for assaulting anyone. But in their state of mind at that time, that was their outlet. I had to eliminate the stress. I had to eliminate the person who's hurting me. And in the spur of the moment, their life changed. There's so many women in jail right now because of that. So make yourself accountable to be there for that person, family member, close friend, whatever it is, be accountable. And then the fourth thing, which is so important, is do not become a fixer. Your job is not to fix them. Your job is to be present, to listen, and to be accountable, to be a support system, not to fix them for how you think they should be and what you think they should do. Some people are able to go back to that person once the person has received help for anger management. Some couples choose to do that. So you have to, don't become a fixer. The fifth thing is to educate yourself on battered women syndrome and on grief so you can know how to hear the individual that you are supporting. You have to hear them correctly. So you have to educate yourself on grief and the battered woman syndrome. And then the last thing, listen. Just be there to listen. That's all they need. They're going to need that help. And that wraps it up for me. My name is Tisha Latham. You can reach me at tishalifecoach.com. That's TISHA lifecoach.com, or you can reach me at tishlifecoach@yahoo.com. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for speaking to your story and really helping us see the other side of experiencing domestic violence and reclaiming your life. I love, love, love all that you shared and those steps and tools that you provided. And also, thanks for letting everyone know how they can connect with you. We appreciate you for your contribution to the Mental Health Symposium.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good one. And everybody, let me tell you, that concludes our morning speaker segment. We are going to take 5 and from there prepare for our next guest speaker that comes on at 1:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are going to have Mr. Tim Story grace us with his presence, and we want you all to stay on, stay connected. We want you all to invite your family, invite your friend, share this experience on your social media pages so that other people can be invited and also receive this information. Tag people in the comments that you believe that can be blessed and also receive this information, that can grow from this information, and also just get an understanding of how they can reclaim their lives. So again, thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us at the Mental Health Symposium. We are going to take 5 and we will be back with you all shortly. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Mental Health Matters Symposium. We are just so excited about the experiences that we have had from yesterday on into today. I mean, today we started today with an amazing panel discussion, and the panelists just killed it. It was so great that another event was birthed right out of it that we'll be bringing to you all on next month. And then we had the amazing speakers to talk about she who beholds her own beauty, beholds her own truth. We also talked about overcoming spiritual trauma and illuminating darkness. Oh, and oh my goodness. Then we also talked about, do you have an outlet, and giving our mind permission. I mean, today has been so powerful. This is day 2 of Mental Health Matters Symposium, brought to you by the very own dynamic duo of doctors, Dr. Sharmee Pratt and Dr. Heather Henley. And we are just so thankful for them saying yes to the vision, saying yes to work through their trials and their experiences, to live through and to grow through. And also, when I say do the work, get an understanding of what they experience and how to overcome, how to conquer, and be able to show up in the capacity that they can today to help others navigate. I mean, this has just been so powerful. And tomorrow the symposium continues. The symposium continues with an in-person event where they are going to have Dr. Caroline Leaf as the keynote speaker. They'll be located in Cedar Hill, Texas. So if you are in Texas, anywhere near Cedar Hill, you want to visit the website, get your ticket so that you can meet the doctors in the host of speakers that they have coming. You can visit the website at mentalhealth-matters.org to get your ticket. Again, we are just so thankful that you all are tuned in to this event on today. We want to ask that you all again share this with your social media community so that they can also receive this information. I am going to get out of the way and bring the doctors to the stage so that they can greet you all again for this second half of the segment. Again, we have Mr. Tim Story who is coming on, and then we have a host of other speakers that are going to take us out through the rest of the day. So you all buckle down, get your pen and paper, have lunch, whatever it is that you need, get you some water so that you all can get tapped in. I mean, we have some presentations that speakers are bringing forth. So I'm just excited for this next half of the Mental Health Matters Symposium experience. Thank you all again for being here with us. And the doctors, Dr. Pratt and Dr. Henley, welcome back. You all are mute.
Yes. Hey, Aaron. Hey, everybody. Hey, Dr. Henley. Hi.
So
This is
excited. I'm always excited. Pray for me. I need my I ain't had my daily dose. Look, I ain't had my medication today, y'all. You know, listen, I got ADHD. I ain't had my medication today. So I'm always excited. I'm wired. Listen, we need you guys to share, and share. We need to blow up Facebook right now. We need y'all to share this. Share. We got Tim's story coming. Oh my God. He is amazing, a phenomenal speaker. I don't know if you guys have ever heard him speak. Amazing. transformational. Everything that he talks about is actionable. He always gives amazing actionable steps in order to get you to the next place, which is why he is one of the most world-renowned transformational speakers out there. And so we are so excited that he's about to come and hit the platform. So we want you guys to share, and share some more. Dr. Sharmee?
Yes, we do. We are looking for you guys to share. And listen here, for you who may not know how to share, just hit that little thing that's on Facebook and it says share. And see that. Let me tell you what else you can do to help share this with like 5, 10, even 15 people. All you have to do is put their names in it. Like begin to type and just start hitting people's names and share the broadcast, because you know what? People need to understand about their mental well-being, and many people don't. We don't just want this to be just a one-time thing. This is like a universal. Everybody needs to understand that their mental health is mattering, right? And so we are super excited just for all the information that we have gotten so far. And we don't want it to just be information. We want this to be resources, tools that will help you. This is why we also have, different avenues and outlets that you can just go into. Like we have NAMI, and we have all these different hotlines that you can call, because we understand that people really do need their mental well-being and their mental health established throughout life. And so we're excited. We're excited for what every speaker have brought today, even those that will come along after Mr. Tim's story, and they will begin to share just a little bit more of what it is that you need to do in order to regain. Listen, and do you understand, like if you regain your mind, you will regain your life, right? Many people's life is not where they need to be because their minds is not where it needs to be. And so when we're talking about these particular things, we want people to understand how to really cognitive be able to change their behavior and different things like that, right? And so we will talk about CPT. We will talk about the whole concept of what psychotherapy really is and how that really looks and what that really means. And we want to talk about the whole concept of grief and the 7 stages of grief. People don't even understand that grief have stages to them, number one. And so we want you to have this information so you can understand the resources that you need to be made whole. We all know that we want to be made whole. Nobody wants to walk around saying, "Oh, I want to just be depressed," or "I want to be anxious and anxiety." Nobody walks around saying, "Oh, come on, I love suicidal thoughts." Nobody walks around one of those things. But because life happens, we experience these things in life, and we begin to see these things manifest around us. And so now we are giving you resources and tools that can help you to navigate out of those individual places. But again, as we have heard from yesterday, even on today, it's going to start with you turning on that switch. Like Nikki said, you have to be willing to turn on the switch. You have to be willing to walk out of those dark places, as Chandra was talking about, illuminating the darkness and allow the light to come in what's dark. And so this is what we're here to do. This is what we are looking for you to do. We want you to be able to be cognitively aware of your surroundings, your mental state, all those particular things that goes on the inside of you. We want you to regain back your life. But in order to do that, you have to be willing to know that you need to regain your mind, your brain, your sanity. That has to be regained. Listen, you're talking to somebody who had to go to regaining her mind back, literally. And it was a process. And so we are so grateful. And I know that, everything is, my God, just phenomenal. Yes. You're about to bring Tim's story up. Oh my God. Come on, Doctor.
Backstage. I'm so excited. So let me tell you guys, as we prepare to bring him up, let me tell you about Tim. Tim is an acclaimed author. He's a speaker. and he's a life coach. See, I told you that he's transformational. Everything that he brings comes to transform the very core of who you are. He wants to take, some of those things that you've dealt with, some of your past, some of those past traumas, and he wants to help to push you into the next. He wants to use some of the things that you've endured to help you to get to that next place. Sometimes we feel like everything in our past is a bad thing, but how many know that your past is a part of your process? And that had you not experienced what you've experienced, you wouldn't actually be the person that you are today. And that is the good, the bad, the ugly, and the indifferent. So he is one of those transformational coaches. He is known for inspiring and motivating people in all walks of life. He has a new book, which is called The Miracle Mentality, and it has become a worldwide movement. The miracle mentality. That means that your mindset has to be set on the miracle. That means that your thought process has to be set on the miracle, on what you are wanting to see. So if you are wanting to come out of depression, that is your miracle. And so your mentality, that means everything that you talk about every day has to be that you're coming out of depression. Listen, Tim is about to talk about the miracle mentality. And it's a movement, y'all. If you can just think about that, if you can think about your only thought is freedom, your only thought is freedom in your mind, your only thought is taking control over your emotions, your only thought is that no longer will you live in fear, no longer will you be paralyzed by your past. Your only thought is a miracle mentality. Well, listen, we got Tim's story here. And so even in this movement, Quincy Jones called Tim the voice of inspiration for this generation. Listen, you guys need to go and get the book, The Miracle of Mentality. So I'm excited, y'all. I'm so excited that he's here. Dr. Sharmee?
Listen, I just want him to come on up and come on and share. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Now, you both have, you guys both look good. You look alive. You look good. You look vibrant. You're helping people, and I've been listening to what you're saying, and I'm loving it because you're coming from a place of passion, because we all know what it's like to go through these kind of challenges. Yeah. And so for all you that are watching, if you hear passion, it's on purpose. Yeah. Because a lot of us have had people that have passed because of lost their life. They lost their stride. You two are doing a phenomenal job. But whoever's doing your hair and makeup, keep hiring them. Bring them back.
Yes, Tim, I am so happy you're here. You know, I was just sharing with our audience just the miracle of mentality and how in order to produce a miracle, you have to think it every day. It has to be a part of who you are. It almost has to transpose your thought process. It has to be, I just want to have a miracle. I just want to be free. I just want to be delivered. I don't want to deal with all these anxieties. I don't want to deal with the depression. I don't want to deal with it. So you have to think it like every day intentionally. So I'm just excited.
Yes. So Dr. Heather, I want to take us back though. Let's take it back for a second. Like last night I was on Sirius XM. I like to listen to certain, they were playing the Jackson 5 dancing machine. Systematic. She's a dynamite attraction. I mean, as soon as I heard that song, it took me back to being 10 years of age with my big afro, living in Los Angeles and just living life. And what happens to all of us is that, you know, we start off living this life on this planet. And man, we have these dreams. We can go into any toy store and our parents can buy whatever we see, right? And then we have what I call life interruptions. And life interruptions may be your parents' divorce. It could be as terrible as somebody got molested, or it could be you have an illness as a young person. And what I have found in life coaching people now for over 35 years is that most people that have momentum from their energy of their youth and they have a life interruption, you guys, they don't know how to get back up. Ooh. So a life interruption is a life disturbance. Gets you. It's a life interference. It's that call at 3 a.m. from one of your kids, and you know that's not going to be a good call. It's a call at 3 a.m. from one of your parents. You know that's not going to be a good call because maybe your mother is ill or maybe they even died. So I feel that part of this whole health idea, nobody signs orders, I want a mental challenge from Life's Diner. And what you're doing today is you are saying that this is more common than we realize, but in the midst of it, God can make a way. So that's what we're doing today.
Yeah.
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 Well, we are excited. And so
yeah.
listen, we're about to come off the stage so that you can do what you do best, which is inspire us.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm gonna inspire, and then I will bring you back on. But what a privilege to be here today, and all of you that are watching, share because you care. Let more people know what we're doing today, and we're changing people's lives on purpose. Okay. All right. Ready to go. So, as I said, I wrote a book called The Miracle Mentality. The Miracle Mentality. And part of the reason for this book is I found that people basically live in 3 categories. What I call the mundane. I want you to take notes. Number 1, mundane. Secondly, the messy. Thirdly, the madness. Okay? Write that down. In my travels, 75 countries of the world, and talking to people basically live these 3 categories: the mundane, the messy, and the madness. The mundane, according to my notes right here, is the ordinary, the regular, the standard. So you live in the mundane. The messy is when things get messy. Unorganized, disorganized, disheveled, things get messy. I deal with a lot of people who struggle with mental health issues, whether depression, it could be they're bipolar, diagnosed bipolar, it could be schizophrenia, and it could be just things that are undiagnosed. They just know that something feels off. And so life is difficult enough. And then you feel like you've been dealt this card of a mental challenge, a challenge to your mindset. Why is it so important to have the right mindset? Because your mindset creates your mood set. Okay? I really write this down. Your mindset creates your mood set. So you could go to Disneyland, that they call the happiest place on earth, but if you don't have that mindset, it'll create your mood set and you could have a miserable time at Disneyland. You could go on an amazing date if you're single and think the person's horrible because your mindset created your mood set. You could go on a holiday to Dubai and your mindset creates your mood set. And so that's why it's so important that we really get our mindset right, because our mindset is simply that. It's where you set your mind. So your mindset is where you set your mind, but it's also your point of view. It's your perspective. So powerful, guys. So some people live in the mundane, which is the ordinary, the normal, the status quo. Now, we all have to do mundane things, but I think you can master your mundane and not live in a mundane life. You can master your mundane. But then the messy comes in. Now, one reason I was excited about doing this summit is because I think I have some real good answers on how to deal with the messy that comes in your life. Now, people always say to me, Tim, you have such good energy and you always seem very, but I will tell you that out of 7 days a week, I would say 3 of those days I wake up and the first word out of my mouth is not hallelujah. I wake up and I'm like, oh, my body hurts. Or, oh man, why did my assistant book this kind of schedule for me? And man, I'm flooded with negative thoughts. So now, in that case, I got to check myself before I wreck myself. And so when I move into the messy, I got to deal with the messy. And I'll tell you later how I deal with it, because if I don't deal with that messy is going to escalate and go into the madness. The madness is the chaotic. The madness is the drama. And here's the Tim Story quote. You do not have to get dramatic in the midst of the drama. Like some of you come from families that if there was no drama in that house for like a couple days, somebody would create it because it seemed like it was too calm. But you do not have to get dramatic in the midst of the drama. So you don't have to go from mess to madness where everything is heightened. Now, we're in the midst of a pandemic in LA County, where I'm a part of. I live in LA. We're having to wear masks indoors again. And there are a lot of people getting dramatic in the midst of the drama. I was just in an elevator with some people the other day. I was at this office, and they were getting dramatic in the midst of the drama. Here it comes. It's happening. The numbers are going up. So, yes, are things messy? But that doesn't mean you have to get dramatic in the midst of the drama. To get dramatic in the midst of the drama means you are acting out the drama. So just because the drama shows up doesn't mean you have to act out the drama. Ooh, it's so good. Because the drama's going to always come. It can come through people at your job being negative. It could be your spouse is negative, the person you're dating is negative. There's always going to be drama, but you do not have to be dramatic in the midst of the drama. So watch. You have the mundane, you have the messy, you have the madness. A lot of people are living there. Now, when you are living in the madness, you do not know how to make room for what I call the miraculous. Okay? So this whole idea again is the miracle mentality. Now, so what is a miracle? A miracle is something extraordinary. Don't you feel like you're supposed to live an extraordinary life? Miracle is something uncommon. A miracle is something not regular. So when you are living mundane, that's real regular if you stay there. When you are caught in the middle of the messy, when you are caught in the middle of the madness, that's not even who you are. So I believe that you can Change all that and get a miracle mentality. Notice that I said, get it. You got to get it. You got to get the miracle mentality. So a miracle is something extraordinary, unusual, uncommon, supernatural. Now, little kids, they already have miracle mentality. So when I say you need to get it as adults, you need to get it back. Because I did all this research for this book and got signed by HarperCollins, the #1 publishing company in the world. An editor is brilliant, Nate Childs, who also teaches at Princeton University. We have found that most children have a miracle mentality. If you were to go with me to these third world nations that I go to, and I speak to little kids who are like 6, 7, 8, and 9, I say, what do you want to be when you get older? A little girl may say a ballerina, the president, a lawyer. This is what the little girls tell me. Boys may say an astronaut. I want to be the next LeBron James. The president. None of them say, I want to be bankrupt 5 times. I want to be divorced 7 times. No, because they have a miracle mentality. So when you're dealing with mental health, what you notice is that you are more in survival mode of just trying to even yourself out. Now, that might be the way it is for a season, because I work with a lot of people in the area of recovery. And as many of you know, I work with a lot of famous people you know. I work with over 100 entertainers, and many of them you know, and they're in the area of recovery and struggling with mental health. So there might be a season where you feel like you're just under attack in your mind. All right, so what I do, Tim Story, to go from that place of attack where I'm just trying to hold on, to going back to the instance of my childhood where I had a miracle mentality and I believed all things were possible. Okay? I've helped many people that you know get there, so here are my steps. Step number 1, to go from challenged to the miracle. Step number 1, you have to become awake. So write that down. You have to become awake. You have to become awake, which means in the dictionary to be conscious. You have to wake up. And I think a lot of times, because of the busyness of your life, you don't realize what's going on in your life. You don't realize that you've gone deeper into depression. You don't realize that you are thinking negative, dark thoughts and gone into a tunnel or a dark place, okay? So number 1, you have to become awake. Unfortunately, in my studies in working people, most people become awake because a crisis happens. Maybe they get arrested and they're in a jail cell and they become awake, or somebody dies and they're at a funeral and they become awake. But I believe you can become awake without something negative happen. Okay? That's one reason for the summit again. All right? So number 1, you become awake. The second thing you have to do is you have to take inventory. So to go from the mundane, the messy, the madness, to the miracles, I'm giving you the steps, and we'll become awake. Secondly, you got to take inventory. So I do this in my own life, because in my type of job of life coaching and speaking and running companies and doing a lot of stuff in media, man, I got pressure coming at me all the time. And I would find that some pressure would stick. And I would wonder sometimes, like, for such a happy guy, been happy my whole life, been funny. I just went and saw Dave Chappelle 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas just because I love comedy that much. But I would find in my own life that, man, that negative and the app is sticking on me. So you have to take inventory and really get realistic about, like, where is my mental health? Am I thinking positive things? And one way to check your mental health is by what you say. Ooh, because the Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth shall speak. So you want to check where somebody's at? You don't need to be a mind reader. Just be patient, because they will finally say what they're thinking. Get around them long enough, they will say what they're thinking. So number one, become awake. Secondly, take inventory. Number three, this is what we're doing today with the Mental Health Summit. You have to partner with the right people. So you need the right partners, So watch how powerful this is. If you're struggling in the area of mental health today, it's not going to help you too much to go horizontal with just friends who don't understand. You're going to have to go upwards. See the wings? You're going to have to go upwards and find resources, people, clergy, a therapist. Everything we're offering you today, you got to partner with the right people. Smokey Robinson is literally one of my best friends in the world. And we've done a lot of projects together. And there was a time that he was struggling with addiction. He talks about this in one of his books. And he's a really great friend that cared about him so much that he literally broke down Smokey Robinson's door to get into his house to save his friend. And those are the kind of friends you need in your life, that love you so much that they're willing to break down your door to say, come on, man, it is time to get help. So you got to become awake, take inventory. You need the right partners, So let me say something about partnership, okay? And stick with me real strong, because I'm going to talk about 12 more minutes, and then we'll dialogue on what I talked about. I believe there are 3 levels of partnerships. So write this down, 3 levels of partnerships. Number 1 is the casual partner. Oh, I work at that job, you work at that job. You work at UPS, I work at UPS. Oh, you're from Alabama, I'm from Alabama. That's the casual. The second is the intimate. It starts with our family. You've heard it said before, you cannot choose your family. We just all had to get intimate in the house. So for me, we had 7 people in a 2-room apartment in Compton, California. That's how we started. I had no choice. These were my family members. And I was the youngest by many years. So watch how powerful this is. You have the casual, then you have the intimate. But the intimate, you have a choice on how intimate you want to be. And I think that some of you have told too much to the wrong people. You try to get help from the wrong people, confide in the wrong people. So let me take you into a deeper place. You have the casual, the intimate, but now the third set of partnership is you have what's called the green room. Now, if you were to go to a conference with me, because I speak at conferences all over the world, so let's pretend we're in Switzerland, and I'm speaking to 3,000 people, and you're rolling with me. They'll say, Tim Story, that's John Maxwell's green room. That's Les Brown's green room. That's your green room. And so the green room is an established place that you are allowed to invite who you want in the green room. Same thing with your life. You are allowed to invite who you want into your inner green room. And I think a lot of people that struggle If you look around your inner green room, you got some people that don't belong there. They're not people who are for you. They're not people who get you. They're not people who understand you. You better get some people on the inside that actually know how to strengthen you. There's a scripture in the Bible in Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9. It says, pity the man or woman who, when they fall, not if they fall, when, because we all fall down. Pity the person that when they fall, they have no one to help them up. See, that's a green room person. Or when they're cold, they have no one to keep them warm. That's the green room person. Or if they're under attack, they have no one to defend them. Then it says a threefold cord is not easily broken. That's when you partner with somebody who gets you, and then you both partner with God. A threefold cord, God, you, your God, and your partner, is not easily broken. So what I'm finding in the area of mental health is that when you partner with the right people, I'm telling you, you're going to get lifted out. God is going to make a way where there was no way. God will bring miracles to your life. God will bring peace to your life. God will bring strength to your life. He'll bring opportunities to your life that you never saw before. But you need the right partners in your life to help you see what you have not been able to see. Almost done. You have to become awake, take inventory of the right partners, but then you need the right principles. And we'll end with this part. The right principles are so important. I think that a lot of people, they try to get through a tough day by listening to the wrong music. And they're listening to different lyrics that just take them to the wrong place. Or they watch certain TV shows about murder and murder mystery and who did it. They're just putting more stuff in your mind. I really believe that you have to find the right principles to take you to the right place. So even myself, who comes from a line of depression that has challenged my family, that in dealing with depression that tries to come on me at least 3 times a week, I have to feed my faith and starve my own doubt. So it's just the way I do it. I mean, it's for me. So I practice the mentality. I got the Psalms and the Proverbs, and I meditate on the Word of God, and I just build myself up. I listen to praise and worship music because that's what helps me, and I build myself up. And then early in the morning, I never talk to negative people on purpose. I talk to positive people that will help take me to a positive place. So I believe that your life is not supposed to be mundane. It's not supposed to stay messy. It's not supposed to stay in the madness. But I believe that your life is supposed to be miraculous. The Bible says this, Ephesians chapter 3, verse 20. For God is able to do. He would never say that unless he was. For God is able to do what, God? Exceedingly, abundantly, above all that you ask or imagine. If you go to 90 airports around the world today, you'll see me all over the airports. Today, I'm on all those big screens, and you're going to see me motivating people. And the text underneath. I write for American Airlines every month, United Airlines. I'm in over 1 million hotel rooms around the world, motivating people just like this. Why all that happened? Because I believe you can turn your mess into a message and your test into a testimony. So we are with you today, and thank you for being on this conference. You can turn your mess into a
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me, Tim?
I can hear you.
Hey, an amazing job. We were talking to your assistant in the background just to have him make sure your picture came in clear. We could hear you well. It was a little choppy, but it was amazing. And so what I love was all of the actionable steps that you gave, because we love taking action. And so I just want to recap. I take copious notes. One of my friends, Apostle Willie Diggs, he says we should take copious notes. And so I just want to let the people know that we need to take action. Tim gave us some actionable steps. He says the first one is that we have to become aware. I think you said to become aware. Did you say become aware?
Yeah, so I'll break down the points. Number one, you have to become awake.
Awake.
Number two, you take inventory.
Uh-huh.
Number three, you have to have the right partners. Number four, you have to have the right principles.
Tim, you said the number four was that you have to have the right
principles.
Yes. And then you talked about the levels. You said casual, intimate, and I love that last one, the green room. You talked about the green room and that it's important that we understand who we're connected to. That's what I heard you say, that is key and important.
And I think mostly when you're going through a difficult time, like if I'm going through a difficult time, which I do, I mean, 90-year-old mother that I help oversee, she's very strong, but there was a time that she was ill, or I'm helping a lot of people going through difficulty. If I'm going through a difficult time, difficult people in my green room, I need Oprah in my green room. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I need somebody positive in my green room. And so that's how I choose to live. I'm very kind to everybody. I'm known for my hospitality and the fact that I love people, but I led many people in that green room because on them can get on me.
Yes, that's good, Tim. Dr. Sharmee.
Listen, I'm over here like, OMG. Oh my God, Tim, this was amazing. I love the principles. But I love the whole concept that you gave about the miracles, because it was, that to me was amazing. I mean, the fact that, you have helped us as a people to see that miracles is still possible, but we have to position ourselves for those miracles. Those miracles are just not automatic, because if we are not thinking in a certain magnitude or even believing that it's possible, then there are things that we don't readily receive. Now, for me, that meant everything. Like
yes.
That right there meant everything for me. And, just on my personal level, to be healed from schizophrenia, paranoid schizophrenia, that's a miracle. They don't even tell you that can be done today. And so right there, it was like you said, the concepts of believing that it was possible. Those people I let in my green room, in order for me to even receive that miracle. Everybody couldn't step in the green room with me because everybody didn't have faith that was equal to the fact that God was able to heal my mind of paranoid schizophrenia. And so for me, that right there meant everything.
Yeah. And doctor, I like what you're saying on that. And number one, for this testimony that you just brought of your own personal healing. But another thing today is that you're exactly right. You have to be positioned for the miracle.
Yes.
But the second thing is you have to have the posture for the miracle.
That's it.
So
I love it.
Throughout the Bible, God says, behold, The word behold in the Hebrew means look up and pay attention.
Wow.
And so you got to be positioned, but you got to look up and pay attention. So you got to know that the miracle working God, that's what he does. So miracles are either coming or going at all. So back since the 80s, whether you would see me speaking with TD Jake, probably over 100 conferences with Jakes, over 100 miles, and all of us speaking all over the world together. This thing where I would say miracles are atmosphere. Then I'd go like this. I'd say, reach up, down, reach up and pull it down, reach up, down. So whether I was at Creflo Dollars, no matter what church I'm at, everybody was reaching up and pulling down. So I remember, you guys know who Donnie McClurkin is?
Yeah.
So the singer. So Donnie McClurkin is my friend. So I ran into him in the airport a few years ago, and Donnie didn't even say anything. He stood in front of me and went like this. He went.
He reached up and pulled it down.
Reach up and pull it down.
Yeah, you got to be in the right position, but you got the right posture.
Yeah.
Look.
Oh my God, what is he saying?
I know it went out. Look, this.
No, I just said you got to be in the right position, but you got to be in the right posture. But because we're at difficulties, let's end it here so we don't get frustrated. But I just want to say what a privilege to be with you. And I'm excited about what you're doing and to hear these testimonies that are coming through and will go for throughout the day, right?
Yes.
And I'm just
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, man, this has been rich. Thank you, Mr. Story. Thank you.
God bless you all.
Yes. Thank you, Tim.
Bye-bye.
Today has been truly, truly amazing. We're so excited just about Tim coming on and dropping those nuggets. Listen, hey, I want you guys to go back and catch the recap. You know, we know that the virtual spirit, he out. He trying to stop us from getting what we're supposed to get. But we're going to get it. So we're about to turn this over to Aaron. And we're going to get ready for the next speaker.
Oh my gosh, that was so amazing. You all, I mean, y'all put this thing together.
Okay. Can we just reach up and pull it down, though?
Reach up and pull it down. I mean.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like just take a pause,
can we do it just one more time? Can we just reach up and pull it down? Come on, y'all. Pull it down.
All right. All right, Aaron, go ahead.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So this has been so exciting. So grateful to have Mr. Story. And as we continue in the flow, when I say you all put together an amazing, amazing lineup, we have Miss Toy Smith, who is backstage getting geared up for her presentation. And I already know it's just going to go to a whole nother level. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Miss Toy Smith to the stage. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to have you here, beautiful. You're just radiating through the waves. Hello there.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hi, Toy.
Wonderful. Hey, Dr. Henley, big sister, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am wonderful, wonderful. So honored to be here and very thankful to be on with you all and to have been invited to participate.
Oh,
Yes,
so we can't wait to hear you, Miss Toy.
Okay, all right. I got to get my timer set. I have 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
you got it. All right. So, Miss Toy, if you will prepare to introduce yourself, and I will prepare to bring up your slides, and we are just going to get into the flow and hear what you have packaged and put together for us on today. So, again, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Hello, 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 everybody. Again, I want to thank Doctors Heather Henley and Sharmee Pratt and Miss Erin for allowing me to grace this stage. Listen, I do not take any of these opportunities lightly. I'm really appreciative to be able to come and share today. And so I'm super excited. My name is Toyinda Smith. I'm a best-selling author, a business consultant, a master coach, public speaker, mentor, and the creator of the Champion Influence Coach Certification Program, where I have the distinct privilege and honor to help professionals and kingdom citizens who want to become solid coaches get certified so that they can strategically help others enter the coaching industry confidently and gain flexibility and financial freedom along the way. So I am ready to get started. I've already started my clock. I believe Erin is going to bring up my PowerPoint. I'm going to go on and get started. Today's topic is mastering vigor to avoid burnout. Mastering your energy. Hello. To avoid burnout. And the flow that I'm going to take today is I'm gonna just do a small introduction again, just a little bit about my background. We're going to unpack this space of vigor, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about making strategic choices, mastering your 3Ds, and we're going to do a wrap up. So here we go. My coaching goal as a coach, I want to partner with you to help you to break through. Come on, breakthrough from one performance dimension to the next. And that's really what I'm here for. Additionally, this talk is going to be guided by the book, the handbook. Let me see if we can show this. It's the handbook to dominate your confidence. So vigor is really about a space of confidence. And what it is here is that I've written this book that can be found on my website at thecoachingseat.com. But I wrote this book to help myself to dominate areas of mastery so that I could work better with other people in industry, with my family, and also with colleagues. So in order to dominate your confidence, you have to have a self-assurance in your own ability. Why? Because when you depend on other people will let you down. So when you dominate confidence in your space, it's going to cause you to react and act and be proactive, regardless of whether you're going to fear, you're going to have failure, or there will be a first place finish. So let's get going. Listen, what is time? Time is free, but it is priceless. Y'all listening? You can own it, but you can use it. You can't own it, but you can use it. You can keep it, but you can spend it. Once you've lost it, you can never get it back. That is by author Harvey Mackay. He's simply saying that, yeah, time is free, but once you use it, you can't get it back. So I want to enter into a discussion about your time, how you are using your time. Let's keep going. Vigor is using a large part of your energy. Whose energy? Come on, let me see you hit the chat. Whose energy? Your energy and your mental strength on projects and priorities that benefit you. Vigor, using a large part of your energy and mental strength on projects and priorities that benefit you. So I have a question for you. I'm a coach. I have a question. Where are you placing your energy? If we could break down the percentage of time that's used in these 4 areas, I'm going to give you the 4 areas. You have 100% that you can divide up. I want you to break down 100% in these 4 areas. And I want you to be honest. I'm going to share with you mine, but I want you to break your percentages down in career, service, that's service to the church, service to the community, anytime you're serving, family, and social. 4 areas: career, service, family, and social. Break those down. You have 100%. What does it look like? Go on and put it in the chat. I have broken mine down. So for my career, I'm at 75%. Are you listening? Because we're getting ready to get into this discussion about burnout. For my career, I'm at 75%. For service, I'm at 10%. For family, I'm at 10%. And for social, it is a disgusting 5%. Can I use disgusting on here? I'm sorry, right? So 75 and 10 is 85 and 10 is 95 and 5% for social. And if I would ask my big sister, Dr. Heather Henley, about mental health and what's included in it, she said your social well-being, Toyenda, is included in that. And you're only taking 5% out of your 100% to deal with your social well-being. That's an issue, and that can cause a level of burnout. So I'm looking in the chat. Carla is putting in 100%, but I want to know where you are placing your percentage between career, service, family, and social. And that's something that you're going to have to sit down and do for yourself if you're wanting to master your vigor. Now, in terms of vigor, it is how your energy plays a huge role in your success. So we know that vigor is a part of energy. It's a part of your mental strength. And so what we have to do in order to master it is we have to plan, watch this, and make strategic choices. Drop strategic choices in the chat. You have to make strategic choices about your priorities and your ability, listen to me, to recognize, this is good here, to recognize when you're overextended. When you have the ability to plan and make strategic choices about your priorities, and when you recognize that you're overextended, you're going to be successful and you are going to avoid burnout. Let's keep going. What I know for sure is that when I created a survey connected to my book, I noticed that 64% of respondents, listen to me, struggle with vigor. They struggle with vigor. So this is what I asked 107 entrepreneurs. I'm speaking now to the entrepreneurs. This is what I asked them. I asked them, do you put away your own desires, or how likely are you to put away your own desires to assist other people? I am on slide number 9. I'm on slide number 9. So 64% of the respondents said that, yes, indeed, I struggle with vigor, and I also put my own desires away to assist the needs of other people. That is the slide. So what I'm understanding now is that when I put my own desires away, that causes me to not be able to develop what has been placed on the inside of me in terms of my goals and my visions, and that will cause a level of mental exhaustion. I'm going to the next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about burnout. Here, this is the issue with vigor. So again, this is you using your energy in too many places. That is what leads to burnout. Burnout is to wear out or become, listen, motivationally exhausted. Motivationally exhausted due to excessive demands on your energy. On whose energy? Go on and drop it in the chat. Whose energy? Your energy. Next slide, please. And so the reason why we're able to allow these things to happen is because it's easier to assist other people. I want to give you a bit of research. Listen, I am trained to implement Gallup's Strengths Finder in my work. So I like to watch their research. And Gallup did a study of 7,500 full-time employees. If you are a full-time employee, drop a 1 in the chat. If you are a full-time entrepreneur, drop a 2 in the chat. If you're doing 50-50, drop a 3 in the chat. I want to see who's in the room. So they did a study on 7,500 full-time employees. And what they learned is that the cost, listen, of organizational burnout is substantial. Let's listen. They said that burned out employees are 63% more likely to take a sick day because they're sick. Listen, my blood pressure is high. They're sick. I got a headache. My stomach is sick. My eye is twitching. They are 63% are likely to take a sick day, and they are 2.6 times as likely to seek different employment. That means, listen, I'm going to let entrepreneurship go because I'm burned out. I'm going to find a new job because I love this job that I'm working, but I'm going to find a new job because I'm burned out. Also, Gallup's research said that if they decide to stay in the position, that they typically have 13% lower confidence in their performance. And they are half as likely to discuss, this is big, how to approach their performance with their manager. Listen, you're not going to discuss how you're feeling with your spouse. I'm burned out. I'm at work. I'm an entrepreneur, but then I have to go home and cook dinner and clean the house and wash clothes. You're not going to share those things. In terms of burnout, research also suggests that that single mothers, for example, are experiencing this space of burnout. Come on. That mental health, listen to me really good. A study showed that mental health counselors as well as doctors are experiencing exhaustion and burnout because of the type of work. And here's the key, the long hours that you are working. So I want you to get this into your conscious that we have to be able to, number one, identify when we're overextended. We have to be able to identify that. Research also shows that 50% of millennials and 75% of Gen Zs, these are people that will be working for you. These are your children, that they left their past roles due to mental health reasons. All right, I'm ready for the next slide. It's no secret that it's easier for you to get results for other people. And so my question to you, because I am a coach, what inappropriate goals and standards have you assigned to yourself? I want to sit back. Let me watch my time. I just want to sit back and give you an opportunity to answer this question. This is a huge question because once you have the understanding of what type of inappropriate goals and standards you've assigned to yourself, you are then able to develop a strategy or a plan to alleviate this inappropriateness that causes a level of burnout. And I'm going to stop and pause just a little bit and share with you Like, I have these inappropriate standards and goals that are pertaining to almost a level of perfectionism, as if everything that Toyinda has to do has to be perfect. Listen, I was a former student athlete at Purdue University. As a matter of fact, I was an elite athlete at Purdue University. I had walked onto the track and field team, and I walked off a national champion. As a matter of fact, I'm also in Purdue's Hall of Fame. But you know, and I thank the Lord for allowing me those experiences. But some of that for me was a little unhealthy, because I just had to work out a little more. I had to throw a little more. I had to do a little more. And some of it caused me to almost forfeit my senior year of track and field in college. I'm ready for the next slide. So I want you to take time to figure out what's inappropriate goals and standards you've already set for yourself. And see, the next question as a coach is, what has caused you to believe that you should be able to do it all? Come on, I want you to drop that in the chat. For those of you all who are going to catch the replay, what causes you to believe you should be able to do it all? Next slide. I happen to think that it is your need for approval. Oh, I'm getting ready to step on some toes. It's your need for approval. Let me watch my time. It's your need for approval. And inside of this approval, next slide, author David Burns has told us that the price you pay for addiction to praise and approval will be an extreme vulnerability to the opinions of other people. You see, I had an issue with perfectionism, and that issue was related to unresolved issues. Some of my unresolved issues had to be with never being told that I was loved by a parent. They loved me. They showed it to me. But hearing it over and over again in my household, I didn't hear that. And also never being told that my parents were proud of me. So as an adult, I was seeking those things out. I was seeking those things out, which was causing mental exhaustion. It was causing burnout. I can't tell you how many times I almost said, I'm not training coaches anymore. We have 60 coaches right now that's connected to the Champion Influence brand, the coaching seat. I'm really proud of it, but there were many times when I just wanted to stop because I was mentally exhausted and motivationally not there. So when you have, for example, an unresolved issue, as an adult, it begins to cause you to feel as if you are unworthy of certain things. And so what happened is we start to seek out this praise and this approval from other people. But what that does is it causes us to overextend ourselves, which then leads to burnout. Next slide. So I want to know from you, and listen, you can take this home for homework, but what have you already paid for approval? So what has approval costed you? That's one thing that you've got to really sit down in the coaching seat. Listen, I love it. Sit down in the coaching seat and answer this question for yourself. Next slide. What I want you to do is be able to set priorities. Priorities are going to allow you to decrease this space of burnout, especially in your work environment. And I'm especially talking to entrepreneurs. Next slide. So when you are setting priorities, you have to do a couple of things. You have to ask yourself, what is required of you? I'm a John Maxwell certified coach, speaker, and trainer. And John and his team has taught us to answer the next couple of questions that are coming to you so that we can be our best selves, so that we can prioritize. So what is required of you? This simply means, what do you have to do that no one else can do? We got to think. We have to sit down in a quiet place and answer these questions for yourself. Next slide, please. That next question that you're going to have to ask yourself as it relates to priorities is what gives you the greatest return on your investment. So this is an investment question. This is an ROI question. If I'm doing my specific role, how am I receiving a good return on this? How is this helping my organization? How is this helping me personally? How is this, what I am doing, the projects that I am doing, how is this helping me? How is it helping my organization? How is it helping my family? And you have to sit down and be very honest, because when you start to see some of the projects that you're working on, but you see that it's not benefiting you, that you're not getting a strong return on your investment, then that means that maybe you have to assign that to someone else. It still has to be done, but maybe not by me. Next slide, please. And then that third question that you have to ask yourself is what gives you the greatest reward? So this is a question of satisfaction. And most entrepreneurs, most career professionals, we're not asking ourselves these questions, because if you can marry what you have to do, what's required of you, what gives you the greatest return and the greatest reward, if you can marry that and that becomes crystallized, you will not be burned out in this season and the next. So you have to sit down and coach yourself. What gives you the greatest reward? Next slide, please. In order to master vigor, I wanted to give you a few things that you can do. Here's the next slide. So you can review your calendar. When someone wants you to assist, don't immediately say yes. Inform them that you must review your calendar, look at your priorities, and communicate from there. Some of you all who don't really want to tell people no, what you can do is say, listen, if you're married, let me talk to my husband. All right. Next, you can delegate as needed. Ask for help through delegation. When there is a task to be done, ask yourself, do you have to do it, or can someone else do it? And also schedule recovery days. Next slide, please. I want to quickly give you these 3 Ds in order to master your vigor. Next slide. The 3 Ds here are: number 1, discover. So you have to sit down in a quiet place and identify what's depleting your energy or causing exhaustion. The second D is decide. Consider what you will reduce. You must reduce your workload. And I mean your service load. I mean your career load. Sometimes your family load and sometimes your social load. You will have to reduce it. That third D is delegate. You've got to entrust others to complete the work. Next slide. I'm going to zip through this next slide. In order to evade burnout in work, you have to maintain job control. Perform tasks that energize you and reduce hindering job demands. Next slide, please. At home, if you want to evade burnout, avoid burnout, you have to maintain a home of self-regulation. Your home cannot be wild and free running. You also have to maintain your home in terms of social support, and also reduce work-home conflicts. Stop bringing work home. Next slide. And in order to evade burnout in your personal, you want to maintain physical health. Get out there and walk. Maintain your psychological well-being. This means that you're feeling good and functioning well. And then my favorite, and this is what I have had to learn to do, is to engage in relaxing activities. Next slide. Listen, this is homework for you. I want to know what you're going to apply immediately, and then who can serve as an accountability partner for you to be successful. Next slide. My name is Toyinda Smith, and I have enjoyed my time speaking with you today about mastering vigor to avoid burnout. You can find me at my website. It's thecoachingseat.com, and I'm on all social media platforms at The Coaching Seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tayenda, I mean, this was amazing. You broke it down 1,000. I'm sure people were taking notes and now have some tools that they can apply. So, as you said, let's do the work.
Let's do
We
the work.
appreciate you so much for your time here on today. You take care. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye bye. All right. So, as we transition to the next speaker, we have Miss Tullis who is here. And she is I'm going to bring her to the stage. When I tell you, we have been working with her on. I'm so glad you made it. You've just been powering through so much on today. I won't hold you long. I'm glad you made it. Okay. I'm going
I
to
am too.
stage over to you. Please introduce yourself and go right into the conversation.
I will. Thank you so much, Erin, and thank you so much mental health symposium, and mental health does matter. I am so happy and grateful to be here. My name is Dee Terrell. That's my first name. It's 3 syllables, rhymes with well, and I'm a health and wellness consultant. I have 3 businesses, actually Christian Women's Fitness. I'm a certified positive prime consultant, and I just love marrying the body and the brain and how we can have a happier and better and more successful life. And so in 18 minutes, and I'm going to start the timer so that I will respect your time. In 18 minutes, I'm going to educate you a little bit about what's happening in your brain and body. Then I'm going to go through some resources that you can actually have access to. And then the third thing I want to do, and it might not be in this particular order, but I would like to actually walk you through an experience so that not only that I'm just lecturing to you, but that you have an actual experience. So the first thing as far as education is concerned, with every thought that you think, there are neurochemicals, and what I mean by neurochemicals, brain chemicals that are secreted through your brain and through your entire body. Those chemicals create feelings within your body, and those feelings inform your action, or they have you act in a certain way. And those actions yield you a result. And so a lot of times when we think about mental health, we really only concern or really focus on what's happening in our brains or what's happening in our minds. In addition to what's happening in our brains and minds, because we experience life through our 5 senses, so that is taste and touch and sight and smell, all of those different senses, and those senses are housed in our bodies, we cannot leave out the effect that our body actually has on our minds. And what is actually happening is that there is a 2-way communication occurring from your brain, from your mind, throughout your body, as well as your body is actually communicating to your brain. And the great and beautiful thing about this is that we don't have to rely solely on the thoughts we think and trying to control those actual thoughts. We can do things with our bodies that marry both our body and mind. And we can also do things with our body that are purely physical, but that actually changes the states of our mind. There's an expression, our physiology changes our psychology. And what that means is most studies have shown, or many studies have actually shown, the effects of exercise on our mindset and on our moods and on our body. One of the reasons is because when we're exercising or doing a moderate to vigorous physical activity, we're actually creating what are called happy chemicals in our brains and bodies. And those happy chemicals are dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. I'm going to say it again. Dopamine, dopamine, oxytocin, oxytocin, serotonin, serotonin, and then also endorphins, endof, endorphins, rphins. So these happy chemicals flowing through your brain actually also affects your nervous system. So one of the first things I want to give you as a one of the first things I want to give you as some things that you can do is that you want to build your noticing muscle. And what do I mean by noticing muscle? You want to notice things throughout your day that make you smile. You want to become conscious and aware of that. Why is that? Because now what you're going to be doing is building this into your nervous system so that you can begin to feel better in your body. Because when you smile, which is something that you're doing with your body, you're actually causing a chemical reaction that happens in your body that makes you feel better. The other thing you want to do is notice beautiful things around you, whether it can be a beautiful dress, beautiful flowers, surroundings, whatever it is in your environment, your favorite color, you want to begin to notice these things as often as possible. Because why again? It's programming your mind and your nervous system. It is also programming a part of your brain, which is called the reticular activating system. The reticular activating system. The reticular activating system, also known as RAS, is a part of your brain that is just taking a snapshot. Everything that you put your focus and your attention on, it's saying, oh, that's important. Oh, that's important. Oh, that's important. And as you put your attention and focus on it, you are conditioning your brain and your body to have more of those things. So that's why you want to focus on things that make you smile or make you happy, things that make you feel good and hopeful, things that are beautiful. You also want to focus on things that when you see random acts of kindness, either that you do or you see someone else do. And the reason why that is important is because of another area of your brain. This area of your brain houses what's called your mirror neurons. Your mirror neurons are exactly what they say. They just mirror what you actually see. So if you see, and it's the same mechanism that is at work when you smile, someone else smiles back at you. It's automatic. This is the mechanism that you used as a young child and as a baby to be able to learn how to navigate in the world. So you learned by observation. And as you were observing, what was happening in your brain was that these brain cells were firing off the same things the same muscles and things that you need to do to actually execute what you're actually seeing. Those things are happening and firing off in your brain and in your body. And so that's why after a while, babies begin to babble because they learn, they see you talk, blah, 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 beep, bop, bop, boop, whatever you're saying. And then they just try to say, because all they know, they see your lips moving and they know that sound is coming out. So the reason why you want to focus on those things is because of that. Now, the other tool that I want to give you, so one, you're going to build your noticing muscle. The other thing that you're going to do, in addition to programming, is you're also going to increase your dopamine levels. Remember, I talked about those happy chemicals, and dopamine was one of those chemicals. Dopamine happens when you do exercise. It happens when you get enough sleep. That's why sleep is so essential. And so you have to find out when is the best time, or actually how many hours of sleep that you need. That varies from individual to individual. It's recommended somewhere between 7.5 and 9 hours, but you have to notice which actually works best for you. And then the other thing that you have to do is that, now this is just recommended, is that any hour before 12 midnight is like having 2 hours of sleep. And that's how it registers in your body. So the better quality of sleep happens basically before 12 o'clock because it's like doubled. And then after that, you're still getting good sleep, but you have to make sure that you're getting a good quality of sleep. So the next thing, besides exercising, getting a good enough sleep, listening to music, you can do things like practicing clearing out your mind, spending time in the sun. And that was also another notice. Go out, and you don't have to be, you can be in a rural area, a city or whatever, but go out and stop and close your eyes and feel the sun on your face. Now, that's going to be doing a couple of things. One is going to help ensure that you get vitamin D. The second thing is you need sunlight, and you need sunlight in your eyes to be able to activate this neurochemical I mentioned before, which is called serotonin. And the serotonin is going to help to set what are called circadian rhythms in your body. The circadian rhythms are rhythms that you have, that your sleeping and waking cycle. And what happens is, another thing about dopamine is that dopamine, this is a neurotransmitter as well as a neurochemical. This particular neurotransmitter is much more higher during the day upon waking up. And then it actually goes down and winds down and wings down actually throughout the day. So this helps to prepare you for sleep, so that another neurochemical, which is melatonin, can actually to help you fall asleep and have a good night's sleep. But if your circadian rhythms are off, that's going to disrupt your sleep pattern. Now, why am I telling you all of this? I'm telling you all of this because it is hard to be your best self. It is hard to be happy and build these happy moments when you are not in your right mind, your right place of mind. And what I mean by that is, back in the back of your head, you have what's called the reptilian brain. And that particular part of your brain is the brain that is activated by fight, flight, or freeze. And when you're in that part of your mind, you don't have the resources and the right thinking and the right, the wisdom, the innate wisdom that's housed within you. You're actually cut off from that and are not able to make wise decisions. One of the other things about dopamine and why you want to have a lot of that circulating through your body is because dopamine is also the motivation and reward neurochemical, which means it's going to, once it is flowing through your body, it is actually going to have you keep repeating the things that make you feel good. And dopamine is one of the reasons why back in the day, like back in the 60s or 70s or whenever that was, and they were talking about dope. I don't know if you remember these things, but that is actually where it comes from. And that is why it is so addictive. And so the reason why is that, like I said, you want to be in the part of your brain, this part of your brain, the front part of your brain, which actually houses the prefrontal cortex. If you remember the front part of your brain, that will be fine and that will work. So you want to be there in that part of the brain. And I'm going to give you some activities that are going to, one, get you from the amygdala to your front part of the brain. And so let's actually go through it. One of those tools is emotional freedom technique, which is called tapping. That's another name for it. And what has been found is that if you tap on these meridian points, and I'm just going to go through them really quickly. The first is the eyebrow point, and I would just like for you to tap with me. So just tap on the eyebrow point. This part is the side of the eye. It's right in the corner. Under it is under the eye, under your nose. You're just going to tap gently, very gently, on your chin, your collarbone, and under your arm where your bra strap is, and then the top of your head. And it has been found, and I'm just going to actually, as I talk to you, I want you to just follow me and keep tapping. Because one of the things that has been found is that when you tap on these points, it takes you out of the amygdala and out of your midbrain where those emotions are and puts you into the prefrontal cortex or the front part of your brain. And this is, people have used this for post-traumatic syndrome. They have used this to reduce stress, both current stress and trauma from the past. And it has been a very, very good tool to actually help you to move past any sort of trauma, whether you are aware of it or not, because your body is your subconscious mind. And what I mean by that is all the things that have ever happened to your life, your body has registered it. And what happens is there are a lot of things that we are not even conscious of, a lot of programming, and a lot of things that have actually happened to us that are still housed in our body. So I'm going to stop here and I'm going to ask you to just place your hands over your heart. Take a deep breath. And I hope you notice a difference in how you feel. And actually, when you use that tool, the first thing you do is you measure, especially if you're processing something that might have been anxiety ridden or cause you to worry or cause you to have concern, you actually rate it first on a scale from 0 to 10 or 1 to 10, or actually from 0 to 10. You rate it, then you go through the tapping, and actually I left out one part. You tap on the side of your hand, and this is called the karate chop point, and you use a setup phrase. This phrase is a phrase of self-love, forgiveness, and self-acceptance. And so you would start like this. Did you want to ask any questions? Or, oh, okay, you're doing it with me. So you would say, say you're anxious about something. Like for me, I just took a certification test in digital literacy before coming on here. So I was really anxious about that. So I would say, even though I'm feeling anxious about this test, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. And you would do that 3 times. Then you would tap through the points, so the eyebrow point, and you would say, this anxiety over this test. And then the side of the eye, this anxiety over this test. And then under, yay, thank you. And then under the eye, this anxiety about this test. And you would tap all through the points. You would go through several rounds, and then you would rate how you feel again after that. So that is one tool that is a great tool. The one last tool, two last two. Do I have enough time, or am I over my time, or what?
Yes, we are at time. I think this tool has been, it was so amazing because it took us out of our mind and into our body and really just helped us to just reconnect.
Yes, 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 yes.
It was just so powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that exercise to this symposium. You actually helped us to engage and to take an action that I know it helped me in the midst of facilitating. So, wow, that was powerful. We're certainly going to have you back.
Thank you.
Exercises. I think it was also just powerful to witness you speak and walk us through it while you were doing it. That's a pretty dynamic way of speaking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, yes. So that is your time. And again, please let the people know how they can get more of this, how they can connect with you online.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank you again, Erin, and I want to thank Dr. Sharmee Pratt and also Dr. Henley for having this. I really greatly appreciate this opportunity. People can find me on Facebook and Instagram at Christian Women's Fitness, as well as I'm under my name, just D. Terrell Tullis, not D. Terrell F. Tullis, but D. Terrell Tullis on Facebook, Instagram, no, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also, I have a free gift. For people that want to experience looking at the beautiful things and activating their mirror neurons and all those things that I just spoke about, they can go to Positive Prime, and it's spelled like the word POSITIVE Prime, PRIME.com/ my name, DTARELLE hyphen and then happier, HAPPIER. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And thank you as well. You take care, and I tell you, we will be in touch.
Thank you so much. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, you all. We have our next speaker that is queued up and ready. We have Miss Jessica Randall. Jessica, I am going to bring you to the stage. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence on today and patiently waiting your turn as our time has shifted a little. But the stage is yours. Please introduce yourself and go right into what you've prepared for us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to try to talk a little fast because I do have a lot, so I'm going to try to get through it all. But to introduce myself, my name is Jessica, and I'm going to be discussing mind-muscle connection, recognition, and treating your temple. So like a lot of Americans, I wasn't dealt the best hand in my early years of life due to childhood trauma. I ended up developing anxiety and severe panic attacks to the point where I was hospitalized numerous times because of the adrenaline dumps that it causes, and it would send me into like convulsions. And eventually I started becoming agoraphobic, and by the age of 15, I was diagnosed with PTSD from everything that I had previously been through. So I went to the ER, right? And the first thing they do when you're admitted to the ER with a panic attack is try to give you some type of sedative or antidepressant like Valium to calm you down. Well, that triggered another panic attack for me because I had a fear of any and all drugs. So there I was, 15, all jacked up, not understanding what was going on with my own body, had no way of coping with it because I couldn't take what the doctors said were the only remedy for this type of situation. I felt helpless and lost with no sense of control. Thankfully, my doting grandmother investigated vitamins and naturopathic remedies that could help ease some of the symptoms. My mom, on the other hand, didn't understand what I was going through and thought I was pretending to avoid going to school. She finally took me seriously the day that I asked her if she could please take me to counseling because I needed help. I can't explain the void and devastation I experienced from feeling all my hope, dreams, and joy had been stripped away. I felt like I had lost my life while still having to be alive. Later, my counselor discovered that my symptoms were all a result of me suppressing those childhood traumas instead of processing them. So we processed. Meeting my counselor truly changed the trajectory of my life. I learned so much from her. She would break every aspect of the process down for me. And that was my first spark. When I say spark, I'm talking about the excitement and thrill I get from finding tools to look inside myself, health, the human psyche, and the mind in general. Then I became a teen mom. I had my daughter at 17, my son at 19. I wanted to be a perfect parent. So I took early childhood development classes, parenting classes through a Christian nonprofit. I read books on child psychology, and I learned a lot while taking some natural childbirthing classes. My innocent heart thought if only people knew everything that I had learned, the world would have better parents. But during that season, that gave me my second spark. The third spark was when Dr. Caroline Leaf came to my church's relationship conference back in 2013. I remembered her talking about the differences between the male and female brain, and I was hooked. I truly wanted to figure myself out, and that was when I took my deep dive into self-development and emotional intelligence. Backtrack to 2009, 2010, I found the gym. I started lifting weights, eating healthier. I began to see a vast shift in my mood and confidence, anxiety, and stress levels. A year later, I started working there. As part of my job, I had to cross-train with the fitness trainers, and it was also mandatory for me to train with every new trainer 3 times. So thanks to seasons of high turnover, I got a lot of free sessions. With that came a lot of free knowledge, and I continued to self-study ever since. Now, for mind-muscle connection, in the fitness world, mind-muscle connection is a conscious or deliberate and emphasized muscle contraction that requires you to focus the tension you create during a movement pattern, specifically on the muscle or muscle group that should be working. And it makes all the difference between passively or actively moving the weight. But for my purposes here today, I'm referring to how your brain and body communicate through mental and physical activity. In the past, extensive research on humans suggested that exercise could have benefits of overall health on cognitive function, particularly later in life. Now it's clear that voluntary exercise can increase levels of brain-derived neurotrophic factors and other growth factors, stimulate neurogenesis, increase resistance to brain insult, and improve learning and mental performance. Recently, high-density oligonucleotide microarray analysis, that's a tough one to say, has demonstrated that in addition to increasing levels of brain-derived neurotrophic factors, exercise mobilizes gene expression profiles that would be predicted to benefit brain plasticity processes. Thus, exercise could provide a simple means to maintain brain function and promote brain plasticity. The benefits of regular exercise activity on health are indisputable. And in the field of modern medicine, exercise is often the first step in lifestyle modification for the prevention and management of chronic diseases. These health benefits are seen consistently across all age groups and racial categories. So when we mention mental health, one of our first steps really should be to look at our physical health. How well are we sleeping? How are we eating? How much are we intentionally getting up and being active? It is all connected, even your gut health. A study on exercise duration and mood state showed improvements in vigor, fatigue, and total mood occurred in only after 10 minutes of exercise, with progressive improvements in even confusion after 20. And to quote one of my favorite movies, exercise creates endorphins. Endorphins make you happy. Happy people don't kill their husbands. If you don't know what movie that's from, please message me because that's the first thing we need to talk about. But seriously, fitness is not about being a certain size. Health is not about just eating salads. Mental health is not just about finding the right medication. All of these categories entail so much more and are all encompassing in what makes you you. If you don't know where to start, you can start by simply taking a 10 to 20 minute walk every day. I'd also encourage you to try different vitamins and supplements, especially before taking heavy prescription drugs, which could cause potential harm to your mind and body. Sometimes prescription drugs are necessary, but a lot of times with the right supplements and proper nutrition, a lot of them can be avoided. Now, for recognition. It sounds simple enough, right? But when we're talking about ourselves, the hardest thing to do can be taking the log out of our own eye and getting caught up in looking at the twig in someone else's. How many of us can admit that it's so much easier to see someone else's shortcomings? I'll put it like this. We are all tainted by our life experiences because of our own personal perception of each of those experiences is what creates our unique tint on the goggles that we see the world through. But guess what? You're not right. But guess what? You're not wrong either. In all of our interactions, there's usually perception and intent because our different formulated reactions to our life experiences. My intent could be helpful, but your perception could be that I was being degrading. Neither of us were wrong. We just misinterpreted each other. I said all that to say we must recognize that we can all use some editing in our own internal narratives. You don't have to be suffering with a mental issue per se. However, you are responsible for how you receive things and for your internal narrative that you might be creating and never even say out loud for fear of judgment, or maybe you just think you're always correct. I hate to burst your bubble. You lie to yourself every day. So when I started learning about epigenetics, I found out that even the recognition of a trauma, like you just realizing it, that particular thing was a trauma, can ignite a level of healing for you. Your mind, your body, you are subconsciously telling your body how well to function. You can lead yourself to health or you can lead yourself to destruction. You just have to recognize what the destruction is. We all have a tendency toward destruction and have normalized it because of our environments. If you're unsure whether something is a reasonable or healthy thought, try asking yourself, if I said this out loud to my best friend, what would my best friend say back to me? And then answer yourself. Say what you think your best friend would say. Also, I can recommend 3 of my favorite books, which is It Didn't Start With You by Mark Wolin, The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, and Cleaning Up Your Mental Mess by Dr. Caroline Leaf. And of course, if you need more help, feel free to reach out. You don't have to do anything alone. So now on treating your temple. The thing I learned most while trying to dissect myself over the last decade or so was I'm in control of me, and so are you. I had my most significant breakthroughs mentally when I was able to push myself to achieve something physically. I had my most significant breakthrough with anxiety when my counselor told me, the next time you feel an attack coming on, let it happen. Don't fight it, embrace it, because you'll see that it's not going to kill you and you will survive. You can do this. The next was a physical abilities test I went through when I thought I was super fit. This test was designed for men and consisted of running a 475-yard obstacle course while wearing a 3-pound vest, involved dodging low-hanging objects, climbing ladders, as well as 3 flights of stairs with your feet touching every step on the way up and down, running through a series of pylons, jumping, stepping, or climbing over a 3-foot, 4-foot, and 6-foot wall, partially lifting and dragging a 150-pound dummy backwards through a 6-foot-long sandbox, ending with a final sprint to the end, all by the 3-minute and 15-second mark. Needless to say, my frustration when I failed, not once, but twice, was real. At the time, I was so full of myself and I could not understand. Me, failed. When I was at my peak in fitness, then I decided to humble myself. I decided I needed help. So personally, with this, I asked God to get me through the test. I wasn't going to give up. I went back a 3rd time. I said a prayer in the bathroom right before my name was called. I ran the course. I jumped every wall. I did all the things. Something felt different. I thought I was failing. I thought I had to push even harder because I felt like I had already run out of time. I decided I don't care if my legs fall off, if I trip and fall and smash all my teeth out or break something, all of which I had seen other people do on this test. I was going to push my little rubber legs harder and faster than they had ever gone before. And guess what, y'all? I passed in 2 minutes and 54 seconds. One of the moderators of the test told me that most women don't pass in under 3 minutes. I said, look at God. My encouragement to you, don't be afraid to humble yourself and ask for help in getting to a new level, because we don't know what we don't know. Also, nutrition is a key component, and that's a whole nother conversation that I don't have time for in my talk here today, but this one's free. Up to 60% of the human body is water. The brain and heart are composed of 73% water. The lungs are 83% water. And studies show 75% of Americans are chronically dehydrated. All of our bodies require hydration to function properly. So start by drinking water. There was a quote I found when I was younger that said, mastering others is strength, but mastering yourself is true power. When I got older, I discovered that self-control is a fruit of the spirit and part of God's very nature. I learned that my body is literally the temple where my mind, soul, and God resides. And the Greek definition of temple is divine dwelling place, sacred abode, the place of divine manifestation. That means you are a divine dwelling place. You are a sacred abode. You are the place of divine manifestation. So you have control over your mind, over your body, over your health. Being balanced and healthy can look like the ability to learn, the ability to feel and express and manage a range of positive and negative emotions, the ability to form and maintain good relationships with others, the ability to cope with and manage and change and uncertainty, gaining control after failure, finding meaning in loss and trauma, disrupting the urge to brood or ruminate, nurture your own self-esteem, revive your self-worth after rejection, combat loneliness by identifying self-defeating behaviors, shed excessive guilt by repairing damaged relationships, physical activity, including strength, flexibility, and endurance, nutrition and diet, including nutritional intake, fluid intake, and healthy digestion, alcohol and drugs, including the abstinence from or reduction in these consumptions, medical self-care, including addressing minor ailments or injuries and seeking emergency care if necessary. And lastly, rest and sleep, including periodic rest and relaxation, along with high quality sleep. Now, currently, I'm a paralegal. My job is essentially to take in large amounts of information and research, pull out what's pertinent, and formulate a plan of action based on those findings. Having information is knowledge. Knowing what to do with that information is wisdom. I want to help you turn all of this amazing knowledge that you're receiving from all of these incredibly intelligent and gifted people into wisdom. Health is so individual and every process is different. So there is no one right way to do it. And that's the beauty in life, right? What might be healthy to one person could seem toxic to another. Just remember, what's normal for the spider is chaos to the fly. So I'm here to help you if you need a customized plan of action. You can reach me by email at ok.lady.j@gmail.com, or the same Instagram handle, ok_lady_j.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jessica,
You're
for
welcome. My time.
today. Yes, this is your time. You're right on time. Thank you. We appreciate what you have brought to the stage on today. And looks like you had some friends in the comments. They were just starting cheering you on. So yes, all valuable information. We appreciate you.
Of course.
All righty, take care. We have our next speaker that is queued up and ready to go. I am going to bring her to the stage. I do have your slides. Yes, ma'am. Hey.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. Yes, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for committing to just speaking here today, I did receive your slides. I am going to get them queued up. If you can go ahead and introduce yourself and
Absolutely.
get us going with resolving ambitious anxiety.
Yes, awesome. Well, thank you for the intro, Erin. So my name is Kiani Williams, and I'm going to be talking about resolving ambitious anxiety today. And so just a little bit of background on me. I do have some slides about me, but I am 25 years old. Erin, if you want to go ahead and pop over to the slide 2, we could do that. But I'm 25 years old. I'm from San Diego, California. And right now, I really identify as a podcaster, a mental health advocate, and I'm also an entrepreneur as well. And so, some things that I really am passionate about are mental health. And I am also really passionate about my podcast, which is called the Grow to Be Free podcast, which you can find on Spotify, you can find it on YouTube, you can find it on Apple Podcasts, anywhere else that you find podcasts. And the mission really is to empower young women to unlock their authentic freedom, walk in ambitious peace, and grow to their fullest potential in business and in life. And so on the podcast, I focus on interviewing inspiring women who have unlocked a new level of life and a greater sense of freedom through personal growth and development, which is a huge passion of mine. And I believe that personal growth is key to not only achieving your wildest dreams in life, but also in maintaining a thriving mental health. And on the podcast, we share personal stories and talk practical and tangible tips of how to overcome challenges in areas of mental health, mindset, relationships, faith and spirituality, and wealth and business. And so that's something that I'm super passionate about. And that's why mental health matters is super important to me, which is why I'm here giving this talk on resolving ambitious anxiety. And you can see right there, I have some hobbies. I like to dance. I like to surf. I camp and hike, and I like to adventure travel as well. So that's some fun stuff. And I also work at a digital marketing agency. So Erin, if you want to go ahead and pop over to the next slide, since we are talking about mental health, I'm going to quickly recap my own personal mental health journey. So I was actually born into a divorced family. My environment was a little chaotic and aggressive growing up because I was often caught in the middle of arguing and yelling on a regular basis. One of my parents does happen to be and was more overprotective, angry, and a little bit critical. So this combination led me to becoming a people pleaser and holding in all of my emotions and really not knowing how to express who I truly was to anybody. And in 2015, I did have my first ever panic attack. I had no idea what was happening. I'd never even heard of a panic attack or even really knew what anxiety was. And then for 3 years after that, I really struggled through bouts of depression, anxiety, and stress-induced and random panic attacks. I did have a lot of trust issues at that time. I looked for love in all the wrong places and really did anything I could just to be accepted by the people around me. And that was solely based out of fear. But luckily in 2018, I did have my first ever therapy session. And then I also found personal growth and development, not all in the same day, but that year was very transformational for me. And in 2019, a very big thing happened. I decided to rededicate my life to Christ. I've grown up Christian my whole life, but I kind of fell away from it for a really long time. And so me personally, I made the decision to rededicate in 2019. And since then, it's completely changed my life. And so I also wanted to make an impact in the community through the gifts that I have and experiences. So now here we are in 2021. I'm investing into healing my childhood, and then I'm also investing into helping other people as well. And so going to move on to the next slide. We're really going to talk about what is ambitious anxiety. So this is actually a phrase that I came up with to describe my personal feelings and experiences growing up and into adulthood. As I began researching this idea, I did find several very interesting articles and studies that support my experience. In a study recently done by UC Berkeley on 600 plus like men and women, data has shown that one's perceived social social status or lack thereof is at the heart of a wide range of mental illnesses such as hypomania, depression, anxiety. And for me personally, I had expectations so high of myself to get good grades in school, juggle a bunch of extracurricular activities, jobs, and a social life that it was causing some serious anxiety issues. Like, for example, I would push myself into panic attacks, not on purpose, obviously, but I would I would take like all-nighters, of course, to study during college. And during college, it was also very common for me to have some unhealthy coping mechanisms like drinking, drugs, and sex. And, that is pretty common for college students, but it doesn't take away the fact that living in a success-driven society can push you into unhealthy behaviors. And if you're like me and enjoy motivational quotes, you may have seen some that look like the next slide. Go ahead and click a couple times. Okay, so this first one, I've got a great ambition to die of exhaustion rather than boredom. So admittedly, I definitely do not want to die of boredom, but I also don't want to die of exhaustion. So it's quotes like these that kind of make it seem a little interesting of how Americans think about ambition. So click again. And this one says, a man's worth is no greater than his ambitions. And so according to success.com, you're not worth anything more than your ambitions. Very nice. So these are just a few quotes that kind of represent how, as Americans in this American culture, we tend to think of our ambitions and very highly, kind of severing all ties with the mental health, anything about self-care, etc. It doesn't seem to be representative. And all of this is really just to say that we have all experienced this push towards high ambition. And I'm not saying don't pursue success or don't pursue your goals, but rather let's do all of that while still maintaining our inner peace. So Erin, if you want to go ahead and click to the next slide, I'm going to go ahead and talk about how I do that for myself. But first, in my research, I also did find substantial evidence that supports that happiness can actually have a cause relationship to success. So in a 2012 longitudinal study by Deneve and Oswald, adolescents' happiness was tracked in the areas of in their teen years and also at age 29. So they compared their happiness in their teens and then their happiness at age 29. And so those adolescents who reported being extremely unhappy in their teen years later reported income approximately 30% lower than average, while very happy adolescents reported income approximately 10% above average. So there are also very many other experimental studies that I have found that support the idea that happiness leads to success. I don't have time to dive into all of them right now, but if you do want to know more, feel free to DM me or email me and I will send them to you. But all of this to say that there's like substantial evidence that shows that happiness can lead to success. And so now I'm going to dive into the 3 tips that I'll share with you about my own personal experience and how I have been able to get my own ambitious anxiety under control, but still be able to pursue my goals. So, Erin, go ahead and click to the next slide. Awesome. Cool. So number 1, giving yourself grace. So for me, we all know, like, as high achievers, we have a desire to reach our goals at lightning speed, making as few mistakes as possible and going down in history as the greatest there ever was. But in reality, we cannot put that kind of pressure on ourselves without breaking our mental health bank. So what grace allows us to do is give us the permission to live as a real human in pursuit of greatness, as opposed to living as a success robot. And you can have grace with yourself in a few simple ways. So number 1, you can let go of your mistakes. Number 2, you can just take a deep breath and tell yourself, it's okay. And actually mean it. I've had some times where I'm like, it's okay, but I don't actually mean it. So actually mean it that time. And then you can also start the next day with a fresh slate. So once you go to bed, just know that the next morning is a new day and you can start new and fresh without even having to worry about the past. So lastly, on this slide, we would want to really treat and talk to yourself as if you were your best friend. Just like how Jessica referenced in her last speech, you got to think about it. If your best friend came to you with the same stuff that you beat yourself over the head for, would you say the same things to them as you do to yourself in your own head? Probably not. You would actually probably encourage them, probably be a little bit more compassionate. So take that same encouragement and compassion and do that for yourself as well. So I know this all because I'm guilty of it myself. So this is just what I do to kind of get that grace for myself. So next slide. Number 2, you can use what God gave you in this season, and you can really start to, when you start to feel anxious about your goals and dreams, just recognize that God gave you everything you need today. So the resources, the skills, the connections, the opportunities, they're right underneath your nose, just like how Velma just searches for her glasses, like there's right underneath her nose. And it's just waiting, sitting there, waiting to be noticed. So ask yourself these questions and write down the answers. Number 1, what do I have access to? AKA, what are the resources that you have available to you? And number 2, who do I admire or who's new in my life? You can be asking yourself, who are the people who can help you get to your goals and dreams? Number 3, what is the significance of this particular moment in history? So think about it. We're coming out of COVID. What does this mean for you in your industry? What are those new opportunities that you didn't have before? Ask yourself those questions. Number 4, so how is each facet of my life contributing in a positive way? For example, like how is your family life doing? What do you like about your job? How are you using your free time? All of those, take those and figure out how those are all contributing to your goals and dreams. And the last one, what am I learning in my everyday life? And more importantly, how are you actually utilizing that knowledge? So are you actually applying the things that you learn on a daily basis or not? And so after you've written down all your answers to these questions, you then want to ask yourself, how are all of these related to your goals? And the answer will lead you to your next step. I found this to be true for me when I started to realize I was constantly looking for the best thing and couldn't ever quite feel satisfied. I then started to notice all the blessings that God has already placed in my life and not only acknowledge them, but I intentionally leverage them to my advantage. And we can find so much more satisfaction and peace in our life if we stop to smell the flowers and actually take notice of what's in our garden. Reference to Miles McPherson at the Rock Church. But anyways, next slide. All right, number 3. So learn to live in the gray area. So if you guys have ever heard of all or nothing thinking, you will know that it's a method people use to sometimes get to their goals, including myself. However, it is a form of extremist thinking that can cause anxiety because reality rarely happens only in the extremes, but rather lies in the gray area of the in-between. So if you take a look at that first box there, you'll see it's yes or no, it's black or white, all of that all or nothing thinking, where it's like it's either this or it's either that. That's kind of that all or nothing thinking. And I personally have been working through this with my counselor over the last couple of months. I used to think that I could only be successful through X, Y, and Z method, and that I could only reach my financial goals if I do X, Y, and Z. However, the truth really is that there's way much more to, or there's way more than one way to skin a cat. If that's true, then there's way more than one way to succeed in life. And, if you find yourself anxious, my challenge is, how can you live in the gray area more? Like that diagram down at the bottom. It depends. Don't just abandon your goals, but instead practice toning down that all or nothing thinking and allow yourself breathing room to do what you've actually been called to do, completely pressure free. Sounds great, right? So next slide. So in encouragement and in conclusion, I did want to bring up a quote that I felt like really resonated for me. It says, never let success get to your head and never let failure get to your heart. And the quote is anonymous. But this quote really resonates with me because you can let success go to your head either by way of ego, as this quote references, or you can have it control you, which you don't want either of those to happen. And likewise, you never want to have failure get to your heart because it will poison all of the confidence you have to push forward through adversity. So just remember, don't ever let success go to your head, but actually take it into consideration when you are setting up goals, but don't tie yourself to the outcome. That's what I have to say about that. But you definitely can reach your goals and your dreams completely stress-free with your inner peace and mental health intact. I believe it. That's what I'm all about. That's what my goal is, to prove to myself and to prove to other people. So without further ado, Erin, do you want to go to the next slide? How to connect with me. So I have a brand new website, guys. If you want to check it out, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful. Go to growtobefree.com. That's growtobefree.com, and check it out. Also find me on Instagram. All my homies on IG Live here at Growing to Be Kiani. Go ahead and follow me, DM me. You'll find all of my podcast links in the website, and you will also find them in my link tree in my bio on Instagram as well. And then for all the podcasts, I am on Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Spotify, and anywhere else that you find podcasts. But I know those are definitely the most common ones, and it's called Grow to Be Free. So go ahead and go to the next slide. And I do have a special announcement. I am giving a special offer. I am launching some new notebooks, actually, just in time for the school season. So if you're in college or if you're in high school, I'm doing a 20% off pre-order sale on these Ambitious Peace notebooks. And so you can see those are the designs. There's 3 options. There's one that's like kind of pinkish, and then there's also one that's like kind of like bluish in the middle, and then there's also one that is brown in the middle, and then you can't really see it, what it looks like on the inside, but basically what it is that there's one quote on every single page. So if you're like opening the notebook, there's like a quote on the left, and then there's a quote on the right, and it's a different one for 150 pages. So if you go to growtobefree.com/tools, you will find the way to order it. So you could pre-order it. Pre-order sale is 20% off. So it's usually $8.99, but now it's like $7.19. So it's a pretty cheap notebook, and you get a lot of value. You get inspired every single day when you're in class or when you're just journaling, whatever. You have a lot of space to doodle and whatnot. So if you have any questions, feel free to DM me. But yeah, I'm so excited to release these notebooks. And if you want to give me any feedback on this talk or presentation, please let me know. I don't know how far I am with my time, but yeah, if there's any questions, feel free.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kenny. I mean, that was a great presentation. The look and feel was just calming. And you just have an amazing flow. And I appreciate the content that you were able to bring to this conversation, and just really helping people look at how to resolve the anxiety. So, again, thank you so much for your contribution to Mental Health Matters Symposium. We have our next speaker that is here with us, Dr. Monique Rogers. Welcome. I'm going to bring you to the stage. Thank you so much for being here with us today. How are you?
Welcome. I'm doing great, Erin. So great to see you.
Yes, good to see you again as well. You look forever lovely. All right, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. You have prepared to talk to us about body image, a balanced mind, and diet. And I just can't wait to hear what you are going to bring to the table for us on today. I feel like we're about to go out with a bang. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Erin. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here to talk to you on this wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much, Facebook watchers and YouTube watchers, and those of you that are watching on the website as well. We are gracious to have all of you here on today. So first off, I want to introduce you to something. Number one, I hope you can see this. It says healthy mind, healthy, balanced mind. What's in your cup? The next cup I want to show you is a mind that says toxic mind. I hope you can see this. Toxic mind. So in one cup, I have toxic mind. In the other cup, I have a mind. Which cup will you be on today? So we're going to find out about that in our topic, body image, a balanced mind and a balanced image. So first off, if you have a cup that is toxic, right? Your cup that is toxic, it has everything in it that's dirty. You may have a few grimy stains here and there. You may have a lot that is going on with that because this represents your mind. It's filled with so much toxicity. It's got stains and pain of all that you are going through, all that you're experiencing, all the trauma that you've gone through, and it weighs heavily on you like this cup, right? And then on the other cup, you have a healthy, balanced mind that is light. It's not as heavy as the other one. There aren't very many stains that are around that cup. And what you are facing is now lightened because there's not very much that's weighing you down in your mind. That was me for several years. When I was 13 years old, I started starving myself to lose weight because time I was 250 pounds. I thought, oh my goodness, what am I going to do to lose weight so I can fit in what society deemed as being thin and perfect. But my thoughts, perfection was everything. I had to look good at all times. I had to be the perfect size. I had to be the one that was standing out where everyone was looking at because it was that important to me to have perfect body image. But my mistake in that was that it fell into not a great image. It fell into an image of which I developed anorexia nervosa, and I also had bulimia for several years. Mind you, being a teenager, there's so much strain, there's so much stress, there's so much pressure. Everyone's at you. There's screams of do this and do that on one side. Then there's screams of be this and be that on the other side. But everyone is trying to give your opinion of which cup in life you are choosing to be. But for me, it meant everything that I worked out every single day. I was a track runner, so I had to be in shape and I had to look good at all times when I was running my track meets. And I had to make sure that when I was running that I ran well. But one thing stood out to me profoundly when I was running. It was one track meet that I went to, and I had starved myself continuously. I had made myself throw up. I was always trying to be thin all the time. And I went to practice this day, and I was very exhausted. My coach immediately looked at me. He says, Monique, you're not going to get anywhere by running on empty. You're not going to make it in life by running on empty. If you're trying to run this race with nothing in you, you will not make it to the finish line. But if you run this race with fuel, if you eat and you give yourself substantial, healthy food, then that's a better way of taking care of yourself. The way that you're doing it now, you're causing yourself an early death. And I had to think about that like, wow, coach, wow, I was not expecting you to say these things to me as you did, but this resonates well with what is happening in my life right now. I realized that my pressures in life had nothing to do with food. And that's what you have to understand. Some of the things that you're facing right now have nothing to do with food, have nothing to do with relationships, have nothing to do with what is going on. But it's because of the pressure that you're facing that you feel like your body image will help you to become something that you believe will be an option of choice for that next person because you feel like your weight is substantially important enough to make a difference. Well, that's where I was confused on. I thought I had to be all thin. I thought I had to be so small. I thought I had to have the perfect arm muscles, looking good, looking strong. But listen, at the end of the day, you go home being that same person. You go home being that same person with that personality. You go home being that same individual that started strong and decided to make a difference and decided to make changes in your life because of your own body image. Your body image is 99% of that body image of what you're thinking about is coming directly from you. The other people around you, they don't care. Listen, let me be the person that tells you they do not care. They are looking at you and you're the only one that's worried about your weight. You're the only person that's worried about size. You're the only person that's trying to pinch and pull on calories so that you can be a small body image of something so tiny that at the end of the day, no one is looking around to even see. So what has to be important for you is healthiness. What has to be important for you is your health. So I'm going to go over a few things that are important for you for sustaining that. Number one, what are you fueling your life with? If you're fueling your life with the toxicities of life and people that weigh you down, choices that weigh you down, diets that do nothing but cause more pain on you than anything else, diet pills, laxatives, things that weigh your life completely down. Listen, you do not have to live your life fueled down by things and choices of what other people in society are telling you that you have to be. But instead, you can have a healthy, balanced mind. I used to work at Starbucks and I was at the customer service desk. So people will be constantly ordering coffee. I want a double latte, foam, no milk, skinny with a hold the foam. And so they're always asking for these different choices, right? So in your cup, maybe your cup of choice today is that you want to live with your size that you have. And that is okay. If you are okay with your size, you're okay with your weight, you're okay with where you are, that is important for you. For other people that want to make a difference in their life and live healthy choices, maybe your healthy choice is you choose to be a vegan. Maybe your healthy choice is you want to be a vegetarian. Maybe your healthy choice is you want to make other lifestyle choices. But one of your choices that you can't make every day is, listen, you're not going to eat a whole pound of bacon. You're not going to eat a whole pound of chicken and expect for your health to matter. So you have to make choices that are right. You have to make choices that are best for you. So my next choice that I want to talk to you about is how eating disorders slowed me down and caused me to not only live a balanced, healthy life, but my life was not balanced as it should be. Disorders slowed me down, number one, with relationships. I isolated myself away from family. I isolated myself away from friends. I isolated myself away from events that were beneficial and healthy and fun, hanging out with friends. I never was able to do that anymore. Why? Because I had then placed myself in a position of exercise every day. I gotta do this. I gotta look good. I gotta work out. I gotta be this person. And in all actuality, I missed out on moments with my grandmother, who eventually died when I was 21 years old. And I never got a chance to really enjoy those moments with her. And now I have regrets because of it, because I spent most of my time at my grandmother's house when I should have been having fun and enjoying the good food that she was making. I was making myself throw up. I was starving myself to look good. I was making lifestyle choices that were not healthy for my own body. And I was eventually slowing down and instead of having great relationships that I should have had. So what can I do to better in that? So I had to ask myself these things. What am I going to do to make a difference? Am I going to sit around and think about weight all day long? Am I going to sit around and worry about my choices all day long? Am I going to sit around and worry about what the next person thinks about me? Because at the end of the day, your choices that you make have to be valuable for you. You have to know in yourself that you love yourself no matter who looks at you and says you are different from what they expect. You have to love the body image that you have. You have to love whether you're big bone. You have to love whether you are small bone. You have to love the that God has created, because why? You are special. You are an individual that God has created on this earth. There's something that's special about you. There's something that's valuable about you that society may say is less than what they expect, but you have to understand that it's greater. Why? Because you are created with a greater inside of you that people need to see. They don't need to just see that you're skinny. They don't need to just see that your image is what's being portrayed. What they need to see is the intellect of what you're bringing forth to understand in conversation. They need to understand what you are doing. There's business concepts. There's ideas. There's so much that you can bring out. But if you only stem out one form of your self-image and being in one size and one particular, which is skinny, then you miss it. And so that's what I did for so long. I missed out on being the person that I could have been by counting calories. I missed out on being a person that it was very much more exceptional than what I already am by constantly being in the bathroom, exercising, constantly being at the gym, constantly looking for ways to lose weight instead of finding ways to build healthy relationships with family and friends. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Your relationships with others. loving your family members, loving yourself. There's a lot of people, I tell you, they're small and they look great, but they do not love themselves. You want to be that person that is not only good in size, not only good in weight, but you actually love yourself. And if you are able to do that, you will have surpassed every person in society that's always looking for ways to change things about themselves, change things about others, and change things about the things around them. If you get so engrafted into how you look that you miss out on who you are to become, then you've missed out on life in particular. And the reason I say that is because I was that person that missed out. I was that person that had to count calories all the time to survive. I was that person that always looked down on myself when everyone else was celebrating me because I was perfectionist. I felt like I had to be perfect at all times, that everything had to be going well. But this stopped me from really, really understanding who I was. So I had to make an analysis of who I am. And it first came with body image. The first thing that I analyze is, what do I like about me? So I want you to write this down. What do you like about you? What do you love in particular about you? What is it that stands out and makes everyone in the crowd notice you? What is it about you that makes you perfect? What is it about you that makes you great? What is it about you that really stands out? And the next question I want to ask yourself is, how can I make a difference with the person that I am versus the person that I'm trying to become, right? Because you may be trying to become this fit, tiny person, and that in all actuality, because your size and your body image and your body dynamics of on yourself, you may be trying to be something that you may never become. And it's okay to love you. It's okay to be you. It's okay to love yourself. It's okay to be the person that you were created to be. So a point of principle I want to bring to you is this: your health is a fuel station. You're either fueling yourself with toxic thoughts of, I need to exercise 24 hours. I need to go work out 5 times a day. I need to go do this and I need to go do that. Those are toxic thoughts. Why? Because that's not healthy. You should have a balanced exercise regimen that you do that is not one that is causing you harm to your body in extremity, right? It should be balanced. So you want your workout to be one that is balanced, and you want your health to be one that is balanced as well. So instead, you want to combine healthy, balanced mindsets. So a healthy choice for working out would then be, I'm going to decide to work out 3 to 5 times a week. I'm going to do this for 30 to 45 minutes at a time. And I'm going to allow myself time to have one meal that's not as extreme as the other ones that I may be eating, but I'm going to allow myself balance in my eating. I'm a vegan, but sometimes I make choices when I go out with friends and I eat things that they're eating because these are choices that I have chosen to make. And so when you put so much pressure on what you're eating as opposed to what you're taking in, it then changes your whole mindset dynamic as it pertains to food. So one of the things that I also want to talk to you about is execution of excellence involves persistence. And what I mean by that is what you execute daily for yourself in your eating habits, what you execute daily in your lifestyle habits, what you execute daily in your nutrition, to what you're doing to take better care of yourself, is essential that you love you while you do it. So excellence involves persistence. So if you're persistent in exercising weekly, not in extremity, but weekly, then you'll be able to take care of yourself in a gradual format. And then what that creates is balance. So I want you to write this down. Balance is your friend. Yes, I said it. Balance is your friend. So put that across social media. Hashtag balance is my friend. Where everyone else is living life to the fullest and trying to make sure that they do 10, 20,000 things at once, you can create balance for your life. You don't have to be that person that's waking up doing a million different things at once and never accomplishing any of them. But instead, you can be a person that accomplishes several things in a multiplex week, and you allow yourself time to balance those things successfully. You don't want to rush in what you're doing. You don't want to rush in the things that are happening in your life. Why? Because it doesn't create a substantial foundation of where you're building upon. So in your health, you want to build a body image, one that is substantial, one that lives forever, and one that's created enough that you are taking care of yourself with more image for your body. And the next thing I want to leave you with is is that you're not going to leave a lasting impact on yourself if you don't create a lasting impact. So what I mean by that is your lasting impact that you create is your proof to society that I am going to love myself. So you have to look in the mirror every day and say, I'm going to love myself. I don't care what people are saying about me. I am going to love me. I'm going to love my body in totality. I'm going to look at myself in the mirror. I'm going to look at myself and say, hey, this image that I've been created in is one that I love and one that I celebrate and one that I cherish. Why? Because this is your body. You were given that body, not someone else. You were given that particular body that you have. So it's up to you to celebrate and love yourself and cherish yourself enough to know that you are valuable, you are important, and that you matter. Another key to a balanced mind and a balanced body image is this, is that when you leave your lasting impact, there's one thing I want you to leave you with as well. It's an acronym called APPLE, right? So write this down. So the first part of APPLE begins like this. Ask yourself, am I supposed to do what I'm doing right now? So that's the first part of APPLE. Okay, so I use apple because it has to do with fruits and it has everything to do with health. And the teachers will always say, you have to have an apple a day to keep the doctor away. So that's why we're using apple. So ask yourself, am I supposed to do this right now? Right? Are you supposed to be counting so many things about yourself as you're doing right now? Are you supposed to be in this business? Are you supposed to be doing what you're doing? Because a lot of times when you're always trying to make a body image change, it's because of the surroundings that you have around you are causing you pressure. So P stands for this. Put my stressful thoughts aside. You can become even more healthier in your choices by putting your stressful thoughts aside. And the next P is this. It's one of my favorites. Pause and reflect. I can't tell you enough how important it is to take the time to just pause for a moment, and kind of like in your own yoga stance of life where you're sitting and when you're not doing the arms or anything like that with your legs folded, but you're sitting and you're pausing and you're reflecting and you're thinking about what in this moment right now do I need to change to better my body image about me? What in this moment right now do I need to reflect on to create change for myself in the moment that I'm in right now? The next part of the letters is the letter L. That stands for listen to the heartbeat of the moment and to its appropriated timing. So when you're listening, so I want everyone to put their hand on their heart. You're listening, and then your hand around your ear. You're listening to the heartbeat of the moment for the appropriated timing of where you stand in life, where you're going for your future, how you're creating a balanced mind with your dieting, how you're creating a balanced mind with your image, right? So what is balance? Merriam-Webster defines balance as being a physical equilibrium, right? Like your balance being. So a physical equilibrium is also the ability to retain one's balance. It also means an even distribution of weight, enabling someone or something to remain upright and steady. It's also a condition in which different elements are equal in the correct proportions and to keep or put in a steady position so that it does not fall. When you think about your life, I want you to think about it as we mentioned before with these coffee cups. I want you to think of having a balanced mind daily. And if you have to look in the mirror and say to yourself, I am beautiful 20 times before you leave out the day, do that for yourself. Do that for your own well-being, right? Because speaking positive affirmations makes a difference. It alleviates every ounce of toxicity that has come into your life, every ounce of toxicity that has tried to weigh you down, and create a foundation of affirmations that cause you to love yourself more and value who you are. And the last thing, get rid of the toxic mindset. Because when you have toxic thinking continuously, it weighs you down. And you don't want to be bombarded with thoughts daily of how I can do this and that to change my image. But rather, you want to be bombarded with thoughts of what can I do to better help others to create a better image for themselves and love themselves. So I leave you with this lasting impression. Love you. No matter who doesn't love you, no matter who doesn't care about you, I want you to know that you can love yourself daily and that you can have a balanced mind with a balanced diet, doing everything that you want to do in life and accomplish it to the fullest and being the best you that there is to be. And that is the person with a body image, with a balanced mind and a balanced diet. It's been my pleasure speaking with you on today. I hope that all of you have been blessed by this message and that you have learned ways of creativity to always understand the value of who you are. And always remember, Apple, that you can ask yourself, am I supposed to do this right now? Am I to put my stressful thoughts aside, pause and reflect, listen to the heartbeat of the moment and its appropriated timing, and always to excel and accelerate in the momentum of your balance. When you're excelling in your balance, you're no longer stressed out. You're no longer wore out. You're no longer worried about what's coming next. But you understand the dynamic of, I am this person, and there's so much that I'm going to do with my life. And that if I accelerate in it and I become it, that my future is so much greater than where I am right now. And had I chose to make those decisions a long time ago, it would have helped me. But now I understand the dynamic of what it means to really love myself. And I no longer count calories. I'm no longer exercising constantly to lose weight, but rather I love myself. And I'm now a vegan certified health coach, and I'm helping other people to love themselves as well and to appreciate who they are, not only in their body images, but as a person. It's important to understand who you are and to love yourself continuously. So I hope that you have enjoyed this time of sharing today. It's been my pleasure speaking with you. My name is Dr. Monique Rogers, and I hope that your health choices are now phenomenally made, if that's a word. And have a great day.
Hey, Dr. Monique.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, Dr.
You did an amazing
Great.
job.
Dr. Sharmee. I was so nervous. I was shaking. I was so nervous. Oh my God. My hands were literally shaking.
Oh God, you did wonderful, honey.
Good job. Thank you so
God bless you. You did awesome, Monique. Oh my God, you did. I love the concept. Everybody, listen. I don't even know. Look, listen. People was like, "Oh, you did so good." And so, listen, Monique. I love the whole concept of the cup. I love how you did the cups, Monique. That was awesome that you gave a divine illustration on toxic minds and a balanced mind. That right there, it did it. And so God bless you, woman of God. You did an awesome job. And listen, this woman loves the Lord. Listen to me. She loves Jesus. And we're so grateful that God used her today. And he's going to use her all the more. Listen, people, if you want to see more Monique and you are here in the Dallas, Texas area, she will literally be on site tomorrow morning with us. And we are just thankful among the other lineup of speakers that we have. Dr. Monique Rogers will be in the house with a group of other phenomenal women. We wanted some men, but men didn't really come. You know, I don't know what happened to that. But that's why Dr. Heather is doing this whole men conference thing.
That's why we were talking about the men. You know, they get in this space where they don't want to share. You know, listen, if they have to share that they were sexually assaulted as a kid, they don't do well with that because it's beyond the embarrassment. It takes away from the manhood in their mind. And so we really do want more men to come out and share, because what you find out, Dr. Sharmee, is that they are not alone. They're not alone in this fight. They're not alone with, sexual trauma, just as though we have been through the same type of trauma. So we got to get the men out. We got to get them to open up and just to be able to share. Well, listen, this has been amazing. Dr. Sharmee, it's been amazing.
It's been wonderful. This has been wonderful. We are so excited that everybody joined us. We're excited for those that have been on YouTube as well as Facebook, those that will listen. We do realize that many people were jumping in and out. Many people were jumping on. We realize that a lot of people are going to get this live stream later on, not only tomorrow and today, but months and years to come. We will still be going strong with the mental health matters. But by that time, we're going to be in such a place where we're going to have everybody coming out to listen to the dynamic lineup that we're going to continue to have. People, trust me, trust me. And so listen, if you are in the Dallas area tomorrow, we will be in Cedar Hill, Texas, live on site. We will be checking temperatures. We will have social distancing for people and all of that, because we realize that we are still in the midst of COVID and things happening. And so we want to be mindful for your physical, mental, and just your overall health, as we're coming together to talk about the whole concept of your mental health does matter. This is our brand. This is what we do. We are individuals that are excited about helping people to pivot into their next place. And we know that starts with getting your mind right, right? Get your mind right. And that's what we're here to do, to help people to position. And as Tim's story said, you not only have to position, but you have to posture yourself. Oh, grab it up and pull it down. And so we're grabbing it up and we're pulling it down, because we are in position and we're posturing ourselves for our miracles, right? And so we understand and know that it's possible for your mental health to come to a place where you are well and made whole. And we're just excited that we can be the conduits that are used in the earth to see that manifest in the natural. And so, Dr. Henley, I turn it back over to you.
Yes. And I just want to add, just with coming to Cedar Hill, listen, we want to spend the whole day with you, and we want you to meet us, meet some of the amazing speakers, including Dr. Caroline Leaf. But listen, Dr. Sharmee, if we was off screen, she would tell you how I respond when I'm hungry. And so we're going to make sure that you have lunch. Let me say that one more time for the people who don't understand what it feels like when you're hungry. My whole attitude changes. I don't know what that is, really. I need to get free. Somebody gonna help me today. Can anybody counsel me on that? Can
She
anybody
going through mind management, y'all. We gonna help.
Somebody, look, I'm gonna sit on Sharmee's couch. And so, but we're going to have food. So you don't even have to leave the building. We have thought about everything concerning you, because what we believe is when we're talking about mental health, we're talking about your emotional health. We're talking about your social health, and we are talking about your psychological health. So we're talking about that whole body. And so we want to make sure that we are nourishing you with food, as well as nourishing you with information. So we are so excited. So again, if you are in the Dallas area, we would love to have you come to Cedar Hill, Texas. Just go to our website. It's at the bottom, which is www.mentalhealth-matters.org, and register to be an on-site participant. Well, as we're getting ready to wrap up, this has been another amazing day. I am just so excited about it. When me and Dr. Sharmee was putting this together, we were so excited, and just to see everything come to fruition the way that it did, it was just so amazing. We are so appreciative of all of our speakers that we had today. We had Monique and Brianne, we had Keisha, we had Dee Terrell, we had Chandra, we had Tisha and Dr. Sewer, we had Apostle Barbara, we had Tim Story, we had Toy Inda, we had and then we had Jessica and Kiani. So this has been amazing, you all. And we are so thankful that you guys wanted to spend 2 days with us. You could have been in any other place, but you decided to come and hang out with us for 2 days. And we are so honored. We're so excited. And again, just as we have stated, you will be able to get the replay for all of these things. And in addition, we want you to know that the ebook is going to be coming out next week. I hope that you're in agreement with me that these speakers gave some great resources. They gave some great strategies. And so yesterday we had Michelle Michelle and Tina, Natalie, Carla, Kathleen and Stevie, Nikki. It was amazing. And so we are just so honored that all of the presenters came on board to help us to show you that your mental health really does matters. And so we're going to ask you again, before I pass the mic to Dr. Sharmee, if you are struggling, if you need to speak to anyone, if you want to find someone, listen, we have a list of resources. You can call the crisis counselor to receive 24/7 crisis support via text message through NAMI. We have we have SAMHSA, which is the National Helpline. We also have the human trafficking, because it is real, you all. It is real. Human trafficking is real. And we want to stop trafficking of our beautiful young women. We also have the suicide prevention hotline. That is important. And then if you're just looking for a therapist, I'm a part of this organization. You can contact the Psychology Today. All you have to do is go on the website and click in what type of therapist you are looking for, and they will give you a list of therapists all over the country. It lists our credentials, it lists our backgrounds, it lists the things that we specialize in. And so we just want you to know, Dr. Sharmee and I, we want you to know that you are not alone. Let me say that one more time. You are not alone. And there are people across the country that are waiting to hear from you, that want to be able to provide support to you in your time of need. Dr. Sharmee?
Yes, that is so true. I love just what Dr. Henley has said, that you're not alone. And this is what we brought this mental health symposium to do, to help people to understand and to recognize that they're not alone. Whatever space you're in, whatever you're dealing with, this is why we brought these people onto this virtual platform. And we're even bringing the ones on site so that people can know that it's other people out here who have dealt or is probably still conquering these particular things, but nevertheless, they have found victory and freedom and so many different areas of their lives. So what we trying to do is let you know that there is hope, but everyone that I heard had said that it took them to do something. So they had to activate action in order to see what they were looking for, what they believed in. And so we want to offer that same thing to you. This is why we're telling you, your mental health does matter. The same way that so many people sit up and they take care of everybody else. We want you to position and posture yourself to start taking care of you, taking them self-assessments, taking care of your mental health, your physical health, and even your spiritual health. Whatever that looks like to you, we want to aid you in the process. This is why we're telling you, look, call the hotlines, call the helplines, anything. If a speaker on here, if you heard somebody on here and what they said really resonated with you, we encourage you to reach out to them, get in contact with them. They are able to help you through part of your process. Listen, we all needed help. Dr. Heather and I both. She's a licensed doctor, a therapist, and she will tell you she sat on somebody's couch. Listen, I sat on somebody's couch. And so we understand and know. And listen, let me just say this. And we both took medication. Listen, we're not there anymore. We're not in that place where we have to take the medication anymore. We're not in that place where we have to go sit on people's couches anymore, because we learn tools and resources that will help to navigate us through those tough spaces in life that wants to take us and drown us out. You have to understand, Life happens to the best of us. No one is exempt from life happening to them. It's not the point that life happens. It's what do you do with life when it begins to happen to you? What is your reaction? How do you react to the situations and the circumstance that come against your door? We all have things that come against our door. Everybody in the world deals with grief. Every single person in the world deals with some type of grief and has dealt with some type of grief. Everybody. That's the world around us that we live in. And it's not the fact that you're not going to deal with real life issues. The thing is, how do you cope? How do you conquer? What are the tools and strategies that you use that's going to help to navigate you to your place of freedom? And this is what this is all about. It's to help you get from point A to point Z. No. And we understand to get from A to Z, you first have to go to B, C, D, E. You got to go through the steps. And that's what we're saying to you. This, what you see us doing right now, it was not an overnight wonder for us. We did not just wake up one day overnight and, oh, we just got better. No, it was a process. But during our process, we learned techniques and tools that we're now going out and saying, you know what? Let's teach others this. Dr. Heather Henley is a crisis. Listen, she calls herself the master crisis coach. And listen, it's true because she has been dealing with crisis for so long and for so many years that she's able to stabilize people in the midst of their most horrific moments in life. And so we have people and individuals that are able to help to navigate you to your next place. And that's what this is all about. And that's what we're offering you. So listen, if anybody on this stage that graced this stage from yesterday to today, and there's something that they said, it resonated with something on the inside of you, we ask you right now, go reach out to them. Ask them. Let them give you tools that can help walk you forward. Now, I want to put a disclaimer out here. Everybody that graced the stage, which was not a licensed counselor or a therapist or a doctor, they wasn't any of that. But they do have some strategies and techniques that can help you get to your next place. And listen, you may not just need one person. You may need multiple people, but make sure those people are saying the same thing. You cannot go to 2 different people or see 3 different people and everybody saying something different. Everything has to line up with each other if you ever really want to see the freedom that we know that you could have. You can't get this from this person and that from that person because it's going to keep you in a state of confusion because you're not going to know which way to go, who to believe, what technique works. That's why sometimes you have to shut it all down. Some therapists will even tell you, listen, stop doing such and such. Don't do that because they're trying to navigate you and stabilize you so that you can have a sound mind, that you can receive everything that they know that they are intended and pouring on the inside of you. And so those are some concepts that I also want you to think about as you're thinking about mental health and how it matters. It not only matters to us, but it matters to so many people. And mostly, your mental health matters to our God. It really does. It matters to our God. And so whatever your belief, whatever your religion, we know that we have a God of the universe where he's concerned about all of our mental well-being. And that is what we are presenting to you today and even in the days to come. All right, Dr. Heather.
Yes, that was definitely amazing. Well, again, we are so honored just to be here. And so even as, Dr. Sharmee said, all of the individuals are, if they're not licensed therapists or licensed or counselors, psychotherapists, doctors, they are also coaches or consultants or mentors. And so they can definitely help you through a space that you may be in. And so I definitely want you to even give some digital currency. Go out on our page, and if they said something that was good to you, or they said something that you know is going to be life-changing, definitely put it on the digital currency. Go and add them on Instagram or Facebook. Even Dr. Sharmee, she does mind management. I am serious. I'm going to sit on her couch. She's taking patients. She's accepting clients. So definitely, hit us up. Let us know, because we want to be able to be a support. And listen, if we can't help you, we're going to find someone that can. That's how serious we are. If we cannot help you, we want to help and find referrals for you so that we can find something you need. We have a plethora of resources. There are so many individuals that was on this platform in different states. And even in some of your states, they have resources that will allow you to see a therapist for free, or to see a therapist for a small fee of $5, $10, $20. There are groups out there in your cities that can help to support you. So if you are having a hard time, we want to definitely be that resource. So yes, we are the Mental Health Matters. Yes, we talk about mental health, but listen, we advocate for mental health. And so we have resources, we know individuals, and so we want to be a place that you can come to if you are looking for resources, if you're needing assistance, if you're needing help. And if you are looking to have us to come to your city, we are willing to come because we are advocates of mental health. So if you're looking to do something, want us to come and speak to a group, want either one of us to come out, we are available to come under the Mental Health Matters brand to speak for your organizations. We definitely want to do that. We want to advocate. We want to even advocate and speak for ministries. It is important that our churches understand that your mental health really does matter. And we want to make sure that coming out of this pandemic, we have been in a space of isolation. We've been in a space of frenzy. We've been in a space of fear, and we've been stagnant. And we're really nervous about even transitioning back, even into our offices. And so our norm is no longer norm anymore. It's no longer normal. So we are learning new normalities, right? We're learning new things. And so we're trying to transition into this new space of normal, of this new space of normalities. So we want to be able to support and help by any means. And we want to make sure that even as it pertains to the churches, we want to make sure that you are creating safe spaces for your parishioners or your members, your partners, whatever you're calling the individuals that attend your church. We want to make sure that you are providing a safe space for them to come back into. We want you to feed them spiritually, but we also want you to be able to feed their mental health issues. And so again, we're just so honored. And so definitely you can reach out to us. You can reach out to us. Our email is mental, that's MENTAL, the letter H, me, mental H, me, at gmail.com. That's MENTALHME at gmail.com. So definitely email us. We would love to hear from you. And so we're going to bring in our wonderful facilitator, Erin. She did an amazing job these 2 days. Listen, we were in the back office talking about we about to hire her. We just need her for everything. I just need her for everything. I need her for everything. And then listen, I have a TV show, y'all. It's called Ministry and Mental Health. And so my saying that I always say is, let's talk about it. And so I love it that Erin was like in our back office saying, let's talk about it. Or she was actually on the stage saying, let's talk about it. Because that's my phrase that I say.
That
That's one of
is.
my coins. I said, come on, let's talk about it. So I love it, Erin. I love it.
Oh, ladies, listen, it has been truly a joy to sit in the seat of facilitator, just helping to create this virtual experience. You all really put together an amazing lineup. And, I just really showed up and plugged in with the tech component. So I'm just grateful. It's been great working with you all. And like you said, this is just the beginning. And we are about to take this thing to higher heights. So thank you all so much for just entrusting your baby, in my hands. It has been awesome. And y'all are hilarious.
Hey, that's what it's all about, having fun while you work, right?
Yes, we have had
So
some.
serious and just, well, we have fun and this is what we do. But we thank everybody for joining us. And for those of you who are looking to join us tomorrow, please, please, please come. We will be in Cedar Hill, Texas. You can just simply go to the website, mentalhealth-matters.org. That's scrolling down at the bottom. We will take give tickets at the door, so you can pay your registration at the door as well. Also, if you want to go to the website, you're more than welcome to go to the website and purchase tickets there. Come and meet Dr. Heather and I in person if you're here in the Dallas, Texas area. You will not only meet us, but you will meet a slew of other individuals that you will be just so, my goodness. We have somebody that will be teaching on music therapy. I'm not going to say any names, but somebody who will be teaching on music therapy, somebody who will be teaching on trauma and body movement. We have, your mental mess. That's going to be taught. We have people that will be teaching on some dynamic topics on tomorrow. And I promise you, this is something that you just do not want to miss. We're going to have a good time on tomorrow. And so we look forward to seeing you that are in the Dallas, Texas area, anywhere. If you're in Houston, you're only 4 hours away. If you are in San Antonio, you may be about 5 hours. Come on, drive up, because your mental health matters. You will learn tools and skills that not will only help you, but even your loved ones or your friends, somebody you know. And we will be practicing social distancing. We will also have temperature checks. All of these things are going to be happening at the door because we're mindful of all of that. So we're not trying to put anybody in harm's way. If you come in, you have a temperature, you got to go back out the door. Okay, it's simple. We want to keep everybody safe. All right, that is our goal. And so listen, thank you, Erin. Thank you, Dr. Henley. This is our first of many events, our first of many. We are going to just keep going from here. And so be on the lookout. Go to our website. Please subscribe. Listen, get in touch. Yeah, we didn't already seal the deal. We ain't even talked to Erin, but you're going to be getting communications. It's sealed. And so we just will work out all the logistical things behind the scenes. And so just know that you're going to be getting the information that you need, honestly. So go ahead, hit that subscribe button, go to our YouTube page and subscribe. Come on, show us some love and support. Share this video, share this live stream, please. We want to know, you can just support us if you don't even want to sow or give a donation. Support us by sharing the streams. Support us by subscribing to our pages. Go out and give us some type of love and support. And we thank you so much for tuning in and joining us yesterday and today.
Dr. Sharmee, oh my gosh, it's so awesome. So about tomorrow, what time do we get started?
Tomorrow, we actually are going to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it's all day, like Dr. Henley said, come and be with us all day, because it's literally all day from 8 to 4. And I promise you, it's not, the time is going to just go, it's going to go by so quickly because of the techniques and the tools and demonstrations. They are literally, because we will be in a room, a group of people, they're literally going to have people doing the movements, and they're going to be interacting with the group that's going to be in the house.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing,
Yeah.
and we're going to kick off, even the start of it, because we do meditation, right? Meditation is important, and music is important. And so I'm the music person because I love to sing and I love music. And so music, which I'm not about to go there, but there are a lot of things to do with music, and therapy and your mind and management of it and what it does to the mind, what it does to the brain and the emotional center. So it's going to be good. We have a recording artist that is going to be, it's, am I saying no? We're off stage. Am I off stage?
Yeah,
Am I giving away all the secrets?
she can't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me go. Listen, I know how to do that. I'm gonna go on mute. Aaron, you can take us home.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, this has been the Mental Health Matters Symposium, the first inaugural, and this is just the beginning. You all can expect to see more virtual experiences like this and in-person experiences from the speakers to the doctors just coming in and pouring and sharing their knowledge, all of the tools and those practical components of information that you all were able to receive. I know that this has been powerful and transformational for so many. I want you all, if you all are catching this on the replay, to drop in the comments, replay, let us know what you've taken away from this. And we want to hear your testimonials. Again, go to our website, mentalhealth-matters.org. Subscribe to our mailing list. That way you will be able to receive information about the future events. They already said we're going to do another event in September. So you want to get on that email distribution list so that you can receive the information. Additionally, for all of the registered participants and speakers, you can expect to receive your ebook on next week. We will be sending that information out via email. So again, thank you all so much for connecting with us. You will see us going live, talking about what's happening, sharing the testimonials, and also talking about what's coming up. Dr. Sharmee and Dr. Heather has some amazing things coming up in their own individual businesses as well as collaboratively. So get connected, stay connected to Mental Health Matters on Facebook, also on YouTube, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye, everyone.